Good morning, everybody. Everyone's on Dharma Forest. So let's start our discourse today. Um, let's observe something lively. Every day, thousands of thoughts appear. We can't even notice the disappearances of those thoughts. Some disappearing unnoticed, some remain in the moment. Yet a few thoughts completely changed our day. Why? Because thoughts possesses some special ability or maybe unknowingly give them that value. So consider this carefully. A thought that we might tell, what is it? Can it move? Can it be loud? Can it touch the body? Or can we touch the thought? Can it change the world? Not by itself, it's somehow. A simple thought can make the heart race. A simple thought can make us smile. It can bring peace. It can create joy, happiness. At the same time, it can create fear, anxiety. Oh, we can't even see it all. We can't even touch the thought. Yet, a huge reaction, emotions, can happen. Not only the reason that thought is powerful, but also we never notice what actually happening. We immediately believe that even when we can't see, we can't touch this feeling, this thought. It's just a feel. We can say it, but we can touch it, or we can keep it, or we can hold it. We can't give a shape of it. We don't know how big or small a thought is. We will never. Yet we blindly believe those appearances and disappearances, those occurrences. It's just a puzzle. We don't get a whole of that. It's just a feel. We feel about some pressure. We can't even describe because we never see the thought. Yet, when a thought appears, we immediately participate in it. We immediately believe it. Not that we forcefully think and believe it. When almost instantly a thought appears, we almost instantly believe it. It happens so fast. We confirm it. We believe each and every thought, and through our participation, the thought begins to feel new and new. And there is no one single thought. There are many countless thoughts. This power is an illusion, a mental object, a mirage that has five sensory backgrounds, sense of content, some vision, some sound, some smell, taste, texture. This is how a thought has cosmos created, not that even something existing. Thought, not be created that thought, that power. And when we are adults, we believe what we created as something real, something solid, something even something. Yet we never saw it, yet we never touched it. We would never. It's a mental concept. Still we believe and strange, and still the more we with that, the more it's even possible. We serious life for the world. And that reality feels more and more real. That's what happened. Yet, if we go back to the thought itself is not something that is existing. We can't keep thought, no matter how hard we try, we can't keep a thought. We can't stop one thought, yet they feel, they feel powerful, yet thought can influence humans. but the names are suitable each and emotion itself. God never existed in the first place. We created the that concept that made the object that made us and we appear and not that the whole object comes to our mind. That's how we can move from a community object. The stronger the power, the stronger the object is within within us. That's how you continuous communicate with yourself. Even the thought itself is not existing, and it is strong. In a glass longer, it is clean and visible, and nothing else, nothing more. When thoughts don't appear in the empty space, and nothing remains. Thoughts appears in some conditions are connected to appear, and at the same time it disappears. That's it. But always remains is nothing. You can slowly observe those intervals between thoughts. The now observe something, observe one thought appear and disappear. If nothing follows it, if nothing follows it, it ends there. But usually, as yourself, something comes. Another thought comes, another thought that comes, or another thought comes, another thought. So the whole interpretation of this story is it leads us to one thought has come to me. It, it's me. It's tiny and separate those living and disappearing. Feels an illusion of one's own story. One carries feels of influence that feels real. The storm is the real. Many separated thoughts have simply supported the create this symmetry, this story. And it happens easily when thoughts appear non-stop and not backup. Makes no sense. There's no need. Within split seconds, a white ball will instantly thoughts appear one after another. Like people lifting heavy objects together, they create a whole illusion that feels real. the person, want to get it, it will be the person of my own fault, one of that, the sweet is one of that, always thoughts, appealing and disappearing, one of that, it feels an emotional one, which we don't have, we don't get the time to observe the reality, which is that nothing is real. Because when the mind is so busy with thoughts, you can't see activity, because mind is so busy. It creates thoughts one after another. The more powerful the thought, the more real it becomes, the more low visible from thoughts are. Like the thoughts create an entire mental world. And the thing is, it doesn't enter as usual as we are used to. All that mental work reassigning to outside, reassigning to a simple sense of contact. We just we believe that all thought world is outside, real existence. Nobody does it. It's their own perception. We are used to. We are so used to the point it happens so fast, so many people, naturally. We continue, don't have a time to correct that perception. So like self-care is how it feels, it's emotion, and internal where some thoughts and the feels used in there's nothing something common. It's just a level that occurs because some conditions were met. But look how thoughts feel. We feel as they are real, as they are really existing, as we are so used to, like continuing, like they are so look how they are real. They are otherwise expressed in things. Yet none of those things um, they appear as like under, but they are not there. And you know, in the it's when they are physical person, things very physical person. Yet the thought feels like we are human physical experience all those self-controls, yet none of them are physically present. Look through emotional authority. It creates a whole reality where nothing is physically present, just like a mirage. There is an appearance. We can't say there is no appearance because we always feel like we're smelling, tasting, touching, yet there's nothing there, just appearance and disappearance. So imagine you do one and then nothing much happens. Now here, and you realize they form rumors, based on mental event, details, options, people, things, and it doesn't matter. We have comments and emotions. You can say, you feel happy, you feel lonely, we feel hate, we feel sorry, we feel everything, we feel greedy, for that appearance and disappearance. The thing is, we don't feel it like in the thing. We feel it like one feeling solid object. With different feelings, sensory controls, not just in mind, but also that exists outside. That's how we feel it. That's how we see it. That is our perception in each and every time a thought applies. So, limitation plus interpretation as reality. That's my emotions of like happiness, sadness, greediness, hatred, joy, anger. It feels like we know that. It feels like we understand. We, we don't understand. It's just a habit we got used to because there's nothing to understand. There is no thought, just a concept. We feel it, and now we don't know. Now we know. It came as a habit because we something that we must know that we understand. And not we understand that another person who doesn't speak that language. Second, when we leave it, they create in the mountains. When we take them the most community, they create more and activation, which makes human stronger. If you don't see the problem of thoughts, but nothing is seen, just appearance and disappearance. Just a passing moment, a momentary moment, instead of fitting from the most real thing of truth. Once when we talk, we get under investigation of thoughts, of that into landscape. No matter what ever feeling of happiness or sadness, in the end, it's a suffering. It's a, because we get happy or sad for something that is not even exist, that is not even living, that is not even, we can say, but a moment from calmness, endurance and discipline. Look close to his momentum was become a sort of object, the person, and any from believed in the real person and system, not as an illusion, but a fear and disappear, but as something real. And remain means to see the conversation, things have something, imagine how many times we have practiced this unknowingly. Each and every time we believe through our entire life, we can stay steady and we follow things, but in some things it takes a step. Let's be even though nothing, it's not existing, it's having this certain, this freedom of self-awareness, this reality and freedom. It's because things are used to as a habit, resentment, it's the reality, it's not. Let's take a look. First of all, the finding of happiness. Immediately, the body to impact deeper changes, heartbeat, constant, muscle tightness. They happen constant strength, You don't even have time to question yourself. Because the best ever plan is that the space for another. It's not like someone thinks it happens automatically. It is working from this one. It feels so good. Even, you know, it's not good. The thought is still coming. The look of the that anything in the world. And this is how it used to shake from the time from that's how this thought space is real. Not only for health, but also the healthy. The way the system is used to feel efficient and process appearing for and believing the natural and emotions fundamental. They have those images in themselves automatically. These are so, we are so used to living that way. That's how it happens. And the more we believe in the power of belief, the more we become, the more strong it can feel. And underneath all of the things that exist out there, we can practice anyone that exist out there. Even situations that is there is an underlying self, each and everything. So this self is forget the picture of the control from all. It can come in different forms, but it gives feeling of an existence and a sense of you know, there is a world that is real, and there is the self that is interactive, that is affected or being in this world. Yet, can we touch this self? Can we see this self? We used to thought the self is the body or the mind itself. If so, then a child took cancer since the day they were born. They didn't feel that. They were taught about this. The thought of self-competence, and then from that point on, self-belief systems always make building. So the self itself is another cause. Life revealing solid objects exist, yet they are all in the mind. Since these also belong to God, yet it is in your mind, but exists now, stored in mind, but just like other thought, in conditions when it appears in this. This thought, and it is a stand love. There is always this duality, each and every time. When some conditions are met, an object or thing that exists outside the mind, and at the same time, the self is looking or observing or prepared by the thing is the feeling. Yet both the object and the self are thoughts, and the thoughts they are nothing in existence. No matter how strong they feel, thought doesn't have anything. It doesn't physically carry anything. There's no color, there's no shape, there's no smell, taste, nothing. Yet it gives a feeling of the we almost feel like we almost experiencing nothing. Yet it's nothing but an appearance and a second. Just like a mirror, there is appearance, like us not feels us feel taste, exchange with it. Yet we can't touch it, we can't see. There's nothing physically present, just an mirage, like a mirror in some conditions of life. And what remains is nothing. I see a mirage, but when you don't know, there is nothing. But there are also appearance and disappearance of a mirage. At the same time, there is nothing there. The thought is just like that. The self is just like that. Not just one thought, each and every thought is like that. It creates this whole mental objects, situations, people, different things that feels real, that feels solid, that feels existing. Yet none of them are real. None of them are physically present. We can't see them, we can't touch them. But a mirage appears as a form of thought. That's what happens. And when people don't know the truth, they believe thought was something solid, something that exists outside on its own. When this is mistook for something real, it is living past reality, taken as reality, from which rights the whole world. And it's not ending from that. It is one month from another thought, continuously, different thoughts, different labels, different meanings, different forms, but all are just thoughts, getting created one after another. The power of the self, the thought, the moon, thoughts, the fear, the stronger, the faithful, not as a faithful, but feels as reality. And all about that, there is this feeling, a sense of an illusion yourself, that feel exists. Light, objects, life, the things that exist outside. The self is also nothing but the mental field, the thing of thinking a person is existing. Yet anything that is things upon that. Simple sense upon that. Could be vision, could be visual, could be a taste, could be a texture, a touch, could be a sound, nothing else. Yet there's this perception of creating a story of a slow face experiencing those things. A child will something like that until the baby start to learn about itself and slowly start to believe and feel itself. Then the thought has gotten stronger to the point it creates an illusion, sense of self, which feels so strong, which feels like there's a, a real self here, nothing else but just a power, just feels an illusion of the solid thing. Honestly, apart from our sense of contact, we cannot describe himself because it's just another thought. We think the self is existing, but it always appears on the screen, just like other thoughts. When conditions are met, a sense of self appears and then it's gone. So what would mean changing sensations, changing emotions, changing experience? changing things. Yet we believe there is a common thread in every time. Yet we believe strongly there is a slave continuous thread. This title observes us. Once you see the true meaning of life, you see the movement that thoughts bring, that really clear, with solid, continuous objects that created by the sun, just like mountains, try to observe. It's appearance and disappearance of the thought. We cannot control it because just how is vision is the soul, mind is the it's physics, sensible, sense. We can stop it. No one does it, it happens automatically. Even things the data has given to the system, the number funds automatically on its own. Nobody does, nobody controls it. It happens automatically as a natural phenomenon. So we cannot stop that. The only thing we can do is to see to the true nature of thoughts again and again, not just once, because the illusion of these thoughts, the moments thoughts become stronger, yeah, stronger to the point it feels like a solid reality, not as anyone. So, not just once, but again and again we have to see the true nature of this illusion. See how it is made us with growing up. See how this illusion with growing up. Not stopping, but see how it is growing up. Once you see through the humanity, you start to see the mirrors as a mirage. Then, into the mirage of the own existence. It is not only it's a mirage. It's beautiful. It's a mirage. And you look at it. What remains is slowly releasing the value that you have given because we cannot forcefully do that. It happens automatically because when you see realize as analyzed as a bullshit, then automatically preventing you have given notice of reality. Stop doing it. You don't have to do it yourself. You just want to understand the truth behind this reality without reality life the next step. Didn't still happen automatically. With that deep understanding of the truth. So it's never about stopping the thoughts. Because once you understand truth, whether there are thoughts or not, it doesn't matter. Because the power is what matters. This power is the one that drives this universe, this life, this death and birth. So when you see through the universe, this power starts to lose. The self starts to lose its power. Thing still appears, yet there's no longer power. The faith in Jesus to the reality. We cannot force anything. The only thing we can do is to see through this illusion, this mirage, this true age of this mirage. Just yes and again. So we remember how this goes for the day. There is some for the
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Uh, Respectfully, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. We are all very grateful and we humbly thank you for your guidance as our spiritual leader, as our uh, support, as our supporter, and as our teacher for the last 6 years. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So This is the series, Buddothpado PeoTV series in English medium, going on from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sri Lankan time, which has the series of sermons done by different Dhamma friends. And from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, the discussion is there. So, uh, any person, any friend from any corner of the world who is interested in listening to the pure truth disclosed by Lord Buddha, you're welcome to join us. And this attempt is actually to convey this Dhamma message to the world, for the community speaking English language. So we try in our best to convey this message. Hope you will be able to understand. And if you have any queries, you are welcome to join our discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So, basis of Buddhism, actually, Buddhism is a philosophy, it is not yet another religion. Uh, and the basis of Buddhism is actually to explain the true process, what is really happening to all of us, to all the living beings. Actually, we are all covered with a kind of an illusion, a very bad, very serious looking illusion. We are all entangled in that, like a tiny insect entangled in the cobweb. We are stuck in that. Uh, because the things really looks really true. Uh, so we are like blindfolded and we are just groping wherever, whatever we are doing. And not only the groping in this physical world, but we are groping in this whole samsaric journey. Uh, so what Lord Buddha tried to do was actually trying to undo the piece of cloth which covered our eyes. Lord Buddha tried to explain the truth to the world, which was actually successful. And Lord Buddha's time, there were so many religions, and all were showing the path to reach some form of tranquility, but they didn't realize that it was not the end. So always there was remaining self. So what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that the truth or the path to the extreme end, where there is no self here. So what is meant by self is something that we have to understand, because Lord Buddha was always uh, preaching about the self and getting rid of this self feel. So that was the basic teaching of Lord Buddha. And we have to find out what is this self. To find out about the self, first we have to have a knowledge, and we call it darshana, knowing about darshana, or knowing about the satya dhamma, or knowing about the truth in basically what is happening. So you can find out the truth as a knowledge, but the deep realization should come secondary to that knowledge, because initially knowledge is important, but just carrying it on as a knowledge without the deep realization is not useful. So, deep realization means actually the inner transformation. So, you do not need to think when that inner transformation comes, when that deep realization occurs. So, the deep realization should be that the what we are experiencing or what we are enjoying is actually something created at the sensor levels. So then what is the truth is a question. There's nothing, no single thing called truth. That is the answer to that question, because there's no single thing to accept as this is the truth, but that one is not true. Uh, so basically, what we have to understand is that we are in a magician's world. We are like children who are being played out by the magician, and the magician is showing a magic show, and we are thrilled, and then we are we are fully taken up with that magic show, thinking that all the magic which is shown is true. So we have to understand that this is a magic show, and also we have to understand how this magician is performing the tricks. When you learn that the magician is performing some tricks, then it becomes clear that the excitement that we had with various tricks are no more there. But we will be watching the magic show, but that thrill and shouting and excitement, those things will not be there. So, what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that, and as I have mentioned earlier also, all these Dhamma facts have been mentioned nearly 2600 years ago, and they are in the sutras, the original sutras. But we always had a difficulty in understanding because of the language barrier. And also, even if it is translated to Sinhalese language, the interpretations were not exactly the correct interpretation. Because Lord Buddha's disclosures, the sutras, sometimes one word can be explained in so many sentences. Maybe one passage, one para, or maybe one page, it can be expanded and explained. So, when it is something like that, interpretation of that word can vary depending on the person who is doing the interpretations, depending on the person's understanding of Dhamma. So the things have gone wrong in many places. Ultimately, the result was that not getting the exact correct meaning that Lord Buddha wanted to convey. Our noble friend R.N. Mahansi has studied many of those sutras, and with his own efforts, with his own uh, understanding, he could interpret or he could explain these sutras in a beautiful way. And certainly, when you take these book descriptions, most of them look quite superficial, uh, sort of very simple looking and superficial. Actually, the deep meaning is something different. And the superficial meaning means we had to believe, or it was a kind of faithfully taking up what was explained like that. But actually, if you use the wisdom, if you probe deeper into that, you find a much deeper, much complex explanation, which definitely must have been the thing that Lord Buddha wanted to say. So these clarifications and explanations are being done by our spiritual leader, R.N. Mahansi, in the Sutra Deshana every day, which is there from 4 p.m. Sri Lankan time, from 1 o'clock Sri Lankan time for about 1.5 hours. Or you can go to the website uh, www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com. PeoTV's.com. So that is a main website, and which has the details about the Sutra Deshana. So under the Sutra Deshana, you will be able to find lots of sutras which has been explained by Aryan Mahase up to now. So what is the message that Lord Buddha tried to give the world? What is the message that Aryan Mahase is further explaining? Is that the most important thing is that the everything is a thought. Uh, world, you take name whatever in the world, the India, America, Sri Lanka, uh, rocks, mountains, roads, trees, coconut tree, mother, father, bus, car, squirrel, duck, name anything, rose flower, coffee flower, name anything, they are all thoughts. So, in other words, even though this is projected to the outside, the our understanding was that the world is outside and I am experiencing the world. So, actually, this has been uh, a bit of unbelievable sometimes for a person who is hearing this number for the first time. So what you have to see is from the angle of the uh, angle that the Lord Buddha was showing. Lord Buddha said that the world is a creation of the mind. World is created at the sensor level. So those are the two main sentences that mentioned by Lord Buddha. So how come a person might wonder how come? And not only that, Lord Buddha clearly said that myself is also part of this world. Myself world, they are all creations uh, at the sense level. So whatever the the experience, and there are so many vibrations, trillions and trillions of vibrations, and only we can pick up some of them, or only some of them will be synchronizing to our sense levels. Therefore, what we experience is something that will be synchronizing to our senses. Uh, Recently, that one mother was asking, uh, if you say that the light is created as a result of the eye vibration, why don't we see in the night? So first, at a particular that time is the one that where the light is created, and that time we say time. Whereas if you take some nocturnal animals, they are almost blind during the broad daylight for us, and they are fully awakened and they can see very clearly in our so-called night time. So then you have to uh, decide which one is correct, which one is the true daytime, which one is the true night time. That is the question, isn't it? So then you understand that there is no unique thing, or there is no common thing called daytime and nighttime for everyone. So it depends on the function of the eye. The function of the eye is such that for most of the animals, including humans, light is created at a particular instance. That time we label as daytime. But for the nocturnal animals, it is opposite. They can talk. They will label the night time as the daytime and our daytime as their night. There is that gives some idea that this is not common to all. And also, Aryan Mahansi says that if you do not have the eye, if the eyeball is not functioning for some reason from birth, even if the so called light is outside, you can't experience it. So, the eye is eyeball, the structure is also essential to experience that light. And also, Aryan Mahasi gives another example. Is we know that in some countries, the army soldiers are using the night vision cameras fitted to their goggles. So with that, they can see very well in the night. So how come is that? Now there you can see that the sensor has been changed, isn't it? The normal eye, what you are having, you and me are having, the normal eye has been altered by adding an extra gadget, which changes the capacity of the eye to vibrate even at that time where we call it night time. So what happens there? What happens is that the nature of the sensor function has been changed. Another thing can be explained with the 3D effect spectacles. We know that in the uh, picture halls, film halls, in some special film halls where the 3D type of pictures, films are shown, people are asked to wear a special spectacles, glasses, and with that, they can have that 3D effect or maybe even 4D effect. So again, the same thing like that night vision camera, the person's sensor is deciding, or the sensor capacity decides what sort of a picture is created there. So these are some of the examples to say what we are experiencing depends on the sensor function. And also we know that people with the red and green blindness, color blindness, they cannot see the red color. Uh, so does it mean that there is no red color outside? No. What we have to understand is that red color is there outside. Maybe red color may be there outside, but this particular person can't see it. It is because that particular vibration does not occur in that person's eye. So when that particular vibration does not occur, the synchronization or matching does not occur. But for a so-called normal person, that appropriate red color vibration occurs, and that matches with all whatever the red color things in the surrounding. So the two vibrations become equal. So that is how this seeing occurs. Now, all five senses function in this way. All five senses always match something, and the matching of the vibrations is called synchronization or telepathization. And that concept we call seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, feeling the smell, or the feeling the skin sensations. And uh, not only that, we know that as this process goes on, the thoughts are formed when the child is about 1.5 years. The until that time you don't talk about the thoughts, because that is why the child has no fear of death. The child has no idea about the birth. So if they do not have a birth or death, you don't talk about thoughts. You don't talk about the self. And once the thoughts start forming, it becomes more and more complex, more and more heavy thoughts. The thoughts become more and more powerful because more data is added. Now, for you and me, the thoughts still are getting stronger and stronger. Longer the time that you spend with a family member, stronger your uh, thought process, or the stronger your heaviness of the thought. Uh, so that is called abhisankarane. With repeated exposure, with repeated formation of the thought becomes stronger and stronger. And that leads to all kinds of cravings, aversions, more and more. In another word, what is meant by cravings and aversions means a strong current. The strong current means actually, in other words, defilements or yourself. So, in other words, what is interpreted as self is these defilements or the uh, current or the power which is created or the strong vibrations, mass vibration. And these vibrations are very important to know because that is something hold uh, future in the sense it is not on this life, but wherever this self is born again as another life, it's decided by this strength or this current. So, this is an ongoing process. That is what Lord Buddha explained. Lord Buddha said that we don't know how long we have been coming on this path, and we have no idea how long we are going to continue this path. And that is why, because it is an endless journey, uh, we came up to this point uh, with an endless journey, and we don't know our future is also going to be an endless journey. So, does anybody like to continue this uncertain journey? Is something that you have to ask yourself. The uncertainty is the most important thing here. There's no guarantee, there's no assurance about this birth cycle. Therefore, always there's suffering and sadness associated. Some points superficially it looks happy, but due to the always a sadness lingering around, suffering is lingering around. So uh, is almost going unnoticed in the mind. People feel that even though there are sufferings, in between we are happy. So we are trying to maintain that happiness. So they are okay, like they feel that there are goods and bads, and that we tolerate and live along. This is the concept in most of the humans, and the suffering is no different for the uh, other realm, clearly the animal world, which we can see. Actually, the out of the lower realms, only the animal world can be seen to us. That gives animal world gives us enough examples to indicate uh, how dangerous or how horrifying is this birth cycle is, because we know the difficulties that the animals are undergoing, the way that they are suffering. Uh, we see it. Actually, however much we see, do we understand that as a fact? No, unfortunately, no. We may have seen enough times a gecko jumping onto a butterfly on the wall and just gulping it immediately. We have seen enough how the cat is catching a squirrel and then killing it and eating. And we have seen in the pictures how the other animals make a smaller animal of their food. It may be in the TV or films or even by reading the papers. They give us the idea how the survival in the animal world, how difficult is the survival of the animal world. But do we take it as a lesson? No, we don't. We are not wise enough. Our wisdom is not enough for us to understand how dangerous these lower realms are. Actually, how wise was the Prince Siddhartha? The moment he saw a sick person, an old person, and a person's dead body, he instantly realized that the life is full of sufferings. But we have everyday things in front of our eyes because it is happening to the animals. And not only in the animals, you can see even among the human beings, there are so many uh, fighting, killing happenings. And tragically, people are dying sometimes uh, in the grip of another human being. So these things we come across every day, not just once a day. So many times a day we are coming across these things. But that doesn't create any fear about the birth cycle or the samsaric journey, isn't it? Which is very unfortunate and which is very foolish of us. The wisdom that the Prince Siddhartha had to instantly understand that this life, even though he had such a luxury life, very comfortable life in the uh, palace, and he had a beautiful life, and with all that, uh, he saw only the bad side of it. He didn't try to forget what he saw and just went on enjoying his life like you and me are doing. We see all kinds of killings, but particularly among the animals, we don't feel that pain at all, isn't it? The moment that a butterfly is gulped down by the gecko, how painful could it be? And how dangerous is that life is? How how difficult is it to escape, and how difficult is for them to find food. So many things we are seeing every day. As I said, there's no wisdom at all. The wisdom is at zero level for you and me, because even with so many examples right around you, we do not realize the danger, or we do not realize uh, uh, the situation of this samsaric journey. So therefore, we wait until somebody gives a knock on the head and say, "Hey, look, see what you are undergoing. This life cycle is so dangerous, so unpredictable, and there is no assurance at all, no guarantee at all." So somebody like R.N. Mahanse, and nearly 2,600 years ago, that is what Lord Buddha did. The Lord Buddha gave a hard knock on the people's head and tried to wake them up. And waking them up is also not easy, because people are in such a deep slumber, and they don't want to wake up to see the truth. So, what Lord Buddha tried to show was that the reality of this life. We always experience these things with the five senses, and something is created, as I mentioned earlier, uh, with the very limited function of the five senses. We experience something and we assume that it is what is there outside. we do not realize that this the anicca nature or the impermanence. Actually, the word impermanence is used in Buddhism for a different meaning, not the nature of the impermanence that you and me are thinking of, the things being broken down, people dying, things the things decaying and getting destroyed. Not that type of impermanence. What Lord Buddha meant was actually what you assume is not there actually outside. We don't know. There's no way of finding out exactly what is there. So we poor humans confined to these five sensor functions, but assume that it is the whole world. And there may be now taking the sound vibrations. We know these are all waves, all are vibrations. Sound is yet another form of vibration. Light is one form of vibration. And under the light also there are different which are explained as red color, orange color, yellow color, like that. So the different colors means under the light vibration, again, the wavelength is different. So it is uh, picked up or identified as different colors. So when you take the sound, sound also has different levels. And we know that there are trillions and trillions of sound vibrations, but we can pick up only within the limitations of 20 to 20,000 hertz. But the uh, in other words, the vibration of the eardrum is equal to the vibrations of that range outside. So becoming equal means we say that we can hear that sound. If that is not within that limit, there is no synchronization, there is no matching up. There is no matching up means we say that we can't hear that sound. So, actually speaking, we don't know how the different animals are experiencing. That also we are guessing. We, with certain limited science experiments, they think that some animals see only some colors. So that also exactly we can't say. We assume the things with the limited findings, uh, with the limited experimental findings. So there's no exact way that how each and every animal is experiencing the world. But one thing is sure that the what is experienced is not common to all of them. It's different from animal to animal. And being human beings, we have some similarity in what we are experiencing because the sensor functions are more or less similar to each other. But of course, still there are differences between the humans also. So there is no two who are matching 100%. And talking about the thoughts, we said that thought formation starts when the child is a little bit older, and then onwards, continuous thoughts are being formed non-stop. And when we have this such a lot of data or such a lot of thoughts, the when the new thoughts are formed, it's matched with what is formed in the past. So this process is also called telepathization or synchronization in the same way that we explained the vision, hearing, and the all five senses. So what we are experiencing now is simply a thought. Now it's a shape to the eye and instantly, without any time gap, without any identifiable time gap, instantly the thought comes as the banana tree. So the banana tree thought is a synchronization of a past thought. If I didn't have the banana tree as a thought in the past, this time it will not be synchronizing. Now, if I tell it in Sinhala, if I tell it in Keselgasa, uh, because it has not been made as a thought for most of you who do speak only the English language, you will not have any thought about that. It's confined to something, just a sound, isn't it? So for a singular person, instantly when I say Keselgasa, the instant picture or the instant thought of a plant and tree occurs because that thought has been formed in the past. So this is a process of thoughts being synchronizing, ongoing process, non-stop thoughts are being synchronized. And so none of these, actually the synchronization at the eye level, ear level, nose, tongue, and the skin level, and the synchronization of the thought level or the mind level, these are all actually not true. That is the most important thing. Why do I say not true? They are simply created at this moment due to the speed. So, in simple way, that is how I can explain it. Because of the fast speed, it's created then and there. So then, if it is created then and there, you can't talk about having them in real situation. Some of the beautiful examples given by R.N. Mahansi, our spiritual leader, is the modern examples or modern metaphors. He takes the television sets, he takes the telephones to explain this situation. It's actually very easy to understand in this way. What Taran Mahanse says is that if you take the television set, you can take it similar to the physical body. So it has on its own the different sense of functions. You can make it. You can consider it as equal to the sensors that the human body has. We have the eye camera, we have the ears, the microphone or the uh, earphones. Uh, so we have the tongue and different type of sensors are there. So in the same way, the television set also has its own uh, circuit system. It has a speaker. It has, I assume that it has something like a camera. So it is somewhat similar to the physical body of a human being. Now, what Taren Mahas explains is that now it again has a system of vibrations there or the waves. So the television set is functioning uh, with some waves. Now, depending on the equipment, the what is created varies. Now, if it is a radio, it gives only the sound, isn't it? If it is a television set, which has only the capacity of the black and white, it will give a black picture. If it is a color TV, the color TV will give the sound and the color picture also. So you can see that waves are there. From the waves, something is created with the help of the sensors. Now, the if the sensor system is intact, and if the waves are there, if the waves are synchronized, something is created. So he explains very beautifully how we tune to different channels. Now, if you tune to a particular channel, it will say BBC or CNN or Al Jazeera or uh, uh, Derana in Sri Lankan for Sri Lankan people. So when you tune to that particular channel, you instantly create that channel in that on that screen, isn't it? The things become live there. So it's like a drama, isn't it? The drama is created there just by tuning. So what happens in this thing now? If you change uh, the tune number, you get a different channel. That means it's a different type of a drama. So drama, I don't mean that it is drama, but something which is shown on the TV, whatever whether it is a news item or a documentary or a teledrama, film, whatever, musical show, whatever, that can be tuned depending on how you are changing the channels. So different tuning means you are changing the channel and you are creating something instantly there. And this is actually beautifully explains how this current can create something similar in a different system. Now, this is the example that Aryan Mahase gave about how person's birth being born in a different life occurs. Now, this current is something that can use the word defilement, current, power, also the what word is the self. Now, all these words are being used to the same thing. And this current is not something that you can instantly switch off. Unless, of course, you know about this Dhamma and that uh, you are trying to switch off this current gradually. So for an ordinary person, what happens is this current actually is getting built up. So in other words, the defilements becomes more and more. Or in other words, self becomes stronger and stronger. So most of the time, by the time of the death, most people do have much stronger current than the one that they were born with. So this current is a one which is about the outcome, and that current is the one which is going to be synchronized to somewhere else. So R.N. Mahase gave that example. If this television set is broken here, that means the in physical body. It doesn't mean that the wave is gone. Wave is there. And if another television set is somewhere there, which is tuned to the same channel, you can get exactly the same thing there on that side, isn't it? So synchronization or telepathization of this current is explained it in that way. So that gives a very clear explanation how birth cycle is going. So what do we have to do? Switching off the complete channel from the transmission station, isn't it? If you switch off that completely from the transmission station, wherever the two television set is there, there's nothing to be uh, synchronized. So that is actually what the Dhamma is trying to help with, switching off. Until that happens, uh, your ending of one body is not going to stop. Current will continue to synchronize, even though it doesn't happen immediately. At some point, that synchronizes occur. So this is the the life pattern. This is a life cycle. And what is this current? It is something that we have to understand. How is it created? Current, as I mentioned, or the power, as I mentioned, is yourself. or the defilements, whichever the term you like to do, or your raga, dvesha, moha level. And uh, that is what is interpreted as myself. So this fact actually we didn't know for a long time what is meant by self. We were trying to get rid of the defilements. So the self was there, self was trying to get rid of the defilements. That was the foolishness. We didn't know actually that those were not two things, but it is the same thing. So if the defilements are completely faded off, there is no self left there because the defilement means it is a self. So at the level of the non-return or the anagami level, there are no defilements. No defilements means that self is gone. So this is a path that was explained by Lord Buddha. He mentioned about three levels: the Sotapanna, uh, Sotapanna, Sakrudagami, Anagami, and finally the Arhant level. If we try to sort of learn and know very briefly about this, R.N. Mahasi, of course, gives very beautiful explanations. Uh, my explanations will be grossly inadequate because uh, there are very many things for us to have the deep realization. But from the knowledge that I am having, if I say the the very first status or the Sotapanna state is actually the most difficult situation because that is a turning point. If a person reaches the Sotapanna state, there is no turning back. So that step is very important and also most difficult thing. But it's not difficult to understand also because we know there were 7-year-olds during Lord Buddha's time, including the rich lady called Vishaka. They reached Sotapanna state at the age of 7 years. And also we know about two children, Sunita and Sopaka, two boys who were kind of uh, ill-treated uh, by the family in one case. The other one was a very poor child who was doing a job for survival at the age of 7 years. So both of them actually reached the Sotapanna state within a short period. So that indicates that it is not something impossible. It is something even a child can understand. So Sotapanna state is also called stream enterer. You are entering the path and establishing your place. So that is what it means. Now, this all four, uh, R.N. Mahasi explains that the Margasita, Phalasita for all four. So altogether there are action minds. Margasita, he is in the path and he has reached the status. So for all four of them, there are Margasitas, that means a path, and the they are established up to that state. Uh, so, as I said, Sotapanna means stream enterer, and there is no worry about the samsaric journey thereafter because that person will definitely end up uh, like a river water, definitely ending up in the sea. This person will not be returning. He will end up in the final understanding, which we call as nirvana. So, for this Sotapanna state, actually, what you need is the menihikirima, or you have to actively do something that is also called savitaka. you do the active thinking, and that is how you reach this state, which sounds very simple, but at the same time, it's not easy also, because something you have been practicing for a long time, you have to reverse it. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we all uh, feel that outside world is true, isn't it? And the myself and outside world are two different things. What Lord Buddha explained and what Hans is now telling us in simpler forms is that the world is a complete 100% creation of the mind. And not only that, the myself is also part of that world. So myself is means the true world, so-called assumed world. So uh, the first step, or the stream mentor, what the stream mentor has to understand is that world is a creation of the mind, which includes the self. So there's no self. The thought about the self is completely uh, including the self. So there's no real self here. The self is also simply a part of that thought process. If that deep realization occurs, that person is called, has become Sotapanna. In other words, understanding it as 100% system functioning, and there's no self here. And these all are creations in the mind. So for that, you have to do the practicing. Practicing in the sense you have to start it with active thinking, and it becomes passive thinking subsequently when you go on doing it. And then finally, even the passive thinking disappears and it becomes feel. So these are the three stages that can happen. Uh, and this is the first level of contemplation that R.N. Mahansi has taught us in the four levels of contemplations uh, that he has been teaching us. So, the very first level of contemplation is to recognize that uh, everything is in the mind, everything is a thought. Now, how come does it? How come you explain that? Now, the couple of things that I mentioned earlier also, the shape seen is interpreted quickly, instantly as a banana tree. So actually, I had no idea about what is seen. The eye has the capacity only to take the photograph or to do the video clip, but the eye is not capable even recognizing the colors. I can only recognize or take a picture. It's a full camera function. And uh, the shape that was created by the eye becomes a squirrel as a thought. So, like that, if you look around or if you listen to the sounds that you are hearing, or maybe something that you felt, something you tasted, something, a smell that you felt, all those are being given the name or identification as a thought. So now you and me experience everything at that level. All are thoughts for you and me now. So this is the first practice, uh, first level of contemplation, where you have to go on doing it. Now, the thoughts are formed in such a speed. You are not capable of practicing this for each and every thought, of course. Uh, what you can do is whenever there is a significantly felt stimulus, just actively remind that this is a thought. Now, it may be a sound which was heard, a loud sound. Instantly, you feel a bit shocked with that sound, but that sound is a loud sound in front of your house, and it's simply a sound to the ear. Ear is not capable of identifying what the sound is, and you just go out to the entrance and you see that two vehicles have been collided with each other right in front of your house. So the thought called accident was created as a thought, isn't it? What the eye saw was a shape. What the ear picked up was a loud sound. Uh, and even the nature of it, the loudness is also just a part of the mind. Now, if it was heard to a like 6 months old baby, even if you take the baby to the door, the front doorstep, the baby will see it as a shape. Of course, the loud sound sometimes might disturb, and the baby will be startled and crying because of the loudness that makes it uncomfortable to the ear. Apart from that, there's no fear or there's no story behind that. So the baby will look at it, baby will see a shape, and the sound also was experienced. Nothing beyond that. No concerns, no stories, no recognition, that sort. This is what actually what Lord Buddha explained to the Bahia hermit. Uh, it's only a seeing at the eye level. It's only a hearing at the ear level, and there is no thing here. If it becomes a thing, then the self is there. So that is what Lord Buddha explained to the Bahia hermit. So for the child also, it's only a seeing. It's only a uh, hearing. But for you and me, what happens? It starts as a hearing and it starts as a seeing, and instantly the thought process comes, or the two cars have collided with each other. What was this man trying to do? Why did he come on the wrong side? And it's badly damaged. Must rush to the road and see who is injured. They might need some help, and I will give a call to the emergency lines, or maybe even get the ambulance. There'll be lots of screaming and there'll be a chaos. So you see how your vibrations are rising, isn't it, with the excitement and with the disturbing things that you are experiencing. So see the difference between the baby's mind and your mind. Your mind has created an accident in the mind as a thought. So the accident is 100% thought, isn't it? Where the small baby, 8, 9 months old baby, didn't have that thought. It was limited to a seeing and hearing only. But for you and me, it's a full story. The accident has occurred. And now, how did you know the accident? The thought called accident was created as a repetition of a previous thought, isn't it? Now, the little baby still didn't have that formed thought. We have a mental picture or a past thought which is labeled accident. And because you have seen events earlier, because you have seen them on the TV, because you have read them about on papers, because you have heard people explaining the accident. Now, from so many years, you have got that data called accident history. That accident is a one, that data which is going to be repeated here at this moment. So that is how you got an accident created in your mind as a thought. Now you will agree that it's a creation of mind. It's a creation, it's a thought. Simply, it is a thought, isn't it? So, if you analyze this process, how the accident came to the mind, the accident didn't shout and say that it's an accident. So, it has come from somewhere. As I said, if you dig deep into that, you will find out the different sources from where the thought was uh, fertilized and allowed to grow. So the thought was created as a result of the previous thoughts, things related to the accident, isn't it? So this is where we explain about Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnane and Chutupapata Jnane. That means the wisdom of knowing the past perceptions and wisdom of knowing the present perception or the present thought. So we just briefly mentioned about how the thoughts are formed already. So that thought is reproduced here at this moment as a new thought. So the accident was born in your mind just now, previous thought. That previous thought is also a collection of perceptions. So can you label any of them as true? No. So what happens when this when we uh, realize how these thoughts are formed? Gradually, the value which was given to each and every thought becomes less and less, isn't it? Now, this is what is explained by Asavakya Jnana, or the wisdom of getting the defilements faded little by little. The kiles or the defilements are fading off simply because the kiles means the real looking thoughts, alive thoughts, really existing thoughts. So when you realize that there is nothing called really existing, or you can't say whether there are any alive thoughts, when you realize that fact, uh, the value which was given to the thoughts are the one which will get less and less. So the thought called accident also will not be a very powerful one when you realize that it is just the function of the senses. Of course, you will go and help and do whatever is important to do at that time. But yourself, oh my gosh, there's an accident. I just want to do what happened and how careless these people are. And last week also there was an accident on this stretch itself, and I can see somebody's bleeding. Quickly inform them, the police, and get them down. Now these are uh, a flow, heavy flow of other thoughts are coming, and underneath all that, you have that burning feeling. You are really excited. You have lost your senses also when you see this such an instance. That is because that thought has been felt as real to you. So when you feel that a particular thought is real, always, always that is a defilement, always that is a self. It is a self which is trying to burn and trying to sort of jump up in excitement. So that is the Sotapanna, sorry, that is a Sakrudagami Marga, the path to the Sakrudagami state where it's it indicates, so it is felt that the defilements are little by little fading. If there is an accident, the way that you were excited in the past is not happening now. Of course, you will have some excitement, but you feel that it is becoming less and less. So that is the path to the Sakruragami state. And it will become more and more prominent. It will become more and more obvious with everyday activities. Now, you can take another example. Say, if a family member is taking alcohol and taking a lot of disturbances, doing disturbances at home front, right? I mean, there are quite a lot of instances like that that we hear. The sometimes the husband is taking regular liquor and he's coming home drunk. He's so disturbing at home. He's doing disturbances to the children also, and their studies being affected. The economical state is really badly affected. So these are very common things, uh, and people they describe such situations in the Zooms. So in such a situation, right at the beginning, what will be your level? What will be your state? You are very agitated, isn't it? When he's coming home, the moment that you see that the clock time is approaching the time that he's coming home, you can see how your current is rising, how your pressure and how your tension is rising. That means your defilements are waking up. That means your self is being agitated. The self weave is becoming stronger and stronger. And the moment he comes home and then starts his usual way of behaving at home, you can see that the power is rising more and more. Current is very powerful. There will be even the things like arguments, shouting, and sometimes even the physical violence. These are all part and parcel of that strong current, strong power. Now, for a person who does not have the self will, or in other words, for a person who knows that these things are created in the mind, this situation is created in the mind, uh, you can see that how the current on your side is slowing down. Actually speaking, R.N. Mahasi very beautifully explains that when a person's current or the vibrations are very high, it has some ability to synchronize to another one. So if you are angry and burning with rage, definitely it's going to be vibrated, or it's going to be synchronized to the other systems also. So if you are shouting or if you are angry, sh- trembling in anger, that definitely is going to be transmitted to the other systems also. So there will be more opposition from the other side. There will be more shouting and more physical violence even coming from that side. Now, it is even without Dhamma, you know that such situations will make everything worse, isn't it? So, what happens when a person understands these Dhamma facts? Understanding more means you realize that this drama is created in the mind, isn't it? When you look at the time, just see the pictures that is created in the mind. He's coming, and the actions, the routine things that is happening on everyday basis, which are very unpleasant. So all these things come like a part of the film in a thought, isn't it? And then the moment that he knocks on the door again, another uh, part of the film is being played. It's just a knock to the ear, isn't it? But the whole picture again is played again. Oh, he has come. and now it is going to happen. Now the drama is going to happen, and he will be behaving in this way, and the anger is going up. Now, see, it is see how the senses are functioning, and immediately the thought, the bulk is coming as a thought. And even now, just take some simple examples. Now, I am just taking this as a husband who is coming drunk most of the days home in the evening. So just the uh, picture to the eye, the clock, or just a sound to the ear, the tapping on the door, or just a smell to the nose. See, the rest of the complete film is created in the mind as a thought. And this is what you have to understand. So always keep on reminding, keep on actively thinking. This is a thought. This is a thought. All the goods and bads and all kinds of uh, qualities, measurements occur as a part of the thoughts. So this is the first step. As I said, it is the most difficult thing to get convinced, but it is the most important step that has to be uh, understood and has to be convinced. This is a thought. The whole world, the husband, his drunkenness, his behavior, they are all part and parcel of the film created in the mind, isn't it? The- It will be just a picture, it will be just a sound, it will be just a smell. All those are limited to those sense functions. But for you and me, we can't stop at that level now because the film has been started now. The production of the film has started. Once the film started forming, you can't put a stop to that. Only way is that you have to understand that it is a film. You are not going to take the role of an actor and going to live in that film and act a real role. What happens to you and me? We become really dedicated actors and we are living in that film and we are acting, isn't it? So, the person who is in the Sakrudagami Marga, the path, when this repeatedly these things are happening, the way that you react, the current that was created in the system on everyday basis becomes less and less. The beauty is that when the current on this side is becoming less, it actually uh, uh, it's actually synchronized to the other system also. It's very surprising and it is very beautiful to see how the other system is also gradually calming down. We have listened to so many stories like that in our Zoom discussions from our mothers, our Dhamma friends who have been experiencing such things, but subsequently they say that same thing is being happening, same experience, same stimulus is occurring, but I don't feel agitated now. I can feel definitely my current is now less, and the power which is created within me is much less. And the beauty is that other person is also seems to be calming down. You can't have a fight or an argument just being one sided, isn't it? You need two parties. When the other side, other party is slowing down, there is no way of starting a fight or no way of starting an argument. So this is the Sakrudagami Marge, and the Sakrudagami Pale means the established way that the current is minimal, the fire is minimal, the defilements are minimal. And the next step that is explained is the non return or the Anagami state. Actually, what is meant by anagami state? This is actually I'm trying to explain with my knowledge from what I have heard from our noble friend R.N. Vahanse. The anagami state means he completely knows, he has liberated from his mind also. The first level, we explain that it is always in the mind. The world is in the mind. Chittena niyati loko. World is a creation of the mind. That was the very first step. And when you understand that it is just the mind, as I said, the defilement starts fading off. And uh, next, next is actually the anagami or the non-returner state means he realizes, the system realizes that there is nothing permanent called mind also. There's no accident in the mind. There's no drinking husband in the mind. Uh, how does that happen? As I mentioned earlier, when the mechanism of this thought formation is fully understood, fully realized, it becomes very clear that thought is not something permanent. Thoughts are just uh, occurring instantly when the senses are combined together, when the sensor functions combine together. Thought is something then and they are formed. And thought is simply a creation, again, due to the speed. We know that the uh, sound is a creation due to the speed, and light is a creation at the eye level. Taste is a creation at the level of the tongue. Smell is a creation at the level of the nose. And the skin, the creations at the skin level are also just occurring at the skin level because of the speed. So if they are not true, the combination of those, which is a thought, cannot be true. So thought is also like a dream. It's a collection of perceptions, a sanya, a collection of sanya or collection of perceptions, something constructed then and there. The sanya is combined or happening fast to form the sankara or the construct. So constructs are not true. So in other words, the liberation of them from the mind means the thoughts are also fully realized as something which is not existing. So there's no existing accident, no existing drinking husband. Instantly they are created at that moment. And when the thought is focused to something else, that thought is gone away. So that level is a very important status where it is called non-returner. But still, that deep, subtle feel that the things are existing is there. That is your level of taints still persisting. Uh, and beyond that, it is that feeling that still the things are there, but he clearly knows that the world is not true, world is not outside, world is not in the mind either. But that feeling of existence is still continuing beyond the level of the non-returner. And from the level of the non-returner until the arhat's time, arhat state, this is what is gradually disappearing. And that, in other words, if there is a vibration of any level, that means a self vibration is there. So things are existing means in a subtle way, I am also existing. So the self vibration is still there until the end of it. Even though I explain it as in 4 stages like that, which I am telling you in my knowledge only, uh, they are actually not something like getting through an exam or jumping over a hurdle. it's a gradual process, and it's always a feel. It's something that the person has to feel it. You know that uh, most of these experiences uh, are uh, can be created as thoughts also, so you have to be very careful about that. The thoughts are something that can really mimic as if the person has reached that level. uh, so always the spiritual leader or the normal friend's guidance is important, and always we have to explain what we experience, then only you can find out your weaknesses. uh, the finding up about the self is something uh, that is frequently discussed in these Zoom discussions. And Narayan Mahase, in those discussions, try to take a person from the very basic level up to the level he experiences the nirvana that instance. What is meant by nirvana, he asks quite often, and it is that means a putting off fire, putting off the burning. That is a meaning in Pali and also in Sinhalese. Nirvana means you are switching off the current, or you are putting off the fire, extinguishing the fire. So you can use any of such words. Something which was burning is put off. So that is a basic meaning. And uh, putting off the fire is not something that you can do instantly. So, as the very first part, you have to have a very good understanding or very good knowledge about the darshan, how these thoughts are formed, how this thought process is happening. And as a knowledge, you should know all these things very clearly. And once you know it, then it will start coming into action. It will start getting applied to whatever the activities in the day to day life. Um, so that is called Krutya Jnana. And what happens is at some point, this automatic application will end up as a complete relaxed formation. We call it sukha, the ultimate state, where you do not have to think. It is just happening automatically, just a very calm and quiet, still feeling with whatever is happening in the uh, outside, so-called outside world. Uh, so the switching off of the current is something that is happening gradually, and that is something experienced by the self. That is something felt by the self or the system. In other words, switching off the current means actually the self itself is disappearing, the self is dissolving, and uh, it's something that an outsider may not be able to see. An outsider will not be able to recognize a change like that in a system, but it is the own system which will be able to experience such a difference. So the four levels of practical steps, the four levels of contemplation that R.N. Mahase is teaching us is based on this actually. It's a stepwise taking up of a person to the experience of the nirvana. He sometimes says actually the nirvana, experiencing the nirvana in in that instance is different from coming to the state or becoming the state of nirvana. So becoming that fully, becoming to that state fully is a level of the arhat state. Before that, each and every stimulus, each and every thought, a person will be able to experience just momentarily the nirvana. That means the no self experience. Things are happening without the self. So that is what it means actually. So Anand Mahase uses very simple words. In very simple terms, he explains how and when a system will realize that there is no self. In very simple terms, what he says is that if you have no burning or no fire in a particular stimulus, that instant you have experienced no self, or that experience you have just touched nirvana. But I'm sure there are so many instances that we are experiencing that. But unfortunately, we do not uh, recognize such situations. So when you are looking around, when you are hearing sounds, when you are feeling some smells, when you feel some tastes, and also when you feel certain things on the skin, uh, different situations, there are many instances where it's happening. You don't feel that it's happening to yourself, and there is no burn. So in such instances, what Aryan Hase says is that it's a brief uh, touching of the nirvana. But for that to happen, the very first important step has to be achieved. The very first important step is that the self weave has to be broken. The self weave has to be broken means that thought, taking everything in a thought, or the world becoming real and the self becoming real, that thought has to be completely destroyed. So, in other words, only if a person does not have the self weave can touch the nirvana in some of the stimuli. A person who has a strong self weave, you can't talk about touching the nirvana. So, how the what is meant by breaking the self weave? That is what I explained as the Sotapanna state, which is the very beginning, very first step, and the most difficult step, I would say. So, Sotapanna state means breaking the self weave completely, which means that uh, the thought that outside world is real, which includes myself, is completely understood as wrong. It's something like when you see the reflection on the mirror, you are very clear that there is no real person in that mirror, isn't it? And uh, when you see mirage, you very clearly you know that there is no water in that. So it has to be an understanding like that, a very clear, very well convinced understanding that there is no real world outside. There is no real world outside means you the system knows that everything is a creation in the mind. And also not only that, you know, the system knows that there is nothing called myself also, because myself is also just a part of that thought. So complete reversion from the reflected world, completely turning it inwards. And now these are all thoughts, all thoughts. So when you see it from that angle, the value which was automatically tagged to the things outside in the world are not there. So that is the beauty of it. Now, the value if you take uh, the value you gave as your child or your husband. Uh, you have given a value to the uh, husband. But if it comes as simply a thought rather than a really existing husband outside, if it is taken as the thought, you can feel that automatically that value which was given is not there, isn't it? So breaking the self view is the most difficult thing, and also breaking the self is the must, and that is the first step in this path. And for a person who has no self view, that means sotapanna, thereafter the path is opened, and uh, in each and every moment, wherever there is no burn, the nirvana is the one which is touched. That experience is received each and every time where there is no burning in relation to the stimuli. So the the Sotapanna state is something easier, according to Lord Buddha, for a child, because the conceptions or the drushtis, the misconceptions are much less in a child's mind. For you and me, we have got so many added drushtis to this, so it is not easy to get rid of those drushtis. So this is just a small outline about from the things that I have heard and the things that I got cleared, some simple explanations. Mm, and it's not something like getting through an exam. It's something that will happen gradually. So for each and every step, that each and every way, uh, actively certain things have to do. Actively, you have to use your own thoughts to get rid of the thoughts or understand the thoughts, and then the active thinking is not necessary after some time. You will have the passive thinking, and then finally it comes as a feel. Now, for you and me, that the fact that there is no real person in the mirror is coming as a feel, and for you and me, the fact that there is no water in the mirage is coming as a feel. So it has to be like that. The deep realization means that it has to come as a feel, it has to occur as a feel. And there are lots of pitfalls in this Dhamma path. We know that the self perception means that once the self view is gone, still you feel that the self is there. It's not a thought now. You know you have got rid of the thought. Thoughts are not coming anymore. But that feel underneath, hiding, is there, that the self is there. So self perception is the one which is exposed now when the thoughts are gone. So the self perception is something that you have to understand as the feeling that still I am existing, or still I am seeing the things. When you look at the banana tree, even though you do not use the words and say, you have that feel that uh, I am seeing, isn't it? And similarly, when you hear a sound, just underneath that hearing, you have that feel that it's me who is hearing. So actually, is that the way? No, actually, seeing happened at the eye level. The hearing happened at the ear level, and that seen by myself is something that we have been practicing over the time, and it is still coming as a habit. So getting this self uh, perception out is something that will happen gradually. And uh, when you realize that this is only the sensors which are functioning, and even the sensor creation is also just a creation, just nothing true. Uh, the final thing that there is no self here. It is just a system which is functioning. That truth comes to the surface. So the system realizes that it is a system. They are never self there. They are never a self existed here. So the life will continue as long as the physical body is functioning, but without a self. Uh, the thoughts are formed, but the thoughts are not felt as my thoughts. Thoughts are not felt as self, uh, but there won't be any difference in the way that the functions are occurring. In the normal way, normal functions occur, normal day to day activities will occur, and very, very much relaxed, very much calm down situation. Uh, so, this is the life of the Arhants. They communicate with the world in the same way, but they know that nothing is true here. So a person might feel that, oh, it is very awkward to feel like that. The person might sometimes, a person who is listening to this Dhamma might say, what nonsense? How can you live with that feeling that nothing is true? Uh, haven't you played in a playhouse with your child? Uh, have you ever joined the playing in the playhouse with a child? I mean, you will be mimicking the things, isn't it? You will help the child to do various things. You are more than happy at that time. I'm sure you have helped children to build some sand castles in the beach. You know that it is not something permanent. You know that it is not a real sand, this thing. But the child feels that it is real, isn't it? He will say that we will put a path from this side. We will make a window here. So the child is really playing in that drama, but you know that it is a drama, isn't it? But still you enjoy, and the child also doesn't realize that you are playing uh, with the child. Child feels it real. So it's something like that. The arhants will have the balance. They know that uh, nothing is real, nothing is existing, but still they mimic as if they are taking it as true. They react with the world in the same way, but the current on this side is gone down. Current is zero on this side. There's nothing to be synchronized to another life. So until the physical body comes to an end, they will liberate from both sides and they will have a neutral, balanced life pattern. And uh, one example I have heard is that it's something like a person who is waiting until the monthly salary is received. So he continues to work until the monthly salary is received. So the arhants also like that. They continue to live until the physical body comes to an end. Uh, so we, our Aryan Mahansi is trying to actually revive this true, beautiful Buddhist teachings. Now, most of the Buddhist teachings are covered by lots of colorful activities, which some of them actually have been just created for the survival by the uh, and some of the influencers are from the other religions. And people accept those practices very happily because they are easy to perform and they are easy to understand. Actually, Lord Buddha did not say anything about easy things. The Lord Buddha said that Buddhism is for the wise people. So, truly, it is a difficult thing to understand. But if it is a truth, there's no point of going behind the easy things, isn't it? And uh, even though it is difficult, an attempt has to be made. It's nothing to do with the intelligence, actually. It's nothing to do with the uh, level of education, because we know that uh, people who didn't have any basic education in Lord Buddha's time has understood this Dhamma. So therefore, no one should get disheartened because they don't know much Pali, they do not know much sutras, and they haven't uh, listened to many Dhamma facts. So those are not actually valid reasons. We invite you to join these Buddothpado sermons because our RN Mahase explains the things in very simple manner and with simple examples which are quite compatible with our day-to-day experiences. So it's easy to understand. So more and more listening means from one point it starts clearing up. Now we know some of our friends who have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. Once I remember they says that I didn't do anything else but just continued listening. I didn't give up anything at the beginning. We know that when something is repeatedly mentioned or when something is repeatedly bombarded, uh, it starts getting established, isn't it? So similarly, when the same facts are being again and again heard, you feel that some form of a flicker of light is coming from one end, and that light will become stronger and stronger, and it will become more clearer, showing the path. So simply because this looks different from the traditional uh, Dhammadeshana that you have heard, do not give up. Just listen to them more and more. Maybe if you want to continue with what you are listening already, you can continue. There's no issue at all. But at some point, I will assure you that you don't feel like listening to anything else. You completely feel like turning to this side. So that's the beauty of it. And almost all our friends says that for so many years, we never listened to anything else but only to Buddhottpada sermons. That is because the things become clearer and clearer when you continue to listen. Things become more and more obvious. Things become more and more clearer. And at one point, you can see very clearly how it is being applied to the day to day things, life events. It gets beautifully worked out with what Aranhas is explaining. Oh, yes, the Aranhas explained it in this way. I felt it in the same way. Exactly. Very beautifully it tallies with the findings. So, this is how our friends are explaining their experiences. So, uh, always, continue to listen to the Dhamma sermons. And we know the Sinhalese speaking people have many more opportunities. And even for the Tamil speaking people, we have a Zoom discussion once a week. Uh, and there are practical programs, as we have been explaining. So, all those informations you can get from the website that I mentioned at the beginning, www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com. For the English speaking people, www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia is written as one word. So you can have some connection, some sort of idea about the programs and how to connect to them. And then finally, you will be able to join this stream along with many thousands of people, and you will be able to understand the Dhamma facts more and more clearer. Uh, and there's nothing to sort of remember actually. It's not a syllabus that we have been telling always. It's not a syllabus. It's not something that you have to buy heart. Uh, Once you come to that understanding, it's going to be permanent. So the fact that if you understand them when you hear the Dhamma sermon, that is what is important. Sometimes people say that I can't remember anything that was mentioned in the Dhamma sermon. Don't worry about that. If you could understand at that moment, if you could, uh, I mean, clearly follow what R.N. Mahanse was saying, or whoever the sermon was doing, if you could understand at that time, that is what is important. And when you hear the same fact again and again, you will realize that it becomes more and more clearer. Actually, Dhamma means the day to day life. Every event that is happening can be explained from the Dhamma perspective. Your preparedness or your willingness to take it up is the most important thing. It's difficult, or this is not the time, maybe I will do it later. Maybe I will listen to something more simpler and then come to this later on. These are some of the silly excuses that the mind is giving. Because we have been giving those silly excuses all this time, we are again here, isn't it? I mean, all this samsara journey has carried us because we have been giving those silly excuses and postponing the things and taking up the more comfortable and more convenient things as options, which shouldn't be the case actually, because you and me are born as human beings now, and you and me are hearing this true Dhamma this time. And it's very clear that Nirvana is something that doesn't need to be postponed. Nirvana is something that you can realize in this birth itself, which is the 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 beautiful explanation of R.N. Mahanse, because we had that concept that it is not easy to achieve, maybe in so many births later. So we were kind of uh, looking forward, not understanding that we are just standing on the nirvana itself. So it can happen in this life, it can happen in this moment itself. So only thing is that you need to pluck up your courage. You need to have your determination. You need to have your willingness to see this Dhamma. So that is completely up to you. And you have got everything else set around you, ready. Everything is ready for you. And only the signal should come from your side to understand this Dhamma at this moment. And which is possible, definitely possible. And you can do it. That is the direct assurance which came up even from Lord Buddha's time, and now it is coming from our R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend, that you can reach nirvana, or you can understand, you can achieve nirvana in this life itself, because you and me have suffered enough. We have had such a long suffering throughout this samsara journey. We don't want to continue this. And we do not know if we miss this chance, we do not know when we will be able to reach such a such a vital, such an important and valuable opportunity. We may or may not get. We don't know actually when it will occur. So therefore, we should be wise enough to realize that this is the instance, this is the chance that we have got, and we should quickly jump at this uh, opportunity and make use of it. So, what we advise, what we request you is to join these sermons, listen to these sermons. You can get down the books, and the contact numbers are there uh, in those websites. So you can get down the books if you are willing to read them, or you can continue to listen to these sermons. Uh, Join the discussion session if possible from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's very nice to have more new people asking questions, and which will open up some beautiful pathways to discuss. So I will conclude the session from here. Uh, I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Avaran Vahanse, who is taking an immense effort to give this Dhamma to the world. And at the moment, he is touring in the remote areas of the country, giving this Dhamma to the people in the remote villages. Actually, those mothers who are from very basic lifestyle levels uh, are embracing this Dhamma very willingly. So they are fortunate to hear them directly from our noble friend Aryan Vahanse. So in years to come, I think this will be a unique teaching or unique pattern in the whole country, uh, and even making the our monks also to take this path uh, rather than that traditional type of things that they have been doing in the temples. So Thiruvan Saranayar and Mahas, I worship you, and um, may all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem.
fellow seekers who have united not by coincidence, but by a shared clinging towards truth, freedom, and inner peace. This quiet morning offer us more than a routine, I think. So it's just an invitation, kind of invitation to pause, to reflect, to awaken to Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense, the truth. So it gives kind of opportunity for all of us to be awakened to the truth. With deepest reverence, I begin my offering, my humble worship to our noble teacher, Buddothpado and whose boundless compassion and unwavering insight continue to guide us towards the true liberation, towards the proper understanding. So, Teruvan Sarai to all of you who are present here, and your presence is a blessing to this collective journey. So, we gather here not simply to hear words, but to not simply to hear a continuous kind of sermon, but to understand, to contemplate, and to deeply internalize the truth that Lord Buddha compassionately revealed over 2600 years back. This Dhamma is not only timeless, it is timely, always ready to meet us where we are, to show us the path when we already walk in it. So it sheds lights on our path. So that's why we say this is the era of Buddothpada, rebirth of Buddha. So that doesn't mean a, a person called Buddha has been born. The truth is getting revealed day by day. So, and today, what we are doing, we walk the path together. Maybe in on their own phase. That doesn't matter. All of them are moving towards the same direction. So every morning we begin by reading the English book series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. It is a kind of profound collection of teachings that provide a structure and the direction for our reflections. So these texts are available in our main website. Our website is www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com website. So these resources are available in Sinhala, Tamil, and English. So they are free to download, and I urge you to visit that particular site and read them attentively. If you have any questions, you can bring them up here. So, so currently we are focusing the True Dhamma has awakened, the sixth volume of this True Dhamma has awakened book series. So, and also I would like to remind you that those who have more analytic, scientific kind of exploratory mind, I warmly invite them to explore our new website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So it has been designed to bridge Dhamma with the modern inquiry. So it shows how the age-old truths harmonize with what we are beginning to discover through modern science. So especially for the younger ones, this website has been developed for you. Please visit to that website as well. If you have any questions on that, please feel free to bring up them here, and we can discuss them openly, and we have the opportunity to ask directly from our noble friend as well. So before we turn to today's reading, let's briefly revisit some key points from past sessions until our Dhamma friends get joined, so we can I will try to recap some important points that were there in previous discussions. So we reflected on one of the most essential teaching of Buddha: the six sense bases are the world. That means Vinaya loke abhidda domanasanam kaye kana pasini viharati. This meaning is very profound. Everything we call the world arises within the framework of our six senses. So at a glance, if you think, oh, what was the sixth one? What is the sixth one? We have only five senses now. So yes, if you see an animal or another human being, so you will see the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the skin sensor, but you don't see the sixth sensor. What is the sixth sensor? Sixth sensor is the mind, but unfortunately it can be visualized externally. But are we seeing the real sensor? So people think the mind is in the brain. Some people think it is in the heart. Some people say it has no place. Yes, we have to know these things. Chitte niyati loko. That is Buddha's word. What is that? It says Your mind is your world. So if Buddha says like that, so we have, so does that mean the world is in our brain or in our heart or somewhere else? So this has to be clear for you, how this mind gets created, how you assign a place to that mind. Does the mind has some place in your body? So these are the questions we have. But in Lord Buddha has already explained it very nicely, how this mind gets created. The sense, you know all about the five, most of the things about the five senses. So they are just capturing the change. Whatever the change occur, they are able to capture it. So the capability of capturing the change will differ from one species to another, one animal to another. So for an instance, we can say, you already know, the dog can hear the higher frequencies. Its hearing frequency range is more wider than human beings. So as you know, human beings are able to hear the frequencies in between 20 hertz and 20,000 hertz. But for the other animals, especially for the dogs, the range is more wider than that. I think it goes up to the 40,000 as far as I know. So similarly, the vision, the capability of capturing kind of image is the functionality of the external eye. So it also differs from one animal to another. And within the human species also, one individual might see better than the other individual. So, and also human, so these five senses concept can be applied to humans. But for another, if you take another animal in the animal kingdom, so it might have more than that, more than that number of senses. They may have ultraviolet sensors as well. That means it can, they might be able to capture the ultraviolet rays. But unfortunately, we can't see the ultraviolet rays. And also some might capture the X-rays, but we can't see. What we see in the X-ray film is, so the X-rays can penetrate our body, can go through and through our body. But for an instant, you try to think from that particular animal's angle. Will it see this kind of a human body? No. Why? He sees the X-rays. So X-rays can penetrate our body, especially fleshy areas. but it can't penetrate the bones. So for that kind of particular animal, it might see humans as skeletons. So they might see, wow, skeletons are moving here and there. So what sort of a thing that would be? But we don't have that ability. We only see a very narrow range from the visual spectrum of light. So that is the limitation of our eye faculty. So I discussed the ear faculty. So now I am discussing the eye faculty. So at the same time, so if you get the skin sensor, so we can feel the touch and also the pressure and pain and the temperature. So those receptors are there in our skin sensor. But other than those kind of sensation, won't there be another kind of sensations? But can we see? No. Can we feel? No. Can we feel the gravity activities? So scientists have found out there is something called gravity. But can we feel the gravity? No. Only if you move away from this planet, you will feel a kind of a lightness of your body. So that makes you to feel there had been something in the earth. But in the moon, when you go to the moon, you don't feel your weight even. So that comparison make you to feel that there had been a gravity in the earth. But we haven't felt it. We don't feel it. And imagine if you stand upright position, how much pressure had been exerted by the air column which sits on your shoulder. It is a huge pressure. Scientists have found out the pressure is tons, more than tons. So do you feel that you are lifting that much of pressure on your shoulders, from your shoulders? No. So this is the thing. And also imagine, under the water, under the sea, there are certain creatures living. So the pressure under the sea about 1, 2, 3 kilometers below the water, huge pressure is there. So even if you swim, you can't bear that pressure. Definitely you will die. But certain animals live peacefully. And also, the same time, the penetration capacity of the light is very limited when you go down uh, in the sea. So I think more than 1 kilometer, it can't go beyond that. So under the sea is so dark, but animals live. So they find their prey, they do, they reproduce, they hunt, they do what the, everything that we used to do. that we are doing, the similar things that we used to do without light, under immense pressure that is exerted by the water column, like this. So everything is relative to the capabilities of your senses. So why we are telling those things about these senses? Because you have to know the world you live in is the world that is created for you through the senses. So you are comfortable when senses, when the senses get its inputs up to its threshold. But you will some kind of uncomfortable state if it is exceeds that threshold, if the stimulation exceeds that threshold. So we'll take an example. So if you hear a very loud sound, the sensors can't bear it. So you feel so irritated. Oh yes. So that means your sense, the capabilities, the ability or the capability of the limitation is exceeded in your senses. So then what will happen? So if you hear a loud sound, what will happen? The body, unknowingly, the body automatically start to react. So what will happen? You cover up your both ears from using your both hands. So it automatically happens when some object directly comes towards you. What will happen? Unknowingly, your eyelids tends to close. So did you think can do it? No, it automatically happened. So likewise, sensors have their own protective mechanisms as well. So think about these things. So what is the mind? Mind is also, so we didn't know, we thought there is, we still people think the mind belongs to the brain. But just after a death, we'll say, so brain is there, brain matter is there, but can he or she think? No. So if brain is, so think these things, all the sensors would be there just after the death. Eyeball is there, eardrum is there as normal, a skin sensor is there. But does this dead body can feel anything? No. See anything? No. Likewise, the this sensation, the ability of these senses are what do you call for that? are getting created with some kind of an energy. So, so if some kind of an energy would generated, that the, we can say the sensor is functioning. So it can produce some energy. So as long as the sensors can produce energy or some power, so we can say the sensor is functioning. So what happens is this production of energy part is lost when you die. So brain matter is there, eyeball is there, eardrum is there just after the death. But you can't hear, you can't see. But that cadaver can't feel anything because the the production of energy within those what you call sensors will no longer be happening there. So then it comes a question, how this energy gets generated in that sensors. That is the point. That is the point. Because whenever there is kind of energy being generated within that sensor, that makes us to feel the proper sensation, that particular sensation. So if the energy is produced in the eye, so it will create some kind of a sensation. So what is the sensation? The light. So the sensation is felt as light. So we call the perception of light. And also, as long as long as the energy is some kind of a energy is generated within the ear, we call the ear is functioning. So if the ear is functioning, how do you know? We tend to hear sounds. So that energy can produce sound. So sound has not been there earlier. So it is the functionality of the faculty. The producing sound is the functionality of this faculty, ear faculty. Producing light is the functionality of the eye faculty. Producing tactile stimulation is the functionality of the skin sense. So every sensor give rise to a kind of feel. The feel is represented as either as light, either as sound, either as pressure, either as temperature, and so on. So what happens next? Then we feel that light is there, light is there. So then what happens? Unknowingly, all these electrical sparks, electrical signals get blended up. So get together and form another kind of sensation. So that is the perception of chair. So that is the entity that you see. That is the entity that you touch. That is the object that you uh, uh, hold. So the object that you hold at this moment. So for an example, I'm holding my phone in my left hand. So I feel the firmness and the weight and also the temperature, and I see the phone through my eyes. So all these sensations are there in that particular object. We can't separate these feelings, but all these feelings come through the senses. So think, now the worldly object, the object that we refer as the world, is now got created, has now got created. The phone. So this phone is the production. If you analyze it backwards, there's this phone which is in my hand, which is seated in my hand, is the is a production of all the faculties. So it is a collaborative work that has been carried out by all my senses. So senses, now we are clear that how the senses are become responsible for creating a world for you, a worldly object for you. But the similar principle can be applied to your figure as well. So you think you are a tall person, you are a dark guy, or you are a fair person. So how this perception came into your mind? Because when you go in front of a mirror, you see your own body reflection. You see your reflection. So from that you come to a conclusion kind of thing. So that figure is mine. So that figure has been created through in your faculties. I sensor mainly. So now what is happening? You tend to feel like the person who is holding this phone is the person I saw in that mirror. So that's how the way that this entire linkages is being built, are being built. So the self, so as long as you take this phone is real, because you don't intentionally take it as real. So that is obvious. You don't want these things to be taken as real initially. But the due to the functionalities of the collective functionalities of these sensors, this object has been created as real for you. So involuntary, what has happened? This object is real. There is a person who is talking through this object as well. So two things get created in this very moment. So, but if you analyze backwards, you will tend to understand. So all of them are creations of your own senses. own faculties. So faculties create the perception of light. Eye faculty, ear faculty creates the perception of sound, and all these things come together and mind. So when it combines each other, when it accumulate into one certain point, for that we call the mind. For that's why earlier I told we can't assign a particular place to the mind. So to do, yeah, that is it. So we can't assign a place to mind. It is whenever these perceptions get created, initial perceptions get created, we can't prevent them aggregating. They aggregate each other in a fraction of a second, and it creates an object. So that objects make you to feel as real. So as soon as it is felt real, you feel that you are the one who is perceiving that real entity. So what is the ultimate result? Creation of the soul, creation of the self. Initial stimulation that is created within a faculty ultimately lead to make a soul that is really existing. So soul in the sense, the sense of aliveness. Feel like it's alive. We are alive. So then what comes? So if the object is there, if the self is there, so it tends to keep it going. So it gives another kind of a feeling to make it sustain, to keep it going. So it comes again and again. So it starts to establish the self. So that is the soul. So that makes us to feel I, me, mine. So I am the one who had been born on that particular day. I am the one who went to that particular school. I am the one who graduated from that university. I am the one who is doing this particular job at this moment. So likewise, the self and the time also gets created in that way, the time frame. So I am the one who's supposed to die in that particular, if I reach to that particular age. And also death and the birth also get created at the same time. So that is the fundamental fact that has been hidden from the world, and for so many years now it has been revealed. So it was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. That is true, but it has been covered under the sands of time. So now it has been revealed. So this non-soul Dhamma. So this is the Dhamma that had been revealed by Lord Buddha. Even though you think that you are living, there is no person here. It has to be understood. So why you say so? There is no person. Because you don't know, as long as you don't know the mechanism, it will become another thought. So thought won't help you to get free from the notion of the self. But if you know the mechanism, how the self get created through your faculties, so that will help, and that will eventually push you towards the liberation. So it is not done by anybody else, not either by you. It will automatically happen, but you get to know this is a certain mechanism. This is the Chitta Niyama that has been preached by Lord Buddha. How this mind gets created. The mind is the world. So this mind, then you will realize the world you live in is a creation of your own mind. So why do you bother about that? Why do you make attractions, aversions, and so on? It is useless because this is your own mind. Mind is it has not been there. It is get created then and there with the sensory faculties, with the help of the sensory faculties. So why do you bother these things about these things? So there's nothing, there's no use. So if there is no person or no soul here, would there be a person to die? No. Have I born about 40 years back? No. It is also a thought. It is also another kind of signal that received through the senses. It is kind of another input that has been given. So what sort of a world would be? There's no such a world as we think. There is no such a world as we think. So if the world is real, this world should be perceived equal to each and every animal in this world. It is not like that. Most of the animals have 2D vision. Some might have 360-degree visual field. So their world might be very different from ours. And we can't even imagine how they live in a 2D world. So we are living comfortably in a 3D world. Some animals might have more dimensions than ours. So they might think how these human can live in this world without 6D vision. So this world is not the world we think, as we think. So it is limited to the capability of our own senses. So I think now we have Dhamma friends here in this forum. So Theruvan Saranai everyone. So we can start discussing whatever the topic we can discuss about. So I can see Dr. Kokila is also here. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Do you have anything to say?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. I would like to ask a question from you because I just finished listening to your early morning Zoom discussion, and one of the mothers asked how to find out whether a person or a system has achieved the 4 steps separately. From the first step, how to find out whether the system has qualified to reach the second step. I would like to sort of hear from you more about it, and also I think some explanation in English will help all our other friends who are not speaking Sinhala. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. අරණන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Actually, yeah, it was a question. The question is in itself is incomplete because question implies that we haven't understood the Dhamma properly as well. So the question was wrong as well. So I didn't actually go into that detail in that. How the question is wrong is because there's no such thing. There's no like um, one demarcation here. If there is one demarcation, then it can't be the thing. So only thing we can talk about that is we have steps in the Pratipada, the program we talk about a lot, which is very, very effective. And the question was, I will reiterate on that question. So the question was, we have 4 steps. The first step is the one where we talk about we haven't perceived outside at all. Actually speaking, we have never perceived outside as at all. So do we understand that? Do we understand that the outside world is a thought? In that stays the thought of me or my or I is also there. So that one, the question was, the second one is like, I'll tell the 3-4 steps that we talk about. So the second one is that this thought is not actually real. It's actually a combination of all the other 5 sensory organs. The third one is that what we feel is the sensory organ. There's nothing like I feel or anything. It's if you feel something, that is the sensory organ. So function of the sensory organ, and even that is actually not existent. It is felt because of its speed of the vibration, and in that there's no self. So those are the rough idea of the 4 steps. So what that mother actually asked was, how do you know when to be satisfied that you have done enough? First one, that question itself is wrong, because there is nothing like that. Actually, there's nothing like that. So what happens is, if you really understand that, then you automatically you are in the mind, in the sense you would not pay much attention. No, you can't say you not pay much attention. Also, there's so many bias in these words. You would know that you have no experience of outside at all. It would be your own mind that you are feeling. If that is the case, the burning that you get, or the agitation you get, is really low. But in that, actually, we can't be satisfied with our steps, because we feel the change. We can't really be sure that we have achieved anything. And in saying that, so if we talk about this further, if you are actually in the second step, in one moment, in one stimulus, it's only talked in one stimulus, because you can't really talk about that in various stimulus, because various stimulus could be different. And in one stimulus, if you feel that the actual, even the if it is the chair, if the chair is actually the what you feel as chair is that the feeling that you have that it is existent. This is very subtle. So to come to that, you have to pass all those 4 steps anyway. So I don't know whether I'm telling it properly even. So how would you identify you have done enough? Number 1, there's nothing like that, because there's no enough number 1. And if someone asks, have I done enough number 2? No, there's no enough number 2 either, because there's nothing enough here, because in each and every stimulus, this can happen differently. So what happens when we see this once, all 4 steps, if you feel that, if all the 4 steps are felt in one stimulus, imagine it is the flow or a sound of a bird. So the sound of a bird, if you felt it as your like a perception, and you know that that perception is felt because of the rapid vibration or the speedy vibration, then automatically you will feel the non-vibration. So that's how it happens. That's all the 4 steps in one go. That itself is not the end of this keles, or what do we call that? Not end of all the defilements we have. It's not the end. It is actually that you just, in one fraction of a second, one stimulus, you have felt this. That's all. Actually, there's nothing more than that in that. But what happens when you feel the whole 4 steps in one stimulus? You get the essence of it. That's all. You get the essence of it. What is the essence of it? Essence of it is, like, the meaning of it is, you come to know that how you have been feeling all this time as feel of existence, and how you feel when there's no feel of existence. That's the only difference you get. You just kind of know. It's just an experience. You kind of know. Then can we say that is enough? Well, no. Actually, what happens is, when you get to know that, okay, this is how you are born, this is how you are actually devoid of that feel, or the feel of existence, then you don't need someone to remind you, or yourself to remind you, that outside is actually a perception of your own mind. You don't need a reminder. You don't need an alarm. You don't need anything. It becomes like kind of an understanding. It's like a child understanding that this is an apple. It's the same way, but this is kind of a reverse thing, that you understand that apple is actually a perception, nothing else. You can't actually experience an apple outside. Then you don't necessarily need any more pressure to understand the first bit of it, because you know that first bit actually is about the thoughts. First 3 things about concepts, or right vision, or is all about the thoughts, how you think about it. The first 3 things are like how you think about it, because It's how you think matters most. The angle you think matters most. So this is one stimulus which has all 4 steps in it, that you have experienced, that changes the way you look at the life, the way you look at your experiences. That's all. So can I say then that is enough? I don't know. That's not how it is put. I think we can say you don't need to, because you are now, you don't need confirmation again and again to tell the mind that outside is a mirage. You don't need to reiterate that all the time to the mind, because you have felt it. You know that it's just thoughts, and you know that feel of existence was actually a misconception, or actually a wrong concept. So you come to know the right vision. You came to know how this started. It started with the wrong vision. Wrong vision, thinking that there's someone who is experiencing these things. So with this understanding, you continue to do the 4 steps anyway, but actually saying the first one will be buried in number 2, I would say. I don't know how to put that in other words. It will be in that. So number 1 will be in that. If you have felt this once, at least the 4 steps in one go in one stimulus, the first one would get buried in the number 2. So they become one. So then all the perceptions, they still have a value, but you know that this is the thing, that we are not talking about chair here. Actually, chair equals to you. So you still feel you, in the sense you still have the perception of self, but you don't need to reiterate to yourself that it is a mirage, because you know already. So you don't have to go back to step 1 always, because it's been proven to you kind of by an experience. So what happens is, still the perception of self is there, because all the perceptions are still valuable to you. In the sense, not valuable, but there is a value to them. And the life goes on. The problems go on. You feel you. That's how I can say. The words can be wrong. You will feel you. And the more you feel you, more you will understand how you feel yourself. And this would be an experiment, because you know that there is no self, because you have experienced it already, how you feel without the perception of self. You know that how it would feel. The feel when there is no feel of existence. But when you come back to it, because you felt it only in one particular stimulus, so one particular thought, you continue to feel this feel of like this alive feel. You continue to feel that, and the more you understand about it, more you understand how it is born or how it is arising. And there you feel less defilements, because already your You're not extending you already know everything is limited to perceptions. So your actions would be different. Your actions become different. Different in the sense, not to the outside world. It would look similar, but in yourself, you will feel less burning. Comparably, that will keep improving. That is the level that you will feel the defilements slowly fading away, because you keep understanding, but you will still have the self-perception, Atma Sanya. It will be there until you become an Arahant, which is the last step. So the question, again, going back to the question, when would you decide that this is enough? That question is wrong, because you can't decide. You're deciding something, you are there. It's not something like that. Because just by feeling these 4 steps in one go, you realize that there's no self, but that doesn't help you. It does help you, because that gives like a clear understanding that even though there is a thought that there is self, that thought is wrong. You look at the mirror and you said, this is me, or you acted as you are there, but you have understood that that is not true. So you don't take really the chair is outside. You know that it's just a sign, or just a perception. So you will automatically be in the second step. Then for a long time you will feel that you are in the second step. But what happens is, you're mastering the perception of self. Actually, that's what happens. You're mastering why you feel the self, in spite of you knowing that there is no self. So even after feeling the truth, you still feel the self. And more you become the master of knowing how this self arises, more you become like, it becomes easier for you to understand. This is how the self-perception arises. This is really becomes a challenge, because just because you have an understanding that there is no self doesn't help, because you feel alive, basically. So that's a challenge, and you take it well. I think everyone takes it well. Everyone in this forum takes it well. Everyone listening to our master takes it well, because there's a challenge. You know the truth. What is the truth? There's no self, but it's a thought, but you still feel alive. And you come to know how this happens, and you come to know that happens in several occasions where you research about it. You research about it. The more you research about it, more you get insight about it, because you understand, okay, this self-perception is equal to the chair. How is it equal? Because you feel chair is there. That chair perception, if there is a value to that perception of chair, it is the same thing as self-perception. This research goes on and on, goes on and on. And okay, imagine that someone has understood that perceptions are also perceptions, that there's no value in perceptions, even that they will feel so much lighter, so much better. Still, the perception of self would be there because you feel everything now. You feel the world, you feel the vibrations, and in that you will realize the third one. But then, if you actually come into the third one, you have to kind of research about the second one a lot, and you have to feel it. You have to feel that the perceptions are actually perceptions. They're just perceptions. They're just vibrations. The more you feel it, more you research about it, more you pay attention to these things, more you understand how your feeling of feel of existence occurs, then you will understand your own vibration, whether it is light, whether it is sound, whether it is the body parts like the tongue or the nose or the bodily sensations or thoughts. You will feel them more and you will understand that itself is your vibration. Then the third step comes into light, because third step itself is to understand that whatever you feel is just felt because of the sensory organs you have. Mind is one thing, don't forget that. It's the thoughts and the occurrence of thoughts is called mind. There's no such thing called mind. So the rapid occurrence of thoughts gives you the alive feel. So you keep understanding this, you keep researching about this. Actually, there's no one researching about it. You feel more. You feel more about of existence, because in the second step you felt more about your self-perception, and you in this third step also you feel even more about that. What is your vibration? What is this? How this vibration is going to go on, keep how it traveled so far, or how it would travel so on. So you would feel that. And I think the more you go to the depth of this, it becomes easier for you to understand your vibration. And the more you give that, more you see the truth in that. What is the truth? Truth is actually, it is the function of the sensory organ. So the ability to give, give the vibration for the organ, or in the sense, the light. Because there's nothing you feel other than these sensory organs. It's only those 6. If you're feeling something, it's through only of these 6. The main problem is the 6th one, where you feel the rapid occurrence of thoughts. You feel like it's a thing. You feel like it's like you give value to that. It happens automatically. There's no one actually feeling that, because you are in the feeling level. So the more you understand that feel is also part and parcel of your organs, then it becomes easier for you to understand the non-vibration. So this is kind of like a step. So if someone asks, like the one question asked by that mother in the similar discussion, there is no hard and fast demarcation when I am going to understand or stop doing number one or stop doing number two or stop doing number three or stop doing number four. There's nothing like that, and the question is wrong, because if you're thinking it as such a like a year 5 and HSC or year 12, year 10 or year 12 and then degree, actually I don't think you have understood this. So it's really important you understand this is a battle between yourself and the truth, I would say. I mean, I can't seem to find any other words for that. So this is a great battle which you have never done before, and it's very important to understand what is the battle for and what is there to win. Because at the end, actually, because there's lack of entertaining, or the lack of sensation. No, that's wrong. The, like, you know, in Sinhala you say vindinna, the lack of you don't actually entertain any of the sensory organs. If you become that, then you will realize there's no win, because there can't be a win. So all the questions end there, because it's the end of that person, or that self perception, or end of that self vibration which happened because of the entertaining. So that's where this goal was, you know, that we have a goal in life, like we need to live the next moment, or we need something. So we need something is like gross, because it's actually like put in words like I need money, something like that, but it's really gross. But when you become lighter and lighter, it's actually the field of existence becomes very very how would I say, very it's very, you can't really distinguish between them, because the field of existence, the need to exist, or need to feel, I would say, need to feel, or need to see, need to hear, need to think, when that collapses, there's no talk of a win. So there's no win. So we just kept understanding this. I think that is what the answer. I don't know whether I answered the question properly, Sakuntala. Do you think?
Yes, I think that I know it is not easy to answer or not easy to explain in words. It is actually what is called sandittika, and something that the person understands. But the Aryan Mahase has given it in 4 separate steps for the convenience to explain. So because it is explained as 4 steps in this
No,
one
actually
day
4 steps are
programs.
there
Yes.
also.
Yes, there
4
are,
steps
because
are
it's
there in that.
yes.
You can't separate them though, because they will all be important to feel this in one stimulus. but then
Yes.
the understanding you get from that actually puts you in a different.
Terus sarana Dr. Kokila. So sometimes people, what's the problem is people at that time, at that moment, is important sometimes first step. At that time, he won't practice in the first time. It's important. That's the problems that are coming, because sometimes they are worried in mind. The step is second one is the kamata. This step is the important one. You see that? That is why 4 steps is here.
Yes, sir. It's very
Yeah.
important that the
Yeah.
4 steps are there so
Yeah.
that they can follow. Because otherwise they
Yeah.
can't follow this because our mind is so
So
spread everywhere. It's
Yeah.
very difficult to follow.
But you see, that 4 step is only one. It's okay. You see that nothing here, anything. It's the one step. Is all of them is one. It's nothing and nobody is here. Nothing here, anything. The feel is the same. Existent feel is the same. Alive feel. That is why. Is same feeling is there. So you have some. So stimulus are coming. So you have some firing. You know, that time is the alive field also. That firing. That's the existent field otherwise, that one. But it's a smooth difference is there. But feeling is existent field. Existent field is not the alive field otherwise. But normally, first step is normally existent field is the alive field. But it's not. Existent field is not alive field. So deeply he's realizing this is different is there.
Yes, sir.
Because what I want to say.
Yeah.
Because perfectly we won't given the message to everybody. No,
Yeah.
that is why. I mean that. But what I want to say, this 4 steps is this sutras there. How is I made this 4 steps? Namarupa Pacha Vinyana is a Mahanidana is there. You know, Pache Parigya Jnana is the Buddha's word. There is the Pratipada. So Pache Parigya Jnana is Namarupa Paricheda Jnana. What is this Namarupa Paricheda Jnana? That step is Rupa is outside. So Nama is inside. The duality is here. Something you are thinking outside is there. Is real. It's a Rupa stage. So Nama stage is you are thinking. It's thought. It's Nama. This Namarupa Paricheda Jnana is meaning is he know this. Someone know this Dhamma, he know. Everything is thinking. It's a thoughts.
We can't hear you, Aranya. So I think the internet is not good or.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Noise is here. That's Namarupa Paricheda Jnana is it's a Parichya is sutras there. That's so Rupa and the Rupa is outside, is a Rupana, is a Kampana, is a vibration, we are talking. Is the effort is cause is the otherwise is there, something is there. So is thinking, is thought, is Vedana Sanya. Its a meaning is a perception. Vedana is a feel and perception. So Nama is how we know outside is chair. Is someone want to there, someone want to think. Is outside is chair, is thinking. That's why is Nama is here. So there's a mind conscience is finally this stage is here. You know, this five sense creation is the effort is the mind sense, no? Mind sense is a thought. It's okay. That sound and form together coming. Is a other sound is a sound consciousness. It's okay. Is a eye consciousness there and the ear consciousness is here, and other feel consciousness, smell, taste, and body feel. These are feel consciousness. These consciousness are together coming is a thought. No, that's why it's a mind consciousness we are talking. So it's a thoughts. It's okay. It's a chair. Chair have sound and form. It's okay. Now where's this chair? It's our mind. But we are normally guys are thinking outside is existent. This chair is real. But it's not real, it's a mind. That is why two side is here. But you know, no two side is here, understanding one. Someone understood this process. He know there is no two side. That is the Namaru Parichanjan. He know this two side how is happening. That is why. You know, people in suffering, people in sadness, outside is happening. Babies die, he think outside, he have baby. That babies die. Now he's worried. But someone is thinking, is outside not a baby, baby's our mind. It's okay, it's a thought. That's the other side. It's a one step is the one step. Is a first step is a outside babies dies worried. That's a suffering. It's a second step is outside babies not true. It's a mind. He know the Dhamma. That's why he is suffering, but is there suffering because that's a mind given the baby, not outside. You know, but his mind is there, baby. That's why suffering is there. It's a mind. But after he know mind is not real, this thought is not real. It's sound and form. So after he know baby is not anywhere. That's ending the suffering. Outside is okay, first step. Second step is mind is suffering, is baby is not there, is over. Now is suffering is out, not outside, not inside. So but you see this someone understood this mind creation is finally nobody is here. Now outside is okay, inside is okay, but baby is not here, but he feel something there. It's okay, sound and firm is okay, but something there. That's the alive feel. That's that's process is here. It's a creation. He can see the sense of creation. Is a awareness, super awareness is the sense of creation is looking. That's a kriyasita. Is a third step. Is automatically is this senses are creation. Nobody is here. There's nobody is here. Is a alive feel is disappearing. Is finally is a feel is alive feel is disappearing. It's okay. Feel is there. Normally senses are creation. Everything is normally happening. But nobody is here is understood. His system is working. Is someone is here, is a feeling is there. The feel is disappearing. That's the third step. It's okay. It's very important. This. Namarupa Parichaya. Pachiparikanyana is this one. Is a Buddha's explain this. Is a Pali Sut Tripitaka is there. You can search. It's very important. That's why finally nothingness is coming. But this nothingness, everything is there. That is why Buddha's path is very important. This nothingness is not the nothing. It's everything is there, but nothingness is value is gone. That is why nothingness feel is there. So Dr. Kokila, I think you understood what I say. What I want to say is this okay? So we can say not four steps. Is a one. Yeah. What is this one? Is nothing here? Anything? Nobody is here. but it's not
The
coming.
question was,
Newcomer
I
is
don't
not
know,
coming. First time is there.
what Sakuntala was trying to ask was whether we can have a demarcation. What I was trying to say was
Yeah, sorry,
the
I've not heard that.
demarcation.
Yeah.
Demarcation is like whether there's a line, like have I done this enough or have I done this enough? But the first step, or have I done first step enough? Have I done second step enough? Like there's nothing like that, but you will feel it.
No
Whether
one can say. No one can say
but you will feel it, because if you are actually has understood the rupa part, or you are not going to the outside part, you will automatically be in the second step anyway.
Yeah.
So you can't have a line saying I have done enough. Then that's actually the wrong concept. Like you keep thinking that you are doing something. This is something which keep happening when you see the truth. It just happens.
It's happened. Yeah, it's okay. So it's a systematically it's happening. It's a process is going. It's no one controlling it. The process is going, no one controlling it. No, it's systematically is happening. It's a Satyajnana is you want to do that. You want to understand. You want to hear in the Dhamma discourse. Is your duty. Is your part.
And I would add an answer. If you are truthful to yourself, and if you feel like you have to go to the first step again and again, do it. Just do it, because that's the truth.
First, newcomers want to do that.
Even not a newcomer, an answer. Still, if you feel like you are getting dragged into the outside, if you feel like you are getting dragged, just keep doing it. But you just have to feel that you will feel it. That's all I can say. You will feel it, that when you understand it, that it's only perceptions, then you don't need to keep reminding yourself that it is a perception, it is a perception, it is a perception. You don't need to remind yourself that if you really feel this. So that's the importance of feeling. That is what Aranwansa is trying to brought up by these 4 steps again. That is to bring up this feel that actually how this works. And if it actually works, it is amazing, and you will feel that the feel of not existing, or absence of feel of existence, or absence of feeling alive. If you feel that, you don't need to keep telling yourself, or you will automatically go to the other step. There's no one doing it, isn't it, Aranans?
Yeah, it's a simply. It's not hard. It's a simply. You can't do this. I think it's not hardly happen. Yeah, it's not
a simple
hardly.
thing.
It's simple. Yeah,
just need to feel it.
Yeah, you don't worry about it. Otherwise, because it's happening. Because this first one is the very important. Is a Satyajnana. Is a true Dhamma. You want to know you want to know what happened here. Is understanding why. That one is very important. How much you know, how is this process is creation? It's very important. It's very important. That's 50-50 is there. That's 50 is first one is understanding. After is coming this kammatana, 4 steps. It's a practically, it's a practically side. It's an experience side. But knowledge is the first one. The knowledge is not the book reading knowledge. You want to understand. You want to realize. It's the wisdom. It's the insight, meditation. It's your part. It's how much you want it. You are realizing. You're searching. You're hearing the Dhamma discourses. And you are finding. What is you finding? You find the truth. What is the truth is?
Is how is our eye is creation? How is our ear is creation? How is this six sense of creations? How is this six sense of creation effort is constructing this systematically is coming these thoughts? And how is coming this value? How is coming this alive field? How is this existential field is coming? This is very important. Today, all of them have the problems. The most people don't know the truth. Few guys know this. Is system, process, how is happening. This is very important. This is the inside meditation. First step is the Dhamma Sangikarana is there, Tripitaka is there, Abhidharma Pitaka. There's the Dhamma Sangikarana. You can search. No one can Sotapanna. No one be Sotapanna don't know the truth. So otherwise, no one can Sotapanna. Concentration meditation is doing. This Dhamma Sangikarana, Abhidharma Pitaka, Tripitaka is there. This is the Buddha's word. No one can do this. Concentration meditation. It's not happening. So no one. This today, the whole world in misunderstand. Hindus meditation is doing. They are talking Buddha is their one type of what is that? Not Hindu's part is not the Buddha's part. Not Shiva's meditation is not the Buddha's meditation. Never heard before Dhamma is Buddha explained 5 teachers after becoming the Buddha. This misunderstanding is the huge mistake. Huge mistake is here. Today, whole world, all of them thinking concentration meditation is the Buddha's way. But it's not the Buddha's way. So few guys this one understand. Especially the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses, especially explain this because it's the experience. It's not a book knowledge. It's not a others teaching or anything. It's Aryanvasa's experience. Others know this. It's not happening. No one can do this. Otherwise, is the Buddha's word is here. Why misuse Buddha's word? Why not research? Why are you not realizing? Why are you not finding? What is real Buddha's word? What is real inside meditation? What is real dependent origination? So Hindus don't know dependent origination. Hindus don't know inside meditation. No, it's understanding why. You won't understand. It's a science, scientific. It's here. It's a science, it's huge science. That is why. First, Buddha's Dhamma discourses is Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutta. What is Buddha's word is? This is science. You know, what is this Chakku Udapari? It's not your normally physical eye looking. It's your inside. It's your wisdom. You can feel this. What is really happened here? You won't understand. You won't realize. Material eye can't see this. It's a vision. It's a wisdom. That's right. Chakku Udapadi, Jnanam Udapadi. What is this wisdom? What is this time? It's not easy to understand. Chakku Udapadi, Jnanam Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi is a science. It's a huge science is here. Not this physics or chemistry or other one. So all of one is Buddha's science. One science is here. Vidya Udapadi. That's right. Chakku Udapadi, Jnanam Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Aloka Udapadi. What is this? This is not normally Hindu's enlightenment. It's not a Hindu's enlightenment. That is why we are explaining this. It's like you can experience it. It's understand is the first step. It's very important.
And to add,
Yeah, it's okay.
I
It's okay. Do you hear
wanted
me?
to add something, Aranansa.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're 50% from you, because when Aranansa said 50-50, actually,
Yeah.
if your 50% is really good, then you don't have to carry it
Otherwise,
as a burden for the
yeah.
next level.
Yeah.
Because what I
Yeah.
feel
Yeah. Yeah.
from a lot of mothers is that they carry that 50% as a burden to the kamatana. Like they carry it to the actual 4 steps. That's not how it is. If you're 50%, or if you're satyajnana, or if you're wisdom about this, how
Truth. It's a
this
truth.
science happens,
It's a
how
really
what truth is this, how you feel alive, then you know that already. So keep it aside, be relaxed, and then do the kamatana, and it will
It's
automatically come to
automatically
you.
coming. Yeah. It's automatic.
Yeah,
Second part is automatically coming. The first
coming.
50 is happened. Second 50 is automatically coming.
Yeah, what
Don't
a lot
worry.
of
Yeah,
mothers
don't worry.
do is
Yeah.
they carry that burden of that truth part to the second part. They keep mumbling about it. They keep thinking about it, the whole thing. It is okay for a beginner, but I think after someone who has
Yeah.
listened to this Dhamma
Yeah.
for about 4 years,
Yeah.
that's not that wise, I think.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
to feel this, you should be so relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. Because we want to say something here. Because first fast, our meditation is doing here today. Many places in Sri Lanka is Pratipada is practically there's a practically it's a training is doing. You know what's first step is 50. First 50 is the it's a 4 hours is doing. After second is the 4 hours. What is this? Is the first step is 50 no. First system is a 50 is there. That is why Pratipada, you know this. Explaining is the very important. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's very important. Because you know this. Nobody is here. How is nobody is here? How is no one is here? How is this circle of this happening? How is ending the circle of birth? It's very important, no? That is right. It's very important. How this system is working. The second one is you can experience this. That is the Kammatana. It's an experience. It's a practically. You can after experience it. Yeah, that's the first steps. Outside is not real. It's inside. It's your mind. It's everything. But mind is not real. It's a system is working. It's a sensors are created automatically. It's a third one. The fourth one, nobody is here. It's okay. It's a raw vision now. Nobody is here. It's a thought. Kya is a thought. I also thought. That's very, very important now. Kya is a thought. Kya, table, mother, father. I also thought. It's a thought. That's why we are talking like that. It's okay. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Kokila, my side is very noisy here. That's why. It's okay. Continue that explain. I think it's very important. The rest are nice.
There was a yes, Dr. Kokila, we had a nice discussion. Yeah, we had. So, there was Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Are you there? No, she is not here. Anyway, I think it is time to wind up this session today.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So we can meet tomorrow as well. So thank you very much, Dr. Hopila, and the others who joined this. And we'll meet tomorrow. And Teruvan Saranai Aran Mahasa, Teruvan Saranai everyone.
Yes, you can also Dr. Ravi. Yes,
Teruvan Saranai
තෙරුවන්
Aranahas.
සරණයි.
Namaskara
ආනන්ද
වේවා.
වහන්සේ.
Namaskar.
නමස්කාර වෙනවා.
Renewed kind of opportunity to engage in Dhamma, the timeless teaching of Lord Buddha, as it continues to illuminate our internal worlds. And as we begin today's session, I offer my humble worship to our noble spiritual leader, Reverend Buddothpado Wahanse, whose guidance, compassion continues to shape our understanding of these profound teachings. And also, I would like to say Thiruvan Sangrai to all of you once again. This morning, like every morning at 7:45 a.m. Sri Lankan time, we unite in this English Zoom platform, not merely to listen, but to awaken. We are not here for a routine talk. We are not here to have a routine kind of discussion. So we are here to rediscover the absolute truth, the Dhamma that transcends the culture, language, and the time. So whether you are a foreigner or whether you are a localese, whether you are coming from different cultural background, so whether you speak any other language, so it doesn't matter, because what we talk here is the all about the absolute truth. So truth is unique to everyone, even for the animals in this planet as well, even for the trees, even for the non-living objects as well. The truth is there is only one truth. So what we are talking, what we are trying to understand here is that ultimate truth. So that's why this truth is universal. It does not belong to a Lord, so-called Lord Buddha. It does not belong to Buddothpado and Wahanse. It does not belong to myself, to me. It does not belong to you either. That is the ultimate Dhamma. Dhamma, in the sense, is the mechanism, how everything has been evolved, how this world gets created. So it is valid for both living and non-living things, not confined to this confined only to this earth. So it is valid to the entire universe as well. It is valid for the for every star, every galaxy, every universe, every Milky Way. So this we are talking the core, core of everything. That is the truth. There is only one truth. So that's why it is so important to learn what the truth is. And that's why, so why humans so unique? Because humans are the only species, only living organism that can understand this truth. So this truth is valid for the other living beings as well. That's all right. But they can't, even though we convey the message, they can't understand. But being a human is a great opportunity to understand this truth. So this is kind of a great opportunity. After the Buddha era, we are having to explore what it is. Other than these kind of, so usually, in Sinhala language, we have more than 8 Zoom sessions for day. Each and every day we have this amount of Zoom discussions. But the only Zoom discussion we have in another language or in English language is this. Every day at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we conduct this Zoom session. So this is so important for the people who live outside the Sri Lanka, people who speak English, who understand the English language, so they can come and join with this. So they can ask questions, they can listen to this, so they can come and have a look. So what sort of a truth this is. So anybody in this world can join this Zoom, and they can start. They can build their own conversation with us. So other than this kind of Zoom discussions, we have plenty of resource materials which are hosted in our main website. Our main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So once you go there, it is not very difficult to find the English text books which are available in that website. So they are free to be downloaded. So you can download it either into your laptop or the phone. Then you can start reading it. So please, I encourage you to please read them attentively. And if you have any kind of problem, you can bring them up here. You can ask the questions. So in that way, you can get the things clarified. So this is the opportunity. So other than that, we have another website, www.wisdomofasia.com website. So it also has it also explains how the scientific understanding, the current scientific understanding, which or the alignment of the profound truth with the current scientific understanding. So if you are so keen about modern findings, so please visit to that particular website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com. wisdomofasia.com website. So you will find plenty of materials there also. So you can read them. If you have any questions, you can bring them up here and you can discuss them with us openly. Most of the time, our Buddothpada spiritual leader would be there, would be joining to this Zoom session. Then you can uh, ask directly those questions from him as well. So uh, before we go into deeper discussion, I'd like to recall some important facts that we talked yesterday as well. So yesterday, Mrs. Harsh talked about the pitfalls that we encounter while we are traveling, while we are going along this path. So what is this path? This path is the road map or roadway towards the true liberation of mind. So ultimate goal is the absolute liberation of mind. So that we call the nibbana. So in order to achieve that state, so you have to follow certain, you have to go along a certain path. So that path is filled with plenty of uh, pitfalls. So we have to be very careful, and we have to be very careful about those pitfalls as well. So that's why yesterday we discussed on those those things. Even if someone take the nibbana as a real thing, that itself become become an obstacle in your pathway. So because as you can realize, if you tell the word nibbana, it is clearly a thought. So if you believe it, that thought is real, that 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 will put some value on that as well, on that thought as well. So if you it on you it it will happen involuntarily. So if you put a value towards the nibbana, so then of course what has happened here, if you analyze again, so you have been deceived by this vijnana maya. So vijnana maya is in the illusion. So thought is an illusion. So if you believe the thought, that means you have been deceived by that thought. You have been deceived by that illusion. So that will obstruct your path for sure. So that's why we keep on telling again and again, there are so many pitfalls along this path. You have to be very careful. As long as you do not get deceived by these pitfalls or the illusions, you can go fast in this path. So these are the things that we wanted to highlight. So other than that, what we usually do is we read few pages from our True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So we are focusing on volume number 6. So I'll read until our people get Dhamma friends get joined. So I'll briefly I will read few pages from that. So we are currently at the page number 164 in the volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So I'll start from the first paragraph. So in this discussion, in this book, the participant asked Aryan Mansa a question. The question was, what Nibbana means. What does mean by Nibbana? That was the question that has been asked by that participant from Aryan Mansa. So then Aryan Mansa gave another nice explanation for that. Nibbana means putting out the fires burning in the mind. Even to reach Nibbana, there should be a desire. This is a very good point here. There is a very good point here. So this is called the quality of inquiring the mind. There should be some kind of a desire to achieve the Nibbana as well. It is at the initial phase. So what is this desire? The desire to explore more on this path. So that means the inquisitive mind, the inquiring mind should be there initially. So we have to inquire. So we'll say someone comes to this forum and he starts listening this Dhamma for the first time, right? So what will happen? We say there is a thing called an absolute truth. Being a human is an opportunity for you to understand that absolute truth. So we say like that. RNONC usually frequently say these things. So he should have some kind of curiosity within him to explore what it is, what should be. So we say then Nibbana is the ultimate goal. So he should have some kind of a curiosity that creates within him to direct towards this exploration. So initially that should be there. It's all right. So after reaching this state of mind, the practitioner realizes that the existence of self has been completely vanished. Right. Then see what is happening. Right. You start the exploration, or you start the investigation with a self. You are there that you are trying to explore, you are trying to realize the truth. That's the initial state. So what will ultimately happen? The ultimate realization is that the existence of self you find has completely vanished. So this is so beautiful, isn't it? So you start with the self, but ultimately once you fully understood this thing, you end up without the self. So this is the real Nibbana, or the real tranquility, or the true liberation of mind. Existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and non-existence of a being and the valuelessness of the outside world is the other side. Yeah, then you will realize there are two sides here. One side is a self that has a value for that. The other side is a non-self, the valueless side without a self. So you are moving that previous side to the present side, current side. So as long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So it clearly explains from the beginning. As long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So with the illusions created in the mind, Nibbana is not reachable. So that even the illusionary mind can be detected via awareness or sihiya. Yeah. So what happens here? The mind tends to create, the duty of the mind is to create the illusion. So if you have enough awareness, you see the behavior of the mind very well. As long as you keep your eyelids open, you can't prevent seeing. Images will come into your eye. Images will be created in your eye. As long as you keep your ears open to the outside, you can't prevent hearing. The sounds get generated within your faculties. Likewise, as long as the thoughts come, that means the creation of the mind happened. That so mind behaves as another kind of a sensory faculty, but we can't assign a particular place for that. So, and also the so-called mind cannot exist by itself. It is created with the result of the other 5 sensory faculties. So thoughts or the stimulations. So when some simulation occurred in one sensory organ or faculty, it will contribute. It will blend with the other stimulations which come from the other faculties as well. Then you create a thought. With the thought, you create the mind. So that's why we can't assign a particular place to the mind. The mind creates then and there. But beneath that, what is happening here? Underneath that, there will be some kind of a power generating along with the thought itself. We don't feel, we don't see that thing. We see only the thoughts coming into the mind. So I see a bottle of glue in front of me. I see a computer in front of me. Likewise, I get so many thoughts, but I don't see a power that is generated underneath each and every thought. But Lord Buddha has showed it to the world. There is some kind of power is generating with each and every thought. So what will happen next? This power accumulate again and again and again. So it will become a huge power. So it will lead to feel like that thought is real. It gives a feel with that power, because of that power that is generated underneath every thought. It tends to give a feel like existence. feel like existence. That existence power is the power that we tend to believe that thought is real. So when this power gets accumulated again and again and again, as thought comes one after another, again and again, repetitively this process uh, continues. So the power gets generated within it. So then what happens? It get it it has it gets kind of ability to self-sustain. Self-sustain means it can now stay in its own. Self-sustainability is achieved. So that self-sustainability is called the soul. So it gives it can be explained with a nice example. So we can take the whirlpool. So whirlpool, you have water that spins very rapidly. So in the center of that whirlpool, you can see all the outside debris will be attract towards the center. And also that whirlpool can itself propagate from one place to another. So it has so much of energy in it. Likewise, the initial existent field that came as a result from the initial energy of the thought, now can self-sustain as the whirlpool. So for that we call this self or the soul. So it is, so now you can see the creating of a self or soul is completely a natural phenomena, a natural thing. Why this natural thing got created? Because of the sensory inputs that we had. So no one did it. Sensors did it. So with the sensors, unknowingly, without involvement of any person, a self had been generated. What was the input? And the input is the sensory stimulations. Output is the soul. That is that is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. The cause and effect Dhamma is the theory or a concept that has been preached by every Buddha. So what Lord Buddha said is, just come and have a look. Is there a person here? No. It is a resultant. It is a uh, uh, fa- free, rapidly occurring energy packet, energy heap of energy, or collection of energy. So rapidly spinning collection of energy. So that is the soul. So we mistakenly take it is as and me, my, mine. So it is represented for us as I am the one who is living. That is the misconception that we have. So if you know this process or this mechanism very well, it is not difficult to understand there is no person here. It is a resultant thing that has been created due to the interplay of these sensory faculties. So that's why Lord Buddha say, in order to understand yourself, the self, about you, you have to understand your faculties first. Once you understand the faculties, then you will understand the self is a byproduct of this faculty. So that's why if you want to get liberated, true liberation, no, you need to understand the faculties first. That's why Lord Buddha say, Ayatanam patilabo ayamutta jati. So that's a soul is created as a result of these uh, five faculties. So you have to be very thorough with the understanding of how these five faculties get created, how these faculties behave, behavior of the faculty. So this world that you dealing with, that world that you engaged highly in this moment is also a creation of a mind, creation of the faculties. So earlier we said the mind is also behaving as a faculty. So but mind cannot stand still. It is also created with other five faculties. So there is no permanent thing called mind. So mind is made up of thoughts. So if thoughts get some kind of a value, the creation of a self-sustained whirlpool cannot be prevented. That means creation of a soul cannot be prevented until otherwise you understand your thoughts. So thought in the sense how these faculties do work. You have to, in order to understand the thought, you have to understand how the behavior of the faculty. So I think this, yes, and also I'll read another chapter from that. Um, the world is created in the mind, and it is only a creation in the mind. Sorry, the world is created in the mind, and it is only a creation in the mind. Paloka Dhamman Loko. This stanza refers to the vibration and sparks created in the senses. The eye breaks constantly. The Buddha used the word kajan for this. Kajans mean breaking, constant breakage of the eye. Not only the eye, whatever the sensor. So breaking in the sense, yeah, the essence of this explanation is that the way someone feels about the whole process. I feel it. It happened to me. I see it. So everything rotates around the concepts of me, my, mine, or self. Accordingly, even knowledge can represent a soul. Yes, that is true. Yeah. So we'll say like this. Even the knowledge of this Dhamma itself represents some kind of a soul here. Why is that? Because we learn this Dhamma as thoughts. So we call certain name for that. So we call in Pali that Patisamuppada. In English, cause and effect Dhamma. So it is a thought, and also we try to think what it is. We try to figure it out, the mechanism. So whole process we do through thoughts. We are thinking. We are thinking. Thinking means thoughts. Without thoughts, can you think? No. So this learning this Dhamma also build up some amount of soul in you. That's why Aranvasa say like this. Accordingly, even knowledge can represent a soul. So I have a good knowledge in Dhamma. So that represents a soul, because there is person who is knowing this Dhamma. But what Lord Buddha expected is not that. Ultimately, what has to be happen? You have to liberate from yourself. So can you liberate from yourself with that huge knowledge? Yes. Yes. How? So earlier we said knowledge represents a soul. Yeah. If I have so much of knowledge on Brahma, so can I liberate from the soul with that huge amount of knowledge? For that, even we can say yes. Why? Because we, with the understanding, we tend to understand that the knowledge has even the knowledge has no value for that. That comes to the understanding only. So if you do not understand that this fact, I mean that every thought has a value, that value gives you some contribution to building up your soul. If you don't know, that will happen. But if you know that this knowledge will lead to build up my soul, that won't happen. So it is a very beautiful Dhamma. It is so beautiful. There, Aranvasa says, even knowledge can represent a soul. That was the reason why Potila Bhikkhu was considered to be a person who was in the mundane plane when his disciplines possessed the practical knowledge. Yes. So in Buddha era also, there were certain people like that. They had so much of knowledge. So they were very proud of that knowledge that they are having, they're thinking that they are having a greater knowledge than the others. So they had a, they were proud. But even though they had enough knowledge, they couldn't get the true liberation. Why? They gave a big value to that knowledge. They didn't know this Dhamma. They didn't know the knowledge is also represent the thoughts, represented by the thoughts. So even you express something about science or maths or whatever, it is the knowledge. So we express these things through the thoughts. We keep it in our memory as thoughts. It comes as thoughts. So if you give much value to that thought, unknowingly, it will build you a self for you. So that is the same thing happened to that portal as well. There was a proud person behind that huge knowledge. That was Portila. But what Lord Buddha said is not that thing. Yes, you have to have knowledge, but you must understand knowledge also uh, stored as thoughts. So if you can see the uh, limited value of that thoughts, then you can liberate from yourself. Because though you have enough knowledge, you don't assign any value to that knowledge. It comes internally. So this thought any longer cannot make a self for you, because the energy is not there. Even though have a lot of knowledge, you don't assign any value. It automatically happens once you start uh, realizing this Dhamma. It automatically happens. You don't assign any value to those thoughts. So for the knowledge, the same thing happens. But it doesn't mean that you don't have knowledge. Yes, you have knowledge, but you don't assign any value for that. That's all right. So eventually what will happen? So there is no way of building a self for you through the knowledge. So that doesn't matter. That's why Aryan say repeatedly these things. So if you are a university student, if you are a scientist, that's all right. So you can explore more knowledge. That's all right. You can conduct, you can engage in your university studies never as before, because you know these are thoughts, these are knowledge, these thoughts contribute to build up my knowledge. But what will happen? You internally you don't assign any value for that thought. The absence, this absence of the value will contribute to dissolve your soul, existing soul as well. So that's why this Dhamma does not affect to anything you carry out in your day-to-day life, because you live with that particular understanding. The understanding will lead you for the true liberation, towards the true liberation. It is not by suppressing the thoughts. Thoughts will come, thoughts will go. You engage in day-to-day activities as usual. It won't affect your underlying understanding. So understanding of the mechanism will push you towards the true liberation. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Sankitte Nibbidaya. You will attain to Nibbana through the understanding only. So everything will be remain same. Everything the relationship that you have already maintained, that will resume, that will continue to happen, those will continue to happen. And uh, the the knowledge that you gathered earlier, that will remain same. And you can, if you want, you can improve them as well. That's all right. So everything can be done, everything happens normally, but through the understanding, you will be able to get liberation from the mind, from the thought. So it will liberate from the self. So that's why R.M. Hase said, I start the journey with the self. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා. I started my journey with the self, but I move forward after leaving the self aside. So the only thing that you lose here is the thought that you thought, the thought, the exact thought of self that you thought, that earlier that you thought as existing. That earlier you thought that I am the one who have born in this world, and one fine day I have to leave, say goodbye to this world. That is my death. So those thoughts would be not there. Those thoughts will be there, but you don't know these are only thoughts. So with this understanding, you can engage whatever the things you do. So that is the miracle, that is the magic of this understanding. So I think now our Dhamma friends have joined. Peruan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add to that? So,
Therwan Sarnai Ravi.
Peruan
I pay my emphasis. Yes, you were giving a very detailed description about the mind and the thoughts and how it acts actually. Very descriptive and very elaborative. In, just maybe few things, maybe in different words exactly what you said, but maybe in different words. As you very correctly said, firstly, convincing that these thoughts are all fake or thoughts are just incorrect or wrong things is one of the most difficult things to convince, isn't it? Because everything is a thought, basically. What you think, what you talk, and what you do, they are all constructs, actually, which we call sanskara, constructs of the mind. So actually, there's nothing permanent called mind also. Mind is a flow of these such constructs. And the constructs are sort of made due to rapid vibrations. So when there is extremely speedy rapid vibration, it creates, or it gives an illusion that there is something real. So then you can realize that the thought is something indicated in a different way depending on the sensor function, depending on the faculty which is involved. When there is speedy vibration related to eye or the eye faculty, that means creation of the eye will depict it as something, a shape or a light. So when there is speedy vibration in the ear or creation of the ear faculty, it is indicated or depicted as a sound. So like that, we have only 5 senses related to the physical body, and related to those physical organs, the sensors are created then and there. Creation of the sensor means the creation of the sound, creation of the eye faculty means there is a light or a shape. So actually, it's not that sensor is there and sensor is creating this. Creation of the sensor is equal to the creation of the sound or the light, smell, taste, or the tactile stimulation. That is the feeling of the hard and soft things and then warmth. So creation of the sensor equals, that means, see, creation of the sensor or the sensor function means it's a verb, actually it's a function. At this level, it's the speedy vibration which gives an illusion or creates something which was not there. So that is the ignorance, that is the foolishness, where due to some speedy action, there is something created in the form of a form, and which you call rupa. So it could be a sound form, or it could be a light form, it could be a smell form, it could be a taste form, or it could be a tactile form. So these are the 5 types of forms that occur. But actually, this sensor function, at the sensor function level, there is no naming, or sensors cannot evaluate or give the details or identify what it is. So only the creation is there. And then as a part of the nature's law, there is collective action or synergy, I would say, joining of these sensor functions together that is happening at some age of the child. And this is a part of that natural process where the thoughts are formed. So if the functions at the sensor level is not true, it's simply just a creation, an illusion. The next product, which is the thought, which is the collective function of these sensor functions, cannot be true either. So it again is a creation and an illusion, which gives the feeling that it is really existing. So in simple words, what is seen, heard, and felt are not true. They are just creations due to the speed. Then the product of these, collective product of these, which is a thought, can't be a real thing if the raw materials used to make the thought is not true. So finally the thoughts are, so you can very clearly, if you work out on this line, can very clearly say that thoughts are also not real. Thoughts, as I mentioned, it could be anything basically. You mean there is a name for anything, any of the actions, any of the words, any of the thoughts, all have some form of naming, which we call the nama. So there is some identification or naming of a fast vibration. So that is the basic thing of nama rupa. So in simple words, we can now see, when you consider these facts, you can very clearly see that there is no true or no real thing here. Everything is a creation. Everything is kind of appearance, magic appearance, like magic performance, like. But the thing is, all living beings, that means animals and the human beings, have got this wrong concept, incorrect concept, or the misbelief that these creations are true. So it's not very easy. It's very difficult to convince this because the practice all along in this samsara cycle, all these birth cycles, have been to take this as real. So we have been going down the stream. Now,
Mm.
when Lord Buddha found this truth 2,600, nearly 2,600 years ago, uh, there were so many other religious practices all over India, and they had a belief of a god or some form of unseen sort of powers to cling on, and uh, not only that, they were worshipping the trees and rocks and all sorts, even the rivers, the water they were worshipping fire. So all actually that is to get rid of their sorrow, and because there are defilements, and they realize that life is uh, full of sorrow, so they were looking for something to get the relief from, and they started worshipping all these. So that was the environment in India at that time. So when Lord Buddha found this truth all by himself, uh, that is why we call him Samma Sambuddha. And it was very difficult to teach these things and get the people back to the correct track. So Lord Buddha used many tactics actually. Lord Buddha used some of the things that they were practicing already, and very tactfully he showed that that is not the best. So he didn't disagree with what they were doing. Now, for example, about the alms givings, they used to do alms giving those days also, to various people. Animals were fed. Not only that, even the animals were slaughtered and offered to the god. So they were also kind of alms giving. So what Lord Buddha did was, he said, okay, alms giving, giving something to animals is a good thing. And then he went a step ahead and said, giving something to human beings is better. And then further step away, and he said, giving things to the people who are having very good policies, like hermits or well, monks or whatever clergies who were living at that time is better. So like that he went on step by step, and then finally he came that giving something or alms giving to Lord Buddha or somebody who has reached the Arahat state is better. And then finally he said, Dharma Danya, or giving the Dhamma knowledge to somebody, is the best. So he was very tactful, and then he came up like that step wise. And then these people who were full of drushtis and full of misconceptions, uh, some part, I wouldn't say it was all, but still some people continued to that practices. But some of them, majority I would say, who was in India, could be converted to this correct teaching. So that those days actually, with that greatly limited technology and lack of advanced type of transport, with all those difficulties, he could spread this religion to many countries. So this Dhamma, these true facts which uh, was disclosed by Lord Buddha, uh, has been offered to us by our noble friend in a more simpler way, where we are taught or we are guided with 4 steps of practical procedures. So finally, in this uh, teaching, what is ultimately what we have to learn or what we have to understand is this world is a creation of the senses. We have no experience at all anything beyond our sensor level. Uh, I mean, we when you do this teaching, you actually sort of try to dig into this one and realize. Then you see, oh yes, this is limited to my capacity of the eye. This is limited to the capacity of my ear. So there is, we don't know what is there in so-called outside world. We don't know whether there is anything existing or if there is anything existing. We don't have any idea, any clue about what sort of things are existing. So therefore, there is no point of trying to split down this issue. Whatever the advanced technology, whatever the new equipment which are manufactured or invented, finally has to be screened through this available sensor. So we don't know what, I mean, there may be very advanced telescopes to see the galaxies and all that. So what is finally uh, uh, sort of pointed or strained to one point where it is compatible with this sensor. So it's really, I mean, hilarious when you think now people, these scientists are trying to find more and more new things, but they don't realize that this is all limited to the sensor capacity of the human being. So
Yeah.
what's the point of all this struggle? I mean, we have to, we are limited to our own world. So we have to focus on what the sensors are forming for us. We have to try to understand what this world created by our senses. Isn't it? It's something like
Yeah.
we are to look at the businesses of the surrounding houses where we don't know what is happening in our own house. It's something like that.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, as you highlighted a good point. Buddha said that giving, alms giving to the,
Yes.
yeah, that practice is very important because actually what Buddha did was not, uh, uh, he did not say no to everything. He,
Yes.
what he did was he just modified
Mm.
the 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 practices that they were doing in this that era. That means as you clearly said, they were believing in gods. They were believing in they were worshipping sun, moon, river. So they were believing, they were worshipping certain spirits and so on. So what they were giving alms to those things. So what Lord Buddha said is, yes, that is all right. You give to those things. You do what you do, but this one is much better than that. What I am telling is a thing that is much better than that. So it will give you more merits like this. So gradually he tried to uh, take these people from that misbelief. So what ultimately said, as you said, giving alms to the people who go along this path is much meritful than the rest. So likewise, ultimately what he said, renunciation through the understanding is very much better than the rest. So that means you have to understand what this Dhamma all about. So then eventually what will happen, you will renounce it. So I don't know the word, the atharima will automatically will happen.
Mm.
So that is the expected transformation of Lord Buddha. So that was the goal, but he gradually pointed out, he gradually explained how you can deviate. So he showed it very nice way. So people were not disheartened at that time. They were, yes, okay, Lord Buddha is saying, so this alms giving is better, that's all right, but just try to understand the Dhamma a little. That's all right. So they did it. They did it. So then they understood that understanding the thought has the greatest value. So then what will happen? Unknowingly, the renunciation happened. So that is the expected transformation. That is the, yeah, that came through the understanding. So what Lord Buddha wanted to do is that internal transformation. So that transformation has to happen in each and every individual. So it happens in its own ways. How much they understand, the transformation will occur. So in order to do so, as you clearly said, we have to understand our senses. So how this process execute, processes execute. So understanding is enough, very enough for that particular transformation. So that's what Lord Buddha wanted to tell to world, I think. So yes, so anything we can discuss, Dr. Sakuntala, about these five faculties? We know these things. So now we have been talking about this creation, how these resonance take place, and how this mind gets created. So the value that has been assigned automatically will lead to form you a soul. So that soul affects, that soul makes you to feel like you are existing. So that is the most uh, uh, difficult part to see. So that has not been revealed by anybody else. So yes, so we thought, so as you said, we thought the eyes can see the world, through the ears can hear the world, through the skin can feel the world. So we thought the world is there, I am here, so I am the one who is learning the world, I am the one who is living in this world. But Lord Buddha say, but Lord Buddha said did something different. The faculties themselves create a world for you. So that creation collectively make a man for you, man, a soul for you. So that, so it is a creation. There is no kind of a non soul here. So it is a very beautiful Dhamma, I think. So it has not been revealed by anybody else, even nowadays. So we have to be very grateful to our noble friend Aryan Maharaj. So uh, uh, it's expound, revealing this Dhamma again to this world, isn't it? Uh,
Yes.
yes,
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 actually, as you said now, even one sensor is enough to create its own world now. That is one
absolutely.
of the examples given by Aryan Hanse. They are the earthworm, just
Mhm.
has one sensor, the skin tactile only, but it has its own world now. It loves its life.
Yeah.
Now, in some heaty environment, it will crawl somewhere to escape from the heat because it wants to live. So that is the sanya or the feeling of existence, that self feeling.
Mm.
A person who has been blind from birth will again have his own world, but it may be, I mean, we can assume that there are no pictures in that, there are there's no light. But a
Mm.
person who becomes blind later on will have the mental pictures which was gathered when the eyesight was there.
Yes.
Uh, a person who is deaf from birth will have probably a very quiet world where there are no sounds. So, like
Mm.
that, uh, the lack of sensors, I mean, the lack of some of the sensors doesn't mean that the world is, I mean, the world is not created. Or now, I remember once there is a story again. Some people, some Brahmin people, went to meet Lord Buddha,
Mm-hmm.
and he was asking him, actually they were the followers of one of the leading Brahmin teachers at that time. So they were Lord Buddha was asking, how is your teacher telling you about the things, bad things that or the defilements which are created by the eye? Then they said,
Mm-hmm.
we have been taught not to look at them or keep our eyes closed when there is something unpleasant or unnecessary like that.
Yeah.
Then he asked again, what about the sounds? Then they said, we cover our ears and then we don't want to listen to that. Then what
Mm-hmm.
Lord Buddha said was that a person who is blind and deaf from birth should
Mm.
reach the ultimate what do you call it, ultimate nibbana or whatever the goal that you are expecting should that person should be able to reach, because there are no defilements, because there is no hearing or vision. So
Yeah.
when these followers realize that it is actually not the physical ear or the physical eye which is responsible, with
Mm.
whatever the senses, there is a world created to that individual, and that world is taken as real, and that is the wrong conception or incorrect drushtis are still there. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
so yeah.
According to the story that you told, so
Mm,
they also knew that these sensors are the problematic things, right?
mm,
They, they,
yes,
they, they knew that, but beyond that, they couldn't figure it out. So how this whole gets created and all these things, isn't it?
yes,
So
yes,
that,
yes.
yeah, yeah, they knew
Mm,
these faculties are the problematic things, and they had a misconception that they thought that these sensors capture the uh, external environmental changes. So, but Lord Buddha said, what Lord Buddha said is something different. So, sensors get created then and there, then sensors make collectively make a world for you. So, that is the demarcation between what Lord Buddha and those days practices, those day beliefs, isn't it? So,
yes.
so yeah.
Yes,
So
they were relating to the physical sense, physical organ, isn't it? Not
yes,
this
yes,
function that Lord Buddha described, the physical organ, which eye or the ear or whatever, the materialistic one was the
yeah.
sense according to them. Yes.
Yeah. Nowadays also most of even the Buddhist people do practice these things. So they practice sound therapy. They practice what do you call this, nature treatment and all these things. They try to soothe the senses. So actually there should be there is certain kind of stillness can be achieved. Yes, that's all right. But
Yes.
the internal steady state of awareness cannot be achieved through that thing, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, when the environment is very calm and
Um,
quiet, and when
mm,
it is close to the nature, or sort of very close to the nature, that
mm,
means there is some equalization of the vibrations of the self, isn't it? So that
yeah.
you tend to feel calm and quiet, or you get that tranquil feeling in such environments. So
Mm,
the person tend to think that this is what should be achieved.
yeah.
Uh, but on the
Yeah.
other hand, there could be a person even in the most remote or the deep jungle where there is no other disturbance at all, but
Yeah.
within him there will be fire with so much of vibrations. And
Mm,
on the other hand, a person who has internal transformation can be in the middle of a busy street with all sort of hustle, noise and all sorts of things, but internally his vibrations will be minimal, or very at the very quiet level. So that is what our noble friend explains, as if when there is an ice cube in the middle of fire.
mm, yeah.
So changing the environment will help into some extent, but not always, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So, person who is starting his journey,
Mm.
that would be helpful for him or her. Definitely. That's why Lord Buddha said the physical calmness is very essential for the mental
Absolutely.
tranquility. Yeah, yeah, that's it. But for those who attain the super awareness, state of super awareness, they don't get disturbed
Mm.
from the external environment for even for an instance. So that is the expected internal transformation that Lord Buddha wants to uh, give to this world, isn't it?
Yes.
Something, yeah, yeah. So I think yes, I think there are no other Dhamma friends here
Mm.
unless some co-hosts. So I think it's almost past 9, so we can conclude if you don't have anything to discuss.
Yes.
So yes, okay then. So we can uh, meet tomorrow as well. So I like to conclude this session for today. So I'll respect our noble friend Buddothpado and Mahase. And thank you very much for joining Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you very much for the team behind this Zoom. And thank you very much, and Teruvan Saranai to all of you. We'll meet tomorrow again. Teruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Ravi, Theruvan Saranai, all the other helpful friends. Theruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
The wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aivu Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com.
And today we are starting with page 162, the discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 29th, 2023. Participant in this discussion answering the question, what does Nibbana mean? Asked by the participant has been documented below. Aran Wahanse, Nibbana means putting out the fires burning in the mind. Even to reach Nibbana, there must be desire to attain it. This is called the quality of the inquiring mind. Savitakka Svabhava. Once this state is reached, the practitioner realizes that the existence of a self has completely vanished. This is true Nibbana, or real tranquility. On one side are the existence of a self and the seeming reality of the outside world. On the other side are non-existence of a being and the valuelessness of the outside world. As long as a person has thought patterns, the illusion of a self persists. With these illusions in the mind, Nibbana remains unreachable. Even these illusory processes can only be detected through pure awareness or sihiya. Vibrational energies alone cannot detect them. Vibrations, however, are necessary to reach Nibbana because along these vibrational energies and processes, the self is created. Without recognizing the notion of a self, its dissolution cannot be experienced. Therefore, understanding the creation of the self through vibrations is a necessary component for realizing Nibbana. The world itself is created in the mind. It exists only as a mental projection. Aloka Dhammam Loko refers to the vibrations and sparks generated through the senses. As the eye perceives, it continuously breaks and renews. The Buddha used the word kajang for this. The essence of this process is the subjective experience. I feel it. It happens to me. I see it. Everything revolves around the notions of me, mine, or self. Even knowledge, if clung to, represents a soul. This is why Potila Bhikkhu, despite possessing practical knowledge, was considered mundane because attachment to thought alone cannot lead to Nibbana. True knowledge of awareness must be obtained, followed by practical knowledge. Through practical knowledge, one can detect the notion of an existing self. The existence of the self cannot be abandoned merely by thinking about it. The most challenging concept to grasp is that one cannot initially recognize
their own perception of the self. If this is only intellectual, without detecting the fluctuations of mental currents, the path to Nibbana remains closed. Such a person lives in thought alone, which is similar to the Devadatta example. The inability to detect these processes is an obstacle and reflects incomplete perfection. Without purification of the mind, Nibbana cannot be reached. Awareness must be practiced in all four postures. Bhikkhu Potila, even after acquiring much knowledge, could not reach Nibbana and had to confront the mind, or Mara. Buddothpado, who could not relinquish the asanyatala, the notion of a self, was also unable to attain Nibbana. Mogaraja, however, understood and succeeded. So this question is, it's a very pure kind of a condensed answer about what Nibbana is, being asked by one of the participants of this Zoom discussion and answered by Aryan Hanse. And this is his answer. Think of Nibbana as the complete extinguishing of all fires in the mind. So there's, without any fire, there's no extinguishing. The first step is having the genuine desire to see the truth and the courage, having that courage to observe your mind, observe your own mind without a bias. And this is the inquiring mind. And this inquiry, this genuine inquiry has to be there. And this is the, we call it the Arya investigation, inquire within, the investigation within in whatever terms we use to describe. It's that internal inquiry into how the mind works. Only then can the mind perceive that the idea of a self, the I, me, mine, is completely illusory. To do that, one should be thorough with the wisdom of truth or satya jnana. First, at least in an intellectual level. In everyday life, we are constantly entangled in thoughts. These thoughts always reinforce the sense of the self and the reality of the world outside. Whatever the thought it may be that appears, arises in the moment, it always reinforces the fact that there's an external world, and with respect to that, there is a self who's observing, experiencing this external, the so-called external world. As long as these thought patterns persist, Nibbana remains beyond reach, because in these thought patterns, this fundamental assumption that dwells in the ignorance is present. So in that state of mind, Nibbana and the ignorance cannot coexist. Even subtle mental illusions can only be detected with heightened awareness, what Aryan Mahansa calls, see here, this heightened awareness. As we first enter the journey as a seeker of truth, either one enters this journey because he or she wants to know what the truth about this world and the so-called self is, or one is just exhausted with the suffering, so this he or she wants to experience this extinguishing of the suffering. So at the beginning of the journey, these big, sufferings that are very tangible could be seen, but as one progresses through the journey, these subtleties of the sufferings, the internal burnings that needs to be identified requires heightened awareness, because this path to Nibbana is mainly on the path where one should awaken to the feeling, not the mind. So these vibrations, when we say vibrations, this whole experience of an seemingly existing world and a so-called self is a manifestation of vibrations. What is meant by that is what can be seen. The requirement for the experience of seeing to happen is the physiological eye. But the experience of seeing does not belong to the physiological eye. That's a manifestation of vibration. That is the visible range of light detected through the eye, through the human eye. A bat may see a different world. A reptile may see a different world. Any other animal will experience this visual world differently based on the kind of organs they have. And even amongst humans, we see this, the vision has a different spectrum. There are blind people, there are people who can see properly, and there's all kinds of people in between who are nearsighted, farsighted, who are colorblind. So everybody's experience, everyone's visual experience, they are limited by the capabilities of their sensory organs. Same goes to the ear, to the nose, to the tongue, to the skin. So the world that we experience is not a world that exists out there or somewhere, but a world that's created in our awareness. We can't even call it the awareness, actually, truly speaking, which is created in the moment. So in this moment, whatever we see is a past vibrations appearing and disappearing at a fast speed. So the visual experience is stitched together to show that there's something is existing. And that same vibration, we are strictly speaking about the experience of seeing, has an underlying vibration, underlying power that gives rise to the feel that something's out there. And due to these continuous vibrations, that same feel becomes extended to feel that there's a self who's experiencing this world. And similarly, hearing, the audible range of frequencies 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz is the range that could be detected by a human ear. That varies for different animals. Dogs are capable of detecting different ranges, and even amongst humans, the spectrum of hearing varies from people who can hear normally to deaf people and people in between who wear hearing aids and all that. So whatever the hearing experience is limited to the capabilities of the ear, even amongst humans. Same goes with the nose, same goes with the tongue, same goes with the skin. We know different diseases. For an example, COVID. When we had COVID, many people, you must have noticed that the sense of smell and sense of taste was not working properly. Did that mean we couldn't feel the sense of smell and sense of taste? Or in the so-called world, those two aspects were not there at that moment? The world at that point in time is just the collective experience of the eye, ears, and the skin and the mind. It lacked the smell and the taste. So similarly, if someone is suffering from leprosy, we know that was a disease that kind of impaired the ability to sense stuff, sense things. That was widely spread back in the days, not anymore. So this experience is a vibrational experience, manifestation of vibrations in this moment. The vibrations of the world, the sights, sounds, sensations, create the notion of the self. Without recognizing how this self arises from vibrations, the mind cannot let go of it. Just like how a magician, if we know how a magician performs his tricks, the experience is not going to be magical anymore. Nobody is going to be deceived by that experience anymore. Just like that, if we truly intellectually understand and then see it within ourselves, everyone has a mind. Everyone can relate to their own experience. You don't have to look into somebody else's experience as it is done in science. It's always about the other person's experience, taking measurements, considering a population, doing experiments. But this journey is a spiritual journey. What it means is it's about the spirit. It's about your own spirit. It's about your own soul. So it's about looking at you instead of projecting the flashlight onto the external world. It's turned towards you and it's projecting towards you to see how this mind that you could experience first-handedly works. So if one understands that, this so-called mind doesn't have that same influence anymore, because that illusion is shattered now. It's slowly being shattered, and whatever the pain and the suffering the mind gave, now it cannot hold true anymore. Now when we know it's not the truth, it's just an illusion that's created moment to moment. How could we be pained by it? How could we suffer due to the illusion created by it? Now we are not being deceived by it. The entire world we experience is a mental projection. The entire world, whatever, from the mother to the father, grandmother, grandfather, your own children, your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, boyfriend, your partner, your relatives, your friends, the so-called world, earth, sun, moon, stars, trees, everything. They are all, whatever we call the world, whatever is included in it, this government, society, everything, they are a mental projection. The newborn baby didn't have all these things. He was introduced to these things. The introduction happened always with the introduction of a label, a sound that was given while the child is being pointed at something, some image. So it's always some image tied to a sound, a label. Image that was taken in through the eye and the sound that was taken in through the ear. We can't even say that that's just figuratively speaking. If we say so, actually it assumes that existence of the eye, even the eye doesn't exist, even the nose doesn't exist. They are also part of the illusion. So everything is a mental projection arising from vibrational energies and sensory sparks. This is why even knowledge we clung to reinforces the illusion of a self. It has become a way for some people to be unique and create that sense of self or reinforce that sense of self. Some people are good at art, some people are good at singing, dancing, painting. So for them, it's I'm a painter, I'm a dancer, I'm a musician, I'm a singer. But people who are much better at learning, for them it's knowledge. They pass exams, they become graduates, PhD holders, whatever it is, and they create a unique sense of identity through acquiring more and more and more knowledge. So and they're proud about the knowledge they have acquired and accumulated, and they cling so dearly to that, and that reinforces the illusion of the self. Even their conversations is to kind of show off what they know, or to show that I know more than you are. History shows us examples. Potila Bhikkhu had immense knowledge, but remained trapped in the mundane because he did not see through the self. And Buddha did not appreciate that. True understanding and realization requires both awareness and practical experience, observing the subtle creation of self moment by moment, every moment. So, yes, concentration meditation helps to a certain extent if you have a very scattered sort of a mind. But that alone is not the path. That alone is not going to take you to Nibbana. One has to understand how his or her own mind is created in this moment, how this thought became a powerful thought that was created out of nothing. Something was created out of nothing when a thought is created. And we have to be very skillful at seeing this mind, because it's like not being deceived by the illusions of the most deceitful magician ever. The magic of the consciousness, mind consciousness, is very skillful, and that's why in certain metaphors it's called Mara, as if it's some entity that's taking us further and further away from the Nibbana. But there's no entity, it's the nature of the mind. It has been kind of equated to some sort of a bad guy called Mara, who tries to kind of trick us to a trickster that who tries to trick us to into our desires, our aversions, our delusions. But it is no such. There is no such entity as such. It's just our own mind consciousness itself. And this, to see that within ourselves, the intellectual understanding is required, and the practical experience, where you see when we get upset. There's some sort of upsetting thought. We see something. We watch a movie and a scene in the movie takes us to some sort of a past moment in time when we had good times, when some nostalgic moment, and the internal burning is felt. Sometimes the thoughts are so fast we don't even feel that we are running away with thoughts, but all of a sudden there will be some sort of an internal burning. That is the clue that uh, that we've been deceived by the illusion. So when that clue is present, if we are kind of attuned to that internal burning, all of a sudden can trace back to the thought, the train of thought, and see that it started at watching this movie scene. And if we see the truth about that, in the first place, that movie scene is a bunch of colors in motion. It did not have anything to do with the thought. Seeing is only seeing. That is that. Then if that truth is seen, contemplated, while that genuine contemplation happens, not to gain more knowledge, not to assert that I have knowledge, but to really inquire what is gained via knowledge, to see the legitimacy of it in the moment, to really inquire into the legitimacy of that knowledge in the moment, there will be insight that does not belong to the contemplation or those thoughts that were used to do the contemplation. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. We are using the contemplation or the thoughts, which is the illusion itself, to transcend the illusion. And that insight that takes place is very important. And to observe the subtle creation of self moment by moment. The challenge is recognizing these processes within your own mind, because the thoughts are very fast and it's very difficult to kind of catch them in action. But like I said before, if you have a very scattered mind, a little bit of concentration meditation helps you get to a calm and collected mind. With that, this practice will be easier. But even without it, if the awareness is there, if we have the effort, the right effort to get to that awareness, that concentration meditation will still be in effect through the penetrative insight, through the penetrative contemplation. When there's a penetrative contemplation, by which it means is darshana jnana, or wisdom of truth, what we listen to, that contains the message, the Noble Friend's message, how this mind, the so-called word and the so-called self is created in the moment to moment. That's darshana, and penetrative contemplation is vidarshana. Meaning, when a thought is created, use darshana or wisdom of truth to vidarshana it, to reverse it, to see how that thought is created in the moment. With that, the internal burning of that thought goes to zero with time. And what you're left with is the truth, in the truth. No, we can't even say what you're left with. What is left is the truth. If you only think about the self intellectually, then it becomes knowledge. It becomes like you memorize the multiplication table and you do some maths, you do some arithmetics. 2 into 2 is 4, 5 into 10 is 50, whatever it is. But there's no insight in that. It's kind of throwing up what you already memorized. But Dhamma is not like that. A lot of people have difficulty clearly understanding what this means. That's why Buddha talks about Satyajnana, Krutyajnana, and Krutajnana. Wisdom of truth, wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Meaning, first you listen to Dhamma, that is Satyajnana. And then when life happens, day in and day out, the life incidents or the thoughts, situations are looked at in the lens of the Dhamma. And that is Krutyajnana. And Krutajnana is, with that Krutyajnana, the truth about a thought is already seen. And when it comes to Krutajnana, wisdom of completion, those thoughts don't become real anymore because they lose the grip they had on the cells because they are not true anymore. And the internal burning is slowly subsiding. Slowly but surely, with enough practice, some depending on where your karma sthana is. What is the tailored meditation instruction to you? From person to person, it differs. For an example, if someone's most desires are in his or her relationship with his or her husband or wife, then that person's karma sthana lies in that relationship. If someone is in the rat race and he or she is all about making more and more and more money, fame, and that kind of thing, then his or her karma sthana lies there. So it really depends on where your most attachments are. The truth primarily needs to be seen in those aspects of life. So the grasp these so-called seemingly existing things have on you loosen. And this happens, it's easily said than done. And if we kind of categorize all our thoughts, there are certain categorizations Buddha had given. One prominent one is Raga, Dvesha, Moha, or clinging, aversion, and delusion. So if we kind of categorize all of our thoughts, could be easily, categorized into 3 categories or whatever. But if we really look at our own experience, seeing this truth within our lives, they repeat. Just because one clinging is noticed doesn't mean there aren't that many clingings throughout the day. these thoughts repeat and repeat and repeat, appear, disappear, appear, disappear. All kinds of clinging, delusions, aversions, some more coarse than others, some more finer than others. At the beginning of the journey, only the coarse kind of ones could be detected because our awareness is not heightened. As we progress into the journey, even the subtlest of the defilements could be noticed. Initially, probably somebody yelling at you or something being broken, your car not working, having car trouble when trying to go to work, or fights in the household between husband, wives, conflict between children and parents. Those things are very coarse and very tangible. And every time these events happen, the truth should be contemplated. Obviously, it's already prior to this moment, prior to getting into the practical approach, it should have been contemplated and it should have been learned intellectually and understood properly. And then, as these things happen, as we go through these hurts of children, fighting with us or whatever it is, what needs to be memorized is not memorized, contemplated is that even the so-called children or husbands or wives, they are mental constructs, they're manifestation of vibrations. Due to the fast speed, it feels like something's out there and I am right here experiencing all that, but in essence, this all that is a manifestation of vibration. But it's even just contemplating these things for the sake of contemplating is not going to take effect and make the defilements diminish. But the penetrative contemplation should have happened while listening to the Amma, because when Narayan Maharaj delivers a sermon, he surely takes one to Nibbana. No one can deny that anyone who understands Dhamma and understands and in a path of feeling, not just always in a mental state analyzing Dhamma, but yes, that kind of analysis is required to understand Dhamma initially. But as we progress, we should awaken to the way in which things are felt, to our own internal burnings, the experience of seeing what it actually means to see is just the experience of seeing, experience of hearing, the experience of smelling, tasting, touching, experience of thinking. We should have noticed what these differences are. When we enter the path, we say we think, we say we have thoughts. We don't even realize the nature of thoughts, how that experience of experiencing a thought is. So there's like a lot of groundwork that needs to be done before one gets deeper into the process. A real contemplation about everything that contributes to the development of Dhammati and Jnana. And this comes with the message of the Noble Friend. This part is very, 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 very essential. I can't stress enough the importance of that. So with that, one's understanding, intellectual understanding deepens. With that, one's insightful understanding deepens, insightful realization deepens, and then slowly one opens up to or awaken to the way they feel. And like I said, whatever the whatever the internal burnings we may undergo throughout the day. So many from the moment, for a newcomer, from the moment we get up, sometimes one might even get up with a very heavy heart, feeling of, oh my God, I have to struggle through the day today. That burning itself, if we kind of are attuned to it and pay attention and look at it, examine it, what exactly that is, where that's coming from, mostly it's a thought about how bad the work situation is, how bad the family situation is. And then that gives us a chance to look a little deeper and contemplate even more if that thought is real. And that thought is a manifestation of vibrations. It's a thought that was created prior to that moment as a collective of, um, as a combined vibration of the images we saw, the sounds that was attached to that particular folder, the smells, taste, touch, like, let's say it's work, the label that work and the images of bosses, kind of work you have to do. Maybe there's a smell in the coffee area, whatever. All that's entangled to create that thought. Sometimes it's not just one thought, it's collection of thoughts, each single thought created by manifestations of vibrations. So we are kind of going through one vibration to another, to another, to another, and which, because of, if a vibration exists, there's an underlying power, and that power gives rise to the sense that something, the thought is there, and I'm thinking the thought on this sense. So if one is able to see this truth, that thought, the grasp that thought had on you subside. Maybe you get up today, that same thought comes, the first thought early in the morning, tomorrow, and the truth is seen today, that there's nothing of inherited value in a thought. Tomorrow also, when you get up, the same thought comes, but with a little less intensity, little less internal burning, same contemplation of truth takes place. And the third day also it comes with little, now this time even lesser kind of intensity, even lesser kind of internal burning. Contemplation of truth is done. Maybe 5 days, 6 days later, you just get up happily. This is the beauty of truth. If we can if we have that effort, we is everywhere in whatever the angle we look at this Nibbana path. The effort is stressed upon, because without the effort, without the desire to realize this Nirvana, there should be a willingness to go through this chanda. Without that, this path is not possible. This path is not for a weak person. This is not for a covered. This path is for a strong person, a very straightforward person, very honest person, loving person. So this path is not an easy one. You need a lot of courage, a lot of effort to go through this path. And so with every aspect of our lives, wherever there's internal burning, this contemplation of truth is required. With that, you can first-handedly experience this diminishment of defilements. If one experiences this diminishment of defilements itself is the tranquility. There's no, that itself is nirvana. There's no some glorious, glamorous encounter called nirvana. Absence of this suffering is nirvana. Mara asks the Buddha, "Are you happy, monk?" And Buddha says, "Why would I be happy about it? What did I gain? There's nothing I have gained. There's no reason to be happy." And then Mara asks the Buddha, "Then are you sad, monk?" Then Buddha says, "Why would I be sad? I didn't lose anything. There's no reason for me to sad about if I lost anything at all. The only thing that I lost was the thought that was there that assumed that there was a person. Now that thought is the only thing that is gone. There was nothing that I gained. There was nothing I lost. So that is Nibbana. Nibbana is not something you gain, neither not something you lose, but that is that illusory thought that we once had, that there is a self and I am listening, I am seeing, I am doing all these things, I'm the center of my world. That thought is the one that will be eradicated. So if someone is experiencing with people with lots and lots and lots of thoughts, people who are analytical, they always have difficulty transcending the mind. They have difficulty really getting to that feel, getting out of the mind and awakening to the feel. So they analyze so much, and they analyze so much, and they kind of analyze the Dhamma all the way through, even when it's not required, and they create a model in their heads as to this is how nirvana should be. Nirvana should be this, or when you do this, you get this, you get that, then you get the other thing, and you get to nibbana. And with that mental model in mind, they're expecting the nirvana to be some extravagant, predefined thing, and they never get to nirvana. Even when they're in nirvana, they're still looking for nirvana. So this is a common mistake that is kind of seen amongst people who are very analytical. And if there's some sort of a model, there's a self who's seeking out to nirvana through that model. So that is another pitfall, and that is another way in which we could be aware and be skillful to not to fall prey to these wrong visions and get to nirvana. I see that Dr. Ravi has joined. Theruvan Sannai, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, Theruvan Sarnai Harshi, Theruvan Sarnai Aryan Vasa, Theruvan Sarnai everyone. Yeah, I heard that you were talking about Nirvana, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
We can talk
So,
about pitfalls of in the journey too. That was kind of related to what I was trying to.
yeah. So, yes, maybe uh, at the outset, as people who come from the mundane world, we usually think there is something to be achieved. So that is nirvana, something called nirvana to be achieved. So that concept is that one is in a way that is all right, we can say, because people who are in the mundane world think that everything is real and think that everything is existing. So they have heard something called nirvana. So they were very keen about what is to find out what it is. So that is the nature actually. So they take it as a real entity, real kind of destination where someone could achieve going through this spiritual journey. So once you start to understand what the nirvana is, then again you tend to feel that, you tend to understand that there is nothing called such, nothing such kind of a destination here. So, so if you take this as a uh, destination that I should reach for, reach for, so that concept becomes some kind of a barrier for this journey also. So, because uh, here what we learn is everything is created through this consciousness is not true. So what happens here is this consciousness, especially mind consciousness, creates an illusion called nirvana. Then we tend to believe that that illusion. So what happens here is, again we tend, if you believe in something called nirvana, again itself becomes a barrier for us to understand the nirvana, because we tend to believe that this projection, mental projection, is real. What is that mental projection? Is the nirvana. There is something called nirvana. So that can, if you, that is again a creation or fabrication or uh, yes. So 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 you should be skillful enough to understand that as well.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Paran Vahanse for all his guidance, all the supervision, and opening up our eyes when we are groping in the darkness. Therwan Sarnai Aran Vahanse. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Until the other friends join, I will give a small introduction about this Buddothpado. Actually, this 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. This is the discussion session, and we are having the sermons in English medium done by number of Dhamma friends starting at 5 o'clock in the morning and going on until 11 p.m. in the night, Sri Lankan time. So you have the chance to listen to them. Different Dhamma friends are explaining the facts in their own ways. So I'm sure when you hear from several people, it will give a better and a more complete picture of the facts that we are trying to explain. And our spiritual leader, our noble friend Aran Vahanse, has started preaching these Dhamma facts for the last 6 years, and he has done more than 12,000 sermons so far, which you can find from the website and YouTube, Facebook, all social media. You can find them. Actually, the main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. So this is the main website, and in that you will be able to find the necessary contact numbers and also all the deshanas which are which have been done, and they are grouped under different categories so that it is easy to find out. Actually, this is in Sinhalese medium that I have to tell you. And there are 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day for the people who speak Sinhalese language to join. And they are actually categorized under different specific courses. Now, there's one Sutra Deshana where only the sutras are discussed, and then there are 2 Zooms for the ordinary explanations of the Dhamma facts. There's one for the people who have been listening to this Deshana for more than 2 years. Some deeper facts are discussed in that. That is at 7 o'clock Sri Lankan time. And then to discuss about the practical experiences, there are 2 sessions. There's one for the youth. So like that. And there's one in Tamil medium once a week. So you get so many Zoom discussions, and you can find a lot of books printed again from the website. You can get the details. For the friends who are speaking only English language, the website is www.wisdomofasia.com. www.wisdomofasia.com. So that is the website for the English speaking friends. So there are books, and also there are pen drives, there are radio, so recorders with about nearly 300 deshana in each of them. So these are the ways that this true Dhamma is trying to be spreaded throughout the world. And in addition, we have a large number of centers throughout the country now, where the practical aspect is handled, and there are one-day programs for the people. You can go to the closest place, and the main center is at Dombagoda, which is near Kalutara in Sri Lanka, southern part of the Sri Lanka. So that is Dombagoda International Meditation Center, Buddothpado International Meditation Center at Dombagoda. So that itself has its own website to find out more details, and there are accommodation facilities. You have to book early and then go. So these are some of the information that I would like to give. We know that our noble friend R.N. Wahanse is actually traveling throughout the country, and he's visiting various villages. He's meeting the people at the grassroots level, talking to them, and then trying to spread this Dhamma. He's starting in very simple and basic manner. There are basic questions are generally asked, things like, what do you mean by nirvana, or what do you understand by the word nirvana, and what do you know about the world? How have you understood this Dhamma, Lord Buddha's teaching? So he asks with some simple questions, and then he will take to the deeper part of it, which is done very methodically. So actually, the people who are participating in those one-day programs are very fortunate to hear these Dhamma facts directly from R.N. Wahanse. We have been actually listening to many speakers. Many of us actually have been trying to find out what is the truth, what is true Dhamma is. And we have been listening to so many sermons, and we know that Lord Buddha said that this Dhamma is Sandittika. A word Sandittika means that it is something that the self has to understand, or the system has to realize. So therefore, it's not something visible from outside, something that has to be realized within the system. So if the person realizes himself that there is something real here, something different here, something true here, which is going to definitely help me to change. So then you yourself know that it is the true Dhamma. So that is the importance of listening to these. When you listen to these sermons, Buddhothpada sermons, you will definitely see that it's different from the traditional way of preaching and the traditional sermons that you have heard. Actually, most of the sermons we hear kind of stories, and we know our mind always likes to hear something simple, something easy to follow. And our mind, the nature of our mind is such that we try to find some shortcuts for everything. We try to find a shortcut for the nirvana also. But Lord Buddha has said that the Buddhism is for the wise people. Buddhism is not for the foolish people. That is what he said. Foolish or the wise doesn't mean that level of education. That's a very clear fact, because even during Lord Buddha's time, there were people who didn't have any basic education even, but they had the wisdom, uh, which uh, which was enough, adequate for them to understand or come to the deep realization of this Lord Buddha's teaching. So it's nothing to do with the qualifications or nothing to do with the education. That is clear, because we know that Lord Buddha's time there were housemaids, there were people who were doing the cleaning of the toilets, there were children of 7 years old. So all of them actually realized this truth. So even now, even in these days, we notice that the farming mothers from remote villages, uh, they understand the things and they take up this Dhamma very beautifully. Whereas a person with high level education will have more drushtis, more things to argue, more facts are already occupying their mind. So therefore, they can't straight away come forward. They can't straight away take up the Dhamma. So these are some of the things, basic things I wanted to explain. So we will continue until our friends join. Some basic facts that we learn from Aryan Mahanse, our noble friends' teachings. What basically we are learning is actually the fact that this is a creation. This world is a creation in the mind. Lord Buddha very clearly said, "Chittena niyati loko, salayatana loko." These two statements we have been mentioning quite often. I'm sure most of you may be very familiar with these two statements. But actually, all this time, we heard these two statements, but didn't tie up that with the proper, with Lord Buddha's, the teachings that we heard. We knew it as a knowledge, but we didn't actually apply it. Dr. Kokila has joined. Dr. Kokila, Peruna Saranai.
Everyone online.
Champa
Today,
has, yes.
Champa must be busy today.
Yeah, I don't know whether is she involved with any of the programs?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, okay. Uh, I just gave a little introduction about Buddothpado and about the websites, and then just started telling something. Any particular topic that you want to start the discussion on?
Not really. We usually discuss last night and today morning Zooms, don't we?
Yeah, yeah. Today morning, actually,
It was like
Sudharma,
more general thing.
yeah, more general things. And last night also, I listened to both of them. Actually, both of them, I felt that more like the general things.
Devan Saranai got Dr. Kokila, Devan
Um,
Saranai, Dr.
Teruvan
Sakumala.
Saranai.
I
Teruvan
got
Saranai.
little late.
That's okay.
Actually,
Okay.
tomorrow I might get late. I mean, not like, not sure what time it will end. So
Tomorrow I'll be able to join on time.
yeah, I have a problem tomorrow. Yeah, if I don't know if I might completely miss the this
Session.
Zoom to yeah
That means, doctor?
tomorrow. I
Ah,
have
right,
something
right.
to do with the kids.
Right. Okay.
I may
Okay.
not
Okay.
be able to join tomorrow.
Okay. We will, anyhow, we will do it.
And I heard that Dr. Chandani is not available from Friday, right?
From
Yes.
Friday, I'm away.
Mm. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
be okay with that. After from Friday, I should be fine. Anything, Champa? Do you have anything specific? Because the last night Zoom and the today morning Zoom, it's not that much into the details of Dhamma. It was more general, how to
Yes, yes.
treat
I
Dhamma
listened,
and
doctor. Nothing much. But today morning also, I was not at home. I couldn't finish that thing. A little bit I wrote. Then yesterday, that means the day before yesterday morning one.
Mm.
Actually, today morning one, Akan Vahanse explained what is meant by myself to one Mr. Dharmapala.
Dharmapala, yes, yes, Mr.
Was
Dharmapala, yes.
like 15 minutes. That part was very good.
Yes, doctor.
Mm. So
That means who is me, no?
yeah, yeah.
About
Yeah,
me.
because Dharmapala was very confused when he asked that, and
Yes,
Aranwanse
yes,
gave a very short version, right?
Short
yes,
and beautiful outline. It had everything in that, isn't it?
Do you
yes.
remember it? Or did
Yes.
Champa had time to write it?
No, dear doctor. Today morning I went to Piliandara town for certain works and I could.
That's okay.
Yes.
I can just briefly tell what I could remember. Because his first question was, I am confused because what is this self? What do you mean by
Mm.
self? So Aryan Mahase started the discussion saying that it's a drushti. It's a
Mm.
drushti. There never have been a self called me or myself or mine, but that is a complete illusion, complete wrong misconception. So, and then he said, now, always, wherever there is, uh, can I say, he said, now, if you are asked to pinpoint where this self is, so the usual things he mentioned, can you call this body yourself? Then can you call this mind myself? So in both situations, you can't because they are changing and they are the body parts can change, body parts can be replaced. So you can't say it's myself. And then the about the mind, he said because the mind is not under control. If it is under, if it is me, it has to be under my control. So sometimes you feel that. I'm really harassed by these thoughts. So that means you can't control your thoughts. It indicates that myself and the thought mind are two different things. And then he said, can you, but always when you see things, you indicate that I am seeing. When you hear something, you indicate I am hearing. So always that my concept is tied up to the thoughts or the stimuli. But thought is not myself because even arhans will have the thoughts. So the pure thought is not myself. Then he came down to say that it is the current or the power which is coming up with the thought is labeled as myself. That is what is felt as myself. So the power or the current of the thought means, in other words, if the thought is felt as real, if the thought is taken as real, a live thought, real thought, or the thought which has become a thing. So whatever is around you, you can just look around and all of them, if you feel that they are really existing, that is where you are. So finally, there is no sort of separate body or person called self. It is that current which is interpreted, or current is the one which is felt as myself. So in the Arhat state, the thoughts are forming without that current, without that power, without that burning. The thoughts are coming. So that is the way of the Arhat's mind. And he said, more you identify this, now this taking this as real, or the self, uh, mm, yes. Anything else, Champa or Dr. Kokta? I may have missed some parts.
I didn't take much. That means I heard Arenwase was telling him that I can't remember, but yes, day before yesterday's session, I have translated bit more. We can discuss that, doctor, part of it.
Yeah.
Balance
Okay.
of the yesterday's one, balance, some balance. Shall I read?
Yeah.
Okay. That means day before yesterday. Or yesterday, I can't remember. When we see a chair, how this chair created. I seen a shape. With the shape, the sound came. Not only that, the sounds fed from early childhood. All are coming. But you see, the previous vibrations came from the early childhood, and when the chair sound is coming, not only that, can you feel this story? Like those Sirasa, Derana, Hiru channels are changing your mind. When your mind vibration is becoming higher, changing and transforming like Sanya Viparinama, perception transformation. The way you are thinking, your ideas, etc., are changing like that TV channels. Everything is changing like 31 realms. Like you are in a hungry ghost realm. Like you are in heaven. Or all your story is creating here. Your physical body is same. But who are you? What is the human realm? What is the animal realm? What is the hungry ghost realm? Such as tuning into those TV channels. If your nature is high, pride, like an atomic bomb, you are about to burst out with hatred. You are just like an animal, or else as an hungry ghost. That is true. 31 realms are here and now. So, where the world is, nowhere, like a vibration, a wave. Have you seen that it is a vibration, a sound wave? Can we discuss that part, Doctor?
Yeah. Can you add something? What do you get from that?
That means, Doctor, this is a wonderful story, actually. Always our vibration is changing, transforming throughout these 31 realms according to the power of the thought at that moment. Then it is just like we are tuning to several TV channels. We are tuning to several that realms. Within the 31 realms, Actually, we are not tuning. Actually, the tuning is happening, transforming throughout. That is what I understood.
Mm. So basically, the body is actually irrelevant.
Yes.
Mm.
But doctor, based on body also some thoughts can happen, no doctor?
Yeah, but still the vibration strength or the frequency would be only
Yes,
relating to that whatever the 31.
realms, yes. Not the body,
Um,
not the mind, yes.
yeah. I don't know whether we have anything to discuss there, do we, Dr. Sakundala?
Actually, sometimes this is something that I felt. Now there are animals sometimes, pets particularly. Some people say that his behavior is almost like a human. They say that the human, the animal understands me. So
Yes,
in their animals also, it may be something similar. No, it may
That
the act-
synchronicity can be happening. Yeah.
synchronicity
uh-huh.
must be there. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yes, that is happening to them also, no doctor, not only for
Hmm.
us.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah,
Actually, some animals
closer to the
behave like
finishing
that.
of
No?
their realm that
Mm,
can happen actually.
Yeah. People sometimes say, no, that he understands me very well. He is almost behaving like a very unusual behavioral patterns are sometimes observed in some animals.
Yes,
On the other hand,
mostly.
humans, on the other
Teruvan
hand,
Saranai, Doctor. Teruvan
Theravada.
Saranai. But
Everyone
Yes.
but animal realm, that power should be always high, no? We cannot, I don't think. Animal thought
I
can
remember,
experience 31 realm.
no,
Is that,
no, not 31. What I'm
yeah.
saying is that they, in that physical body also, there must be different levels.
Ah, yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I thought it the other way. Sorry, doctor. Yes. Teruvan
Yes,
Saranai.
it
I
can
just,
happen
yeah,
because usually
variation.
there is a time period where the vibration lasts. That time period, usually when it is time closer to the end of the animal realm, anyway, they slowly change.
Mm. Yeah.
Arananse has told this before.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember.
And of course, there are different animals. I mean, this Arananses talks about, how anyone can actually continue for 5,000 years or
Yes, yes.
2,500 years or so
Mm.
is according to this synchronicity thing.
Yes.
Uh, that means even non-vibration, there is a chance like that, which is like we can't even describe that, can we? I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not
This
even ready
Himalayan
to describe that.
rishis. Yes, Himalayan rishis are doing that, no, doctor? It's actually a useless thing, but they used to do it.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. No, I don't know whether he related to Lord Buddha's statement or not. I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying.
No, no, that is
Because
not.
Lord Buddha also asked now from that he also told now that there would be Dhamma. So the non-vibration is persisting for 5,000 years.
Yes,
How that is happening, Aranasi has tried to tell that, but I think he doesn't tell because it's so controversial.
yes,
But we don't need to talk about that. But what I'm trying to say is there's so many synchronicity thing is kind of can be very controversial.
But doctor, actually, it is not according to our religion. It is not according to that.
No. This is Lord Buddha's thing.
Uh-huh. Ah, yes, Lord
Lord
Buddha
Buddha.
said, Lord Buddha can stay, could stay.
No, when you word it like that, there is someone called Lord Buddha. No, not like that. Non-vibration can persist for 5,000 years. No,
Yes,
that's a different story. Not Lord Buddha can stay. That wording
yes,
is
yes,
also not suitable.
right. Now
That's
it's
not suitable.
yes, now it's happening now, doctor. Through Aryan Vahansi, now it's a beginning.
Yeah, but that happens every Lord Buddha.
Hmm.
This non-vibration synchronicity happens. Do you understand?
Right.
So you can't really talk about Lord Buddha. I mean, it's just non-vibration.
Yes. No, the story says no. If Ananda Thero asked Lord Buddha, he would have stay like something like that.
Yeah.
Mm.
But anyway, every Lord Buddha is actually synchronized into the same non-vibration.
Ah, yes.
It's just that the Lord Buddha means they do it without anyone's advice,
Yes.
without
That is
anyone's
irrespective of
guidance.
the time gap, no? Between two
Yeah.
Lord Buddhas, irrespective of the time gap. Mm.
Anyway, there's no time gap in this synchronicity business.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
You can't talk about a time.
Mm. Mm.
When you understand this whole thing, the vibration is also understood and the non-vibration also is understood. Only thing is how rare is to become non-vibration. And Buddha status, even an arahant it's the same non-vibration, they synchronized and become the non-vibration. The body can be there, mind can be there, but the samsaric, this whole vibration which continued as a kind of a continuum is no more there. There is no way to synchronize to any vibration because this system, that vibration is not there. If there's
Yeah.
any fire here, any kind of vibration, synchronicity can't be prevented.
Ah, yes, because of the fire. Right.
Any level, whether it is 0.1 or 100 or 0.5, it doesn't matter. Whatever the level, synchronicity can't be prevented.
Right.
But non-vibration also has a power that with that power it can last some time, so that there's a chance. So Buddha Shunya Kalpa means it has subsided so that it is not, there's no causes for that to reappear. So that's the thing. Anything about that, Dr. Sakuti? I think Nancy has told this.
Yeah, he has told that, yes. Non-vibration is something, now I remember something like this. Now he gave that example where this a box packed with balls. Now when all are packed in that way, it is sort of, it has some balance among themselves, and when one ball is removed, they all will have that effect and they will all move at least by little amount, and then they will readjust and rearrange in such a way. So that was given as one of the, as a metaphor to explain that Lord Buddha's becoming becoming this non-vibrational level, how it is explained in Buddhist history, saying that කම්පා වෙනවා කියන ලෝක ධාතුව කම්පා වෙනවා කියලා.
Yes.
So
All the
that
vibrations has to vibrate.
has to vibrate and readjust or something like that, no?
Yeah. It will feel the difference because
Yeah.
it's a balance between
That,
vibrations that maintain this system. If the, vijnana or consciousness actually is kind of toxic. So we talk about this balance between these powers.
Yeah,
Time to
vibrate.
time, there is always a power imbalance. If there's a power imbalance, something will happen. Actually, understanding fully that there is no self here and it's just a vibration, it's not easy. It can be talked like a story, but actually feeling it is the thing.
Yeah.
Doctor, when actually when now slowly understanding there's nothing outside, when I was going today, I felt that all the vehicles are coming in front, all the vehicles are actually going in the mind, not outside, no?
Kind of.
We are actually not seeing outside, no? So all the vehicles are going in the mind. All these tree branches are swaying in the mind. Clouds are
In the mind, it
floating.
says, when you say like that, it is bit, people will not understand for the sake of explanation. We'll add a little bit more. When you say in the mind, it's actually the actual kind of the dream or the illusory film that is
Yes.
being broadcasted. It's through the five senses. Even
Yes.
though you say it is the mind, yes, but
Yes.
mind is formed from the five senses.
Yes.
So it's a creation. If you want to use, you can use the mind, but actually it's a creation out of five
Yes.
senses.
Yes.
So the five senses coming together, actually that is the mind. There's no separate mind.
Yes, doctor. When we see through the eyes, vehicles are coming. Actually, vehicles are coming in the mind. When we are walking on the mind.
Yeah, when you say that, it's a little bit awkward because when you sound like that, it seems like there is something called mind. That's why I'm trying to add a little bit to that. That's why I'm adding extensions to your wordings.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah,
Some kind
because
of
there is
little.
no actually something called mind.
Yes. But
If you actually feel that this film is ongoing in the mind, that is
yes.
another end.
Yes, doctor, but I have to break the first barrier. No, that is what I am thinking. Like actually, I am feeling like that. First, without breaking the first barrier, no use.
No,
No.
first
Yeah.
barrier breaking is when you break all the barriers. So you don't think like that. Anyway, I have to add this again. Aranwansi multiple times has told someone has to go through this go through all the things for actually moment to understand that the whole thing
Yes.
from
True.
so it's just not
Yeah.
getting rid of the outside,
Right.
because
Okay.
that's where the thing is, like if someone has no idea about the form and the formless levels, you can't really call that you know that there is no self, because all three levels there can be a self.
Yes.
Again, this Visyakara thing comes there also, no? Because the one stimuli, it's
Yes.
one stimuli that you appears, but that one stimuli has all these 3 layers.
Yes. Yes. Okay, doctor.
So concentrating on one aspect actually hinders you.
Right. Hmm.
That's why Aranhansa is pushing you to do the 4 things together.
Together, yes. That is how practicing. Just, just thinking.
Yeah, stop thinking too much.
Mm. Not
Dr.
actually.
Bogdela, sorry. Yeah, Champa, finish. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, actually, when contemplations are doing all the 4,
No,
uh,
don't break it too much because this is Anatma Dharma, right?
right.
Yeah, if you try to break it, then you can get trapped in the mind and it can be very difficult. That's why this whole thing in 1 15 minutes Saranhansa did it today morning. That is
Mm.
fabulous because of that, because otherwise you either get into one aspect and get trapped in that.
Right, right. Okay.
Because if you pay more attention, outside is not there, outside is not there, then you when you come to the mind, you can't actually
Get
because
rid.
even to become a stream enterer, you have to go
Mm.
through all this line in one stimuli.
Right, right. Okay, doctor. Okay.
Just keep understanding Dhamma. Don't when you're doing the walking meditation, do it properly, or doing whatever the thing. If you do that, but
Yes.
thinking too much might hamper your the it might obstruct the thing, because then after that the you can get stuck.
Yes.
That's why the like what Aryan said did today, like 15 minutes. He said the whole Dhamma, just get it fully. There
Yes.
is no outside doors. It's not true. Mind is also not
So
true.
not so, yes.
So there can't be a car in the mind.
Mm. Yes,
How
yes.
can how
No,
can be?
just seeing that, and the again
It
that
should seeing truth is in one particular stimuli.
right,
If you pay attention to one aspect, you are stuck there.
right, doctor. Understood.
Because
Yeah.
yeah, it's just one stimuli that you see the truth. Doesn't
Yes,
matter whether you haven't become that yet, but
yes,
at least seeing the truth in one stimuli has to happen. No, then only you will see through all the form, non-form, everything.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, Sudharma, you can talk.
Doctor, now actually this is again related to that Dr. Sakuntala's beautiful explanation. Now, Doctor, we being in the ignorance, however, we have experienced all 31 realms in the stimulus, no, but due to ignorance, we never knew that it is. Because Aryan Mahase also used to say, all of you experienced that you were but unaware, you with the strong self view, self perception. So, similarly, in the animal realm also, the process happens, but in total darkness, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, animal can't feel that. It's just
Feel.
our dream. We are
Yeah.
looking through our dream about the animal. We can't
Yeah.
actually. So, actually speaking, Dr. Sakuntala say that
Yeah.
observation is from our point of view.
Yeah. But it's a very good
It's always from our point of view anyway, in
mm.
any talk we do.
Yeah, doctor. That's a
Yeah.
good eye opener, isn't it? Very beautiful. Yeah, doctor.
And yeah,
Shall I read another part, doctor?
Surangika is also here.
Next,
Theruvan
next. Oh,
Sarnai Surangika.
Everyone, Dr.
there was Sudharma.
Surangika, do you have a chance to join tomorrow? I may actually not be able to come tomorrow.
Yeah, I can.
Try if
Okay.
possible. That's okay.
Okay.
Yes, Champa.
Though we know this Dhamma or not, this is working.
You are acting as an animal. You are acting as an hungry ghost. What will happen after you know this? You are not getting fooled to this. You will understand. This is a system working as mentioned above. Just like a film is running, like the producer, these people are acting in this. This is only a system which is not true. You are got caught into this power and you are acting in this power means you are burning here and you are feeling that pain. That feeling is you. That pain is you. That is your story, your prana. But after seeing this, you will become another character. That means you will become a character watching the film from another side. This is awakening, Adhigata Samadhiya. Non-manifesting concentration is arising through realization. This is not the concentration meditation in a meditative posture. Non-manifesting concentration is coming through realization. Without Sutamaya Jnanaya, here is, uh, here is, he is not a monk. Knowledge acquired through hearing. A bhikkhu is admired only with non-manifesting concentration, according to Upaklesha Sutra. Story of this film, your story, how it is changing within animal realm, hungry ghost realm, human realm, how you are redeeming from this film, how you are acting, the fire in it, that burning nature, sorrow, that is your story, your soul, self. Is that you? You are redeeming now. If so, that belong that pain belongs to you. The system is working without you. The you redeem from you and the world, relieving from all. There is Cheto Vimukti, when redeeming from the mind. A siten midena maga, dukem midena maga. That redeeming from the mind is the redeeming from suffering. End of that burning of suffering is in the redeeming from the mind. A ginna nivena maga, nivan dakina maga, a nissarana maga. Mothers weeping due to death of children. Suffering due to illnesses is over. Suffering due to the thought of death is over. There is nothing called death. Nobody called me. There's nobody here to die. This is only an episode. The day you experience this, you are relieved from everything. That part we can discuss, Doctor.
Yeah, anything to add to that?
Film changing within, vibrations changing within.
He was mainly talking about the lower realms there, right?
Yes.
Mm. Anything to add to that? And
Yes.
or extend it?
That means the fear of death is going, it seems, no, Doctor. Aryan is telling that that is only a thought and it will redeem.
No, if fear of thought, fear of death is actually gone when you are redeeming from the mind, but the four health, actually the risk of synchronizing to that is gone when you are a stream enterer,
Yes.
because in the outside is not true. The power is actually not that high enough for you to synchronize to the lower levels.
Yes.
And Dr. Sakuntala, if you remember the thing that I just want to add this to this. It's not even relevant here, but I just remembered it. You know that word that even Sudharma said, because of this ignorance, actually, Aranwanse in the discussion that I put into the WhatsApp group also, he was talking about this avidya as the actual vibration. I have had that. I have heard it multiple times from the beginning of his sermons, but he doesn't use it all the time. So actually, even though we call it avidya, avidya as ignorance, actually the beginning of the Paticcasamuppada is actually the vibration. This vibration which is arising with every stimuli, whether it is a dog stimuli, whether it is a elephant stimuli, whether it is a Brahma stimuli, whether it is like ghost stimuli or Niraya stimuli, it doesn't necessarily matter. Whenever there is a stimuli, if it is true in that level, even if it is arupa, it takes, there's massive gaps between the stimuli, but still, when the stimuli is there, it is felt as true. This felt as true is the main important thing, not thought as true. Thought as true is unique to these humans because thinking is really powerful in humans, but it is felt as true. Felt as true all the time. Synchronization is happening to this vibration. So that's why each time you are born and each time you are dead, but you can't actually feel that because the way is not seen. So at least understanding how this vibration due to the sankhara is the actual speed. The construction is due to the speed. So the vibration there due to the speed, this Namarupa Vijnana's combination is happening. That's how Aranwanse has beautifully explained this multiple times in the past. And I actually specifically thought it would be good to tell that because when we use the word avidyavanisa, self-vibration, Ganadanna, actually it's not that way because when you go to the field, there's no thinking. There's no thinking at all in the field. So it's felt as true is actually the vibratory nature. So the vibratory nature is actually this self-vibration which is managing as well. So that self-vibration is, if the vibration is there, you can't prevent the sankhara, you can't prevent the speed, you can't prevent the it forming the mind, and can't prevent forming of sensor systems. So that's the thing. So this is a very beautiful area, but I think everyone should try to feel it a bit deeper than usually we describe it in the mind, but describing in the mind is not the actual thing. Feeling, because when you try to talk about these vibratory natures, you can understand that most of the levels you can't actually discuss anything because it's those vibrations are only felt. So there's more to the feel side than the talking and discussing, right? What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala and Suranka? Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, it's a deep point that you were trying to explain. So that is it, can you say it is applicable to the animals who do not have the, now even things like the
No,
earth?
even animals, we are looking through our mind now, so it's useless to do that. We can synchronize to them and feel them. That's a different story. You know, Aranwansi says he became the animal and then felt it. That's a different story.
Mm, mm, okay.
We think from our mind, we can dissect anything. We can think about this and this. This must be happening. That must be happening. This must be happening. Yeah, it's endless story, right? That's
Yeah.
the endless story.
Mm.
But I'm talking about actual feel side. So the I'm actually trying to tell about this self vibration. So you all have to calm down and actually feel this Dhamma as well. Everyone must be feeling it, but I'm just highlighting it for the sake of the listeners also. Because this Dhamma is deep. Yes, Suranka.
Dr. Kokila, there are now the feel that the feel that the animal feels, and we know that they have a relatively small mind, right?
Yeah.
So the feel is the vibration, but that vibration is their
Not
feel. It
actually
is,
talking about that Aranwansi's example. I'm not talking about that.
I don't know
You're
about
trying.
Aravance's example. I wasn't referring to that one. I was referring to what you said about animals have the feel. So that feel
No,
that
I
they
didn't say that. I was talking about the I think it's a misunderstanding. Okay. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking because what they feel is the body consciousness. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about 31 realms, not the animal realm.
No, what I'm saying is now you said it's not ignorance, it's the vibration.
No, that's the Paticcasamuppada Aranwan says, the explanation. He nicely said this, that avidya is actually the vibration, the self vibration.
It's not, I don't know, in what I understand is that it's not that ignorance is not there. You can't say that ignorance or avidya is not there.
Which one? Rahatan Wahanse, it's not there. Everyone else has it.
Yeah, so if everyone else has it, it's not the start with the vibration. The ignorance is there prevalent right throughout, no?
Yeah. Until you are an arahant, ignorance is there. Yes, 100%. But that's why it is gone last.
No, I thought you said that it's not avidya, it's company for the first one.
Yeah, so you didn't listen to that, right? The one I put to the WhatsApp group.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't listen to it. No.
Yeah.
I have heard him say, company, Hinda, Samaya, Loke, Shabde, like that. He says no several times in his sermons. Is that the one?
That I have understood a long time ago that this Paritsampada starts from the vibration.
Yeah, but that is just the start of the manifestation, isn't it? But right through, even for that manifestation to be taken to
That
be
is
real,
what is shown in the Saigon.
even what is taken to be real by an animal
Imagine the zygote. Zygote starts with the vibration.
But we are not concerned about that vibration. We are concerned about the Atmiya company, self-vibration.
That is the vibration I'm talking about. Who cares about the other vibration? I'm talking about avidya, yeah.
Yes, so the self-vibration is there because of ignorance. No? Fundamentally, it's because of ignorance. No?
Yeah. It's a bit deeper than that. It's another way of saying that. So don't get confused. But Renwanse nicely explains that when you go backwards and backwards and backwards, and you if you actually come to the vibration level, you find in the sasa, that's the same vibration. It's the same thing. So that vibration, only time that vibration is not manifesting is the moment that the non-vibration is felt, right? So
Yeah, and the very reason the self-vibration is there is because of the ignorance, and that is why it telepathizes there.
yeah. So if you're talking in that context, yes. But
So
I'm
if
talking
the
about
entire
actual.
samsaric,
Now
yeah,
imagine I go back to my zygote. Zygote actually has a vibration only. There's no story, right? The self vibration starts to manifest the everything, the
yeah, that
senses, everything.
self-vibration won't come to zero until ignorance is vanquished.
Yes. No, this is a different way of looking at it. It's okay. If you haven't listened to that, I put it to the WhatsApp group. You can listen to that. It's actually another way of looking at it, which I thought beautiful. I actually looked at it in that way for a long time anyway.
But from the Avidya angle or the new company angle? I mean, company
It's
angle
not
is
a
not a
new
new
thing.
thing.
It's not a new
He
thing
has
for
said it
the.
so many times. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
listened to it. Yeah, from those days he has said that. But I didn't think he was trying to replace Avidya. I thought it was just another way of kind of trying to make the Dhamma
From the
message.
beginning, because if someone is attaining Nibbana, this vibration becomes non-vibration, right? That is when the zero avidya.
Yeah, so I mean,
Same
it's
thing.
not
It's the
that
same thing. It's
Avidya was
okay.
not there. Yeah.
It's the same thing though. But anyway, we will. If there's a confusion, I think we will drop that. But the experience itself, I think, more valid than the talking about the vibration. Because
Yeah,
if you
I mean,
feel the
honestly.
sasava, then you know how this, if there's a vibration, how the speed does this problem. Because Nama Rupa Vijnana story comes when there is a speed. And speed is there until the vibration is there. So in a different angle, this is from a different angle, I think.
And I think
You can
that
listen to that and we can talk about it again if you like, but don't get confused.
yeah, I think recently that Dr. Asoka Jayasena was also saying that the whole vibration angle was such a new dimension. Everything was put in that light, and it
That's
makes
what attracted me to this Dhamma
that
anyway.
makes it very clear. And I suppose he's a doctor and you're a doctor, so there must be some certain things that might be very clear to you, that clear to the profession, that might be not that clear to everybody.
Because
But
we have to go back to the zygote level, right?
yeah, I mean, we are ultimately trying to get
No,
at
in
the taints.
one single stimuli, we are actually touching the vibration and the non-vibration. Touching the sasava is the same thing.
Yeah, trying to get at the taint, no? Taints, no?
Same thing.
Yeah, self-vibration.
Same thing. So that is the zygote level. And beyond that is the nibbana. So feeling the non-vibration.
Yeah, true.
But understanding how this speed
Was
does
this talk
magic
a
is very
recent one?
important.
Sorry, I haven't listened to it. Yeah.
I put it to the WhatsApp group, English one.
Okay.
I'm not in any other WhatsApp anyway.
I'll listen to it, Dr. Popula.
Yes. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
I now one thing I have I understood was that
You listened to it, but did you miss it?
yeah, I listened to this sermon. I listened, yes.
And you missed it, right?
Pick up what you say, but what I understood was that actually, if there is a vibration, that means there's avijja.
Yeah, you can say in that way also. But the important thing is, Dr. Sakuntala, you have to feel this.
Mm.
When you come to the vibration only, you will understand what this is what this whole thing about is. You can't really keep, we can't think about this in the mind, but actual our try is to feel this, right?
Yeah.
In one single stimuli, whether it's a sound, whether it's a whatever they're looking at something, or whether it's body consciousness, it doesn't matter. It's just understanding that this is what gave you the trouble. That's very, very, very relevant for this Dhamma, because the self view is gone when you fully understand what is happening with the experience.
I think
Because
we know
you're
that
going backwards.
Mm.
You're going backwards.
Mm.
You're going not only going backwards, so the radiant mind is before the mind actually formed, right? So you're going backwards. How? In one single stimuli. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. And Aranhansi says this every day for a reason. What do you think, Champa? I think it may be too much for you, but
I didn't got a clear idea of that, doctor. That is why I can't say something.
I know.
If you tell some again, like I can tell something.
No, it's about actually trying to feel this on vibration.
One vibration.
Sasa, the
Actually,
power,
doctor,
the pains.
yes, that taints.
That's
That
finding your own vibration.
yes, that actually can feel now.
No,
Why when one some kind of burning is happening, that is Sastravana?
that's in the sensual world burning, no?
Then Arupa burning.
Yeah, this is a bit deep, no? That's the thing.
Yes. How can we feel that, doctor?
Oh. There's no magic here. And Champa, we have 4 contemplation for that.
Right. Yes, yes. Yes, to dissolve that. That's what
It's not
only.
to dissolve that. It's not to dissolve that. This whole effort
Uh,
is to find your own vibration and understand that is why you have this misunderstanding.
yes.
Dissolving happens after, when the self view is shattered.
Yes. Right. I thought when some burning comes, I thought, this is what Sastra. I thought it that way.
That is Kamaraga Patiga.
Kamaraga is not much. The Patiga sometimes comes. Patiga
No,
is.
but in the sensual world, a story is a bit different.
Mm.
Form world story is different. Non-form world is different, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
you can feel it in one stimuli. That is the beauty of this Dhamma.
Uh-huh. Right, right. That means all the three are there, no? Yes. Three realms are in one stimuli.
It's not big magic. It just happens. It just.
All the time it
But the
happens.
Dhamma should be there properly. But if you actually not sure what is happening, then you may actually go through that without knowing that it is the experience. So එකලා කතරගම පහු වෙලා යනවා වගේ.
Mm-hmm. No, now if something become a thing, now can feel
You are
very.
in the mind because your mind is now full of nibbana. Now the mind is so powerful because you can't jump out of the mind.
No, today from the morning I was not in Dhamma till now. So
Yeah.
nothing. Yes, I just read.
Yeah, but this is a tricky area where the because you can't, you have to feel the non-form, the mind power should be very low. Stimuli is a different thing, mind power is a different thing.
Yes, for that understanding the mind power, actually understanding the mind sensor is doing now time to time. Mm.
But there are things that we need to understand. පුටුව තියෙනවා වගේ දැනෙන එක
Yes.
is actually much more subtle thing than we think.
Yes, doctor, that actually we have to do some kind of insight. Otherwise, can't just sit and wait while listening to them.
But that's why we do the 4 contemplation meditation.
Yes, but that four is once a day, no? That is also not enough, like sometimes.
Once a day, that's a very wrong word that you said. No, it's the whole day.
All day. Yeah, it appears time to time. Once we practices one time, but it appears time to time.
Yeah, it should be there all the time so that if the actual through and through experience happens, you will know.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
it
through
it's
and
bit
through
dark.
experience can't get by being in the mind.
Recently, doctor, actually, when I was sitting like this, when the tree branches are swaying, at once I felt my mind is swaying like that's what I told you.
Yeah, but it doesn't go anywhere further because you get very active by that.
But in the other next second that is gone. No, yes, that is not there. Yes, it's for a fraction of a second that is happening.
Yeah, but this experience, it has to find your why Taso means it should extend to the non-form.
Yes. But actually, we feel the unformed or some kind of burning means it is a feeling, no, doctor?
Yeah. But the burning also, there are so many variations of burning. That is the problem. Because
Uh-huh.
you're talking about the burning while in the mind.
No, not in the mind even. When sometimes we are not thinking, we are just
So you are talking about light consciousness or sound consciousness or body consciousness or mind consciousness? I'm sure you're talking about the mind part though.
no. When the mind is not much powerful, there are different kinds of feelings, no, doctor.
What is a different kind of feeling?
Uh, things
Are you
like
talking about the body consciousness, the temperature, or the Todd? Todd sound is also a good one, but you missed that now?
no, doctor. When I said in the early childhood, the feelings from early childhood.
What's the use of that? That's the synchronization. This is not about synchronizing to anything like that. That's a gain vibration.
Yes.
Non-vibration, if we have synchronized to non-vibration before, that's a different story. Non-vibration is not that common.
Yes.
If it is that common, every one of us would be arahants by now.
No, no, not that, doctor. Sometimes that feelings are there. Some I can't say actually what
Yeah,
that
the
means.
feelings are vibrations. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, they are not non-vibrations. Right.
Champa, because what I think Dr. Kokala is trying to say is that now this Kamaloka, Rupa, Arupa, Kamaloka is the value, that we attach to things when we take things for real. Now,
Yes.
if you can remember back in the day, if you like some kind of pop music and you're going with the flow, your heart is going dig, dig, all that, right? You are in it, you are in the music. Then if you go and watch a cricket match, you are like, taken up and you're carried away with the whole thing. Then, all that type of thing. Then what about those nice types of meals and food and things that we love to eat? All that is just Kamaloka, those raga kind of desires. So those are all coming from this world being taken to be true, no? So those are the sensual pleasures, and those are arising because of everything that the mind takes as real, no? But from
Yes.
a sensual side of things, there's a physicality to it. But when one ceases to take the outside world to be true, then in the Rupaloka, the form world, it is just almost like an outline. That whole physicality of that sensual feel that you say you're feeling, that kind of thing is not so apparent now. It's not very tangible. The whole body is not shaking, the heart is not beating. You don't really feel it like in a really heavy, not even a heavy way for sad things, but even for joyful things, very exuberant, overjoyed, excited. That type of thing doesn't come from when something is in the form realm,
You know,
because that is just like a perception, but there is still an outline. So, in that sense, there is still a weightage given to it, but it is not as, what's the word in Sinhala? It's like not as olarika, not as obvious as it was in the sensual world. So this feel becomes subtle and subtle, and when the mind is when the mind value and the mind taken objects becomes zero, one then goes into that middle state. I don't know, maybe Dr. Gokula can correct it, but that middle kind of state is the only when something in the perception level is becoming true, the Rupa Loka, and then the feel is different, and it becomes harder to catch, harder to detect. And then finally is that Arupa Loka where you can't really kind of pinpoint into an object or pinpoint to a perception as such or a sanya as such, but still there is that subtle feel that something is there, kind of thing.
Yeah,
That
in
feel
there,
is
there's
what is the arupa.
no smell, there's no heat, there's nothing. There's nothing. mental part is not related to that anyway there.
Yes, doctor, maybe.
Even
I
the
am,
5 is not there. But there is a feel. That's very unique. You
yes,
won't mistake it for anything.
yes, doctor. I don't know what it is, but Aryan once said no to listen to music. I tried. Actually, I can't listen to music because it doesn't give me pleasure. So I can't. I don't. I tried, but
You have a particular swabhava, that is that is your side, not like actually the enjoying side. But did Aranvanse said to listen to music? I can't remember that.
no. At Maharagaon, yes, he said somewhere when I was in front of him. Well, he said because
When he gave the biscuit thing.
I can't remember the place. He said Aryan Mahansi said no to relax the mind for a while. Uh, that is good. This music is good for that means all the time can't listen Dhamma. No? For that Aryan Mahansi did
Yeah,
it.
I remember somewhere he said it isn't in Champa.
Yes,
I
he
mean, he
said
just mentioned it not in very lightly, not as if like.
because Aryan Mahansi
But the thing is, Champa, when you say you can't even become the sound, then how can you talk about a feel?
no actually can't listen but continuously cannot do it. Can
No,
listen.
that's not the point. That's not the point. Imagine you are doing something and uh, the sound comes. If your mind is zero, you can actually become the sound.
Yes, that is true. Automatically can uh, feel the song, but
No,
when
not feel the song. That's different.
we cannot go and put it and listen.
So
Try that.
forget about it. But anyway, the thing is, in your case, is your the aspect is more friction side, not the other side.
No, so many years I am not used to listen to music.
No,
Maybe that.
that actually has ruined your life. That is the thing. You can't even how can I say this? Not ruin. The words are so judgmental. What is the word I can say? Patterns. These are patterns. These are life patterns. Purudu.
Can't see films. I don't like that. Means the films. Looking at films also very much boring for me.
Now, Champa, I don't know. I would need help of Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala for this. I'll try to say this in a way. This Patiga Sabhavaya
Mm.
in you is so high, you can't do anything in that kind of aspect. So you have to have a very good calming effect for you to actually calm down your mind because the
No,
friction is high. So just imagine mm, sound is a sound is not a song. Seeing is seeing is not a film. Boring means actually there is a friction. I don't know how to say this. What do you think? Can someone add some? Boring comes from the mind, no?
not recently. It has happened so many years because after
No,
looking at
we can now, Champa, you have to forget about it. Who cares about the past?
Yeah, say something that you're feeling like today or this week.
no actually can listen to the songs if it is automatically happening. If somebody else is putting a radio and can listen, but it is I am not you. That means
So do
it is
you think we are putting music and dancing here?
not like that because um, that makes I can't feel any.
I would like to, but I don't have time.
I don't know why. I tried so many times.
No, I don't try. That's what I'm saying. Why should you try? You take all the things literally, Champa. Don't take these things too hard.
Yes. No, not
Jump.
taking it.
Yeah. Okay.
The,
But
the
if
fact
you
is,
think that
yeah.
if you think that you don't like songs or films or anything, there may be certain other topics that you like. Something like listening to Dhamma.
Yes, that I like. That I like.
So there
So
is
the,
Then
someone liking the Dhamma.
there
Yes.
is a
yeah,
you there liking the Dhamma.
Same
there is
thing. Boring is someone. Someone is getting bored. Someone is liking something. So just
Dhamma.
drop both of that.
Yes, listening to Dhamma is very much satisfied. Satisfied. That means it gives a
so whether there is a person who likes music or a person who is attached to music or whether person attached to listen to watch a film is no different from a person who has taken the Dhamma as a thing and then who
Yeah,
is
same thing.
same thing, no?
Same thing.
Because otherwise, R.N. Vasi says, no, if you really want the essence of the Dhamma understanding, it can be even obtained through a song or
It
a
can be even
melody
from a cross
or a
sound.
noise or something. Anything can
Tone
trigger.
sound
Yeah.
is enough.
Mm.
In all the situations, the person is remaining, no? Self
Mm.
is there. So there isn't a difference.
yes, trying to overcome that self. Right one
I
and
No,
think there might
there
be
is a
a
problem there, the way
con-
you talk, Champa. You have to calm down.
there
yes,
might be a conditioning, isn't it, in the mind, Dr. Kokila? That mind has
Yeah.
been conditioned so much that there is a unknowingly to Champa, there is a rejection from inside,
Mm.
something like that.
rejection means no, there's no rejection.
No, I mean not that you are like rejecting, like you are sitting and rejecting it, but automatically, because yeah, it's difficult to
You
explain.
should be able to go and sit with anything. Go and any sound is not a song. Any sound is not a maybe
No,
an alarm.
no, I'm not telling that songs are irritating, not nothing like that. That means can't go on listening. In once in a way can listen. Can't go on listening.
Yeah,
That
yeah, of course, nobody can go on listening now because the Loka Sanya has evaporated. No,
yes, that is what I'm telling.
isn't
No,
that correct,
actually,
Doctor?
even that I don't like the way you put it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The way you put it is not good because people will get the idea that everything will be kind of rejected. That's not the way. Everything is normal. Only
But
this self is gone.
you know, doctor, in the very past years, I used to listen the music non-stop. Listening.
No,
That's a
then now there is a rejection from the system. As Surangika said, definitely there is a rejection from the system. Uh, certain things because
not
Dhamma has been more attractive. You have to
I.
detect that.
Yes, maybe that Dhamma is very much attractive. Some that not become a thing, but listening to Dhamma is very much relaxing, like something like that.
I mean, we are not blaming that. I mean, we listen to Dhamma every day. So we are actually what I'm trying to say is the way you speak is the way only problem. What you do is not a problem.
Yes.
I don't know. The way you speak is actually not relevant to Dhamma. What Aranwanse said is also not that. Aranwanse is saying it as a kamatahana to calm this strong mind.
Yes.
Your mind is so active saying, this is so boring. So still your mind is active. So the mind to calm down.
Yes,
The song may work because Aranwanse is a feeler.
yes.
But you are, because you are not a feeler, you can't feel the sound. Because feeling is the magic here.
You know, doctor, our next door, there was a guy, a musician, right? He was singing like nothing until late night. Can't even sleep. Don't know whether because of that this happened. It was a headache using.
You are actually your
Now,
mind is very powerful.
yes, now he's not there and now bit relaxing like.
Now, because this Dhamma advice is not about synchronizing to the past memories.
Yes.
This Dhamma is about for contemplation in the sound meditation, for contemplation in the walking meditation, for contemplation in the work meditation, for contemplation in the eating, for contemplation in the going to the town, for contemplation going to Piliyandala. So everything.
Mm.
So even if you are listening to a song from the next door neighbor, if actually I can pay someone and come to play the music, I would do that so that you will become, you will actually may attain Nibbana through that.
No, doctor, it was actually not. It's a kind of harassment for everybody. Now they have gone, sold the house and they went.
Yeah, but
Actually,
you can say that to the toad also, harassment.
yes, but actually, I'm telling that,
No, but
doctor.
the point is not that I'm not actually answering your words, Champa, but I don't know whether you feel it. I'm actually trying to give you a message. I don't think it is gone. I'm telling you that this controlling mind has to die. Controlling mind has to subside. You have to let go.
No, not actually.
If you want, no, you are actually talking back. But if the field to come more powerful, this mind power should come down.
Yes. It will happen in according to the time. I can't do anything
No,
forcefully.
you
I'm
can. You're actually feeding your mind.
yes.
So stop feeding your mind.
Feeding means, doctor? Feeding only
We all
Dhamma.
feed our mind. So whenever the mind keeps saying that, this is boredom, this is not good for me, or this is that, this is this, just let it be and try to feel.
Right. Okay, I'll try, doctor.
Your mind is very powerful. I have said that. So slowly it should come down. Mind, whatever the mind say, this is boring, so high sound, this is low sound, this is good, this is bad. Everything is in the mind. I'll hand over to other two.
I think you were doing a good explanation. Anyway, what I also felt was it's kind of like adding fuel, no, to the fire is burning. If you go on adding fuel, that the fire will be more stronger. So when the thoughts start coming, don't sort of give a push, or you don't add anything to that thought. So that සිතුවිලි පැටව ගහනවා කියලා කියන්නේ
Oh,
something like that.
yes, just to flow the thought. No, doctor, just
Don't add like that. Yes.
let the thought to flow. Yes.
Yeah, thought will come and go.
Yes, yes.
Uh, don't sort of encourage the thought to multiply and come in several generations.
No.
But
I'm not
sometimes
actually
mm,
not controlling it. I know it's not very bad. It can't do it also. Controlling mind is
can't
not
control. No,
can't
no, no,
control.
no. I'm not. No, not talking about the controlling.
just let that thought go. That is what I feel. I don't know. The Surangika might be able to give a better this thing, but don't encourage that thought. Now, when a thought comes, often what happens is that you let more thoughts come, and then
Yeah,
you
let the
feel
boring thing be boring. Who cares? What's the big deal about the boring?
yeah.
So be boring.
No, boring. Actually, boring means that I am not.
Actually, I'm
Normally,
not trying to attack the boring even. Let the boring be.
normally I am not. I'm not a boring person,
Not the
right?
boring person, the sound. I'm not even talking about a person here. There's no
Yes.
person. No?
Yes. Yes. No person. But actually, the boring means not looking at a film or this
Yeah,
teledrama.
let it be.
Okay,
Yes.
just explain what you mean by boring, Shampa, first.
That means no need to see that, like no use of seeing something like that is coming when looking at.
Is it coming as a thought, or is it
Yes.
even without any kind of vitaka or anything at all? There
No.
is no irritpima, like, what do you call that thing? Stimulation or any kind of excitation. Nothing is coming. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, my husband is watching the TV, when I'm going here and there, I used to see those. But I'm boring means I'm not interested in them. Looking at that
Yeah,
teledramas.
that is quite different, because if you say something is boring, that means you have taken an opinion. So if the opinion is coming from the mind.
That
Uh,
even for the
so
Sri Lankan news also like that, no, Suraj?
So you have an idea about that it is about this. No, that is what I'm saying. It is the mind.
Hmm.
You have an
Because,
idea that this is this, this is this, this is this, this is this. That's not a picture to you.
no.
That's
The,
not a shape of light to you. You have a story there. That's why it is not important to you. That's what I'm saying. Drop the mind.
hmm.
It will be just like looking at a tree then.
Yes. Doctor, they used to tell no killing and so many things. That is
But
TV news means everything about killing and
no,
some.
but this is not about the story now. I'm not talking about the sensual world things.
Yes.
That's not important. What is in the news? That's what I'm trying to say. You are judging it. If you know about what's actually in the news, then you have already judged about it, and you have opinion, as Surangika said.
Because doctor, I feel sorry for them. The people.
Anything is seeing only.
Yes, that is true. Seeing is seeing only. But the way people are suffering, some thousands of people are on the roads.
Again,
Are
telling the story now.
no,
When are you going to stop telling the story? Like maybe it is too early for you, but as Aranwansi said to Maheshi, when are you coming?
yes.
Are you dropping
Right, yes.
the valuable part of it?
Mm.
yeah,
I'm not.
Champa, I mean, look, everybody has some kind of story
Yes.
on the path. But what I think Dr. Pokila is trying to say is some of these should be quite obvious to you now, because of the level of involvement and listening to the Dhamma. And if it is not so obvious to you, where these places where one is getting stuck, then at least contemplate it to see. So now some of those things that were mentioned, if it is something is coming across as boring or not interested,
Mm.
I mean, you won't say not interested, as Dr. Pokira says, unless you have already identified it. Because you have identified only the sanya perception comes saying that is something that you're not interested in. So where is that coming from? That is a mind sensor, right?
Yes.
So what does Ramahansa say? So sittata sittenawa. So the mind has now formed an opinion that, okay, Sri Lankan news, not interested, always murders, this, that, and the other. Now, do you think that it is only people listening to the Dhamma who have got that experience? There's a lot of people in these countries who have disregarded listening to Sri Lankan news because of the negativity, not only in these countries, in Sri Lanka also.
Very much
We know
right.
so many people who don't tune into the news, no access to the Dhamma or the true Dhamma, but they don't listen, not only to news, to watch Facebook or whatever it is,
All are like that.
because of this negativity and these sentiments and all these type of upsetting things.
Yeah, you don't need no self dhamma to do that.
Mm.
Yes, yes.
And yeah, continue, Sarangika.
No, I mean, that's so. There is this thing with the mind. Also, the mind unconsciously, unconsciously, it's almost deceivingly tries to give you like a good mamaya, a good eye.
No, no, no. Not that. That is not like that, dear. When people are suffering, it's very difficult to look like suffering. That means the feeling is there. Dukkha hitenawa.
So
That is
who is now scared about feeling dukkha? I am today. I am really blown off from this discussion. Who is scared about being sad now? What is the problem with you?
no, no,
Now
that is
you
so.
have heard the squirrel example, no, from our Mahansa so many times
Today
recently.
morning he said, or
Yes, that is
yesterday
true.
night.
I am not thinking all those things. Normally, I am not meddling with anything. But the way
No, it
people.
is true you coming now.
Mm.
Your mind has so many biases. Everything is in coming out today, which is good.
Yes, good actually. The way the because the that Aryan as Aryan Vanshe says no dukkha hitenawa. That means you should feel the dukkha to come out.
ඉතින් දුක හිතිච්චාවක මොකෝ වෙන්නේ?
Dukkha is
මේකේ ඔයා රකින්නවනේ ඔක්කොම. මොකද්ද
Yeah,
මේ කියන්නේ?
then doctor, if I see those things, it'll coming again and again. Then that is another.
ආ
But there is what is happening is you are burning and you are trying to look at another person's burn, isn't it? Both sides are burning. That is why now you say you are feeling very sad about the things that you are seeing. So that
Yes.
is the
It's
actually the
actually good
potential.
if Aranwan says it.
Yeah, you are also burning and you are trying to help another person who is burning, or you are
No, no,
concerned
no.
about the other person burning.
I
So
am
that
not
is the,
burning. You see, doctor, that Bandhanagara thing, people are.
No, no, the
One,
Bandhanagara thing is in the mind. No, stop that.
yeah,
I don't like you going back to the mind again and again.
going back to the film again.
Film again.
yes, that means if somebody died, the family members are crying. In the other day also, morning to night, crying and dying and no end. That is a time.
That's in the mind, though.
Yes,
If
yes.
you haven't understood this by now, we have to go back to the beginning.
No, no, I understand, doctor. I very well understand that is nothing to do with me. All those are nothing to
Not
do with me.
nothing. No, that attitude is also wrong. You are
That the
living in the dream is
light
a
is not
different
true
thing.
and the sound is not true is very much something that everyone has to contemplate, Champa. As long as the Sakkaya Ditthhiya, self-view has not been eradicated,
Yes.
every fundamental part of the Buddhist philosophy has to be contemplated. Full
Yes.
stop. Everybody.
Yes,
Yeah.
All
this
of us.
light
All
because
of
of the
us.
light vibration.
Even the sound is not true, and our contemplation is there.
Yes, those two. Yes, mainly.
Not mainly.
Mm.
All three things.
Yes.
But the mind is not true is fundamental in Naranahan says Dhamma.
Yes, yes. Mind is the
When
misleading
you
thing.
say yes, but the moment you try to say something, you're going back to the film nicely.
Yes, maybe, doctor, but actually I'm understanding that in day-to-day life. Now I am slowly understanding the mind.
Actually, it is okay to feel sad, Champa.
Mm.
Because you are not a feeler, maybe feel sad. No, actually, I'm not joking even.
Yes,
No,
yes.
actually, that's true, Dr. Kokila, because even sometimes I used to do that because I don't listen to music. And like when my brother died so long ago, we stopped playing music in the house. It was like a funeral house for 15 years. So because of that, even like sometimes, even recently, I deliberately put the song to kind of to see, to kind of test it even. I used to do that. So like you said, Champa, I mean, it's important to know that feeling is at least there.
Yeah, because this Dhamma is only for feelers. You are actually blocking all the feelings.
You mean to look at that and feel, my God, it's so sad, doctor. Sri Lanka is a sad story. Aryan Vansi has to.
No, that
No,
there is
don't they take these things literally. Now, how do you say that in Sinhala? මේවා ගෙඩි පිටින් ගන්න එපා. These advices are actually very deep advices. Don't
Yes,
take it literally.
yes, I know, doctor. I know.
this is not the watching of it or whatever is not meant for
Yeah,
you
I
to
don't
take
care
all
what you
those
watch.
things wholesale.
Mm.
You can watch whatever you like. Maybe you watch a Dhamma program. That's okay. But the actual philosophy is not different.
Yes.
If you're actually listening to Aran Hanse's voice, then you don't understand this Dhamma.
This morning, I don't know where was it, where was that place? I don't know, wherever he was saying, somewhere halfway, 3/4 of the way, he said the Satara Satipatthana. Did you hear that, Champa?
Today?
Yeah, he mentioned it very briefly. And he said, the usual thing, Kaya means Skandakaya. Skandakaya means Aramune deyak naha. Nothing in the thought,
Yes.
stimuli. So he said, contemplate that this is nothing to do with physicality.
Yes.
Skandakaya, first one. Satara Satipatthana, first one. Skandakaya, nothing in the stimuli. Chittanupassana, nothing, the thoughts, nothing in the thought. Even though, now Vedana, no, and all that, no, don't need to tell all that, no. So just think about the first one, contemplate the first one and the third one. The third one is important, as I keep saying, which is the one that is quite deceiving, the mind sensor. But then the first one is very important as well. Skandakaya is the stimuli, stimuli after stimuli after stimuli, right? That is boring, this is not interesting, that's a song, this is the death, this is the prison. Or stimuli, isn't it? So the feelings are arising from the stimuli becoming real. So if the stimuli is not real, the contemplation is there, but before it, you won't get to the prison if the sound and light are contemplated. So I mean, I'm not saying, nobody's saying it's easy, but recognize that this prison prison song, interested, boring, adjectives, all these things are coming from where? The mind. The baby didn't have no prisons and interested, interesting and boring and all.
Yes.
Keep going back to the baby in the cot. No such reaction, right? We'll watch that screen with the people killing themselves on the TV with a beautiful smile on the face of the baby.
Yes. Yes, without rejecting, must watch. No, Surangika.
No, nothing to do actively. Just to come arise that way because of contemplation.
බේබි චම්පට එන්න ගොඩක් කල් යයි. බේබි චම්පා හිටිය නම් ඔය කියන්නේ
No, because of I have seen so much suffering throughout the
You
life.
think you only saw so much suffering? Ayyo. What is this story, Champa?
No, this 30 year, this thing I
Stop
did.
saying that. I'm not letting you talk about those things. You think you only saw suffering?
Oh my God. Yes.
No, you don't. Don't
I
even
mean,
think
it's
like
not
that.
easy. It's not easy, true, Champa, because I mean, after all, different systems are different, no?
Yeah.
So the way as Aryan Vance says, also some people get it quickly. Some
Yes.
people get it with little bit contemplation, but for some people, it
No,
doesn't happen. The
this
systems are different. But
Dhamma is okay with Champa. It's just that
That
the
means should be balanced.
mind
Mind.
mind power has to come down a little bit to contemplate even, because if you can do all these Dhamma things and you do translation also, that means you are with Dhamma every day. It's
Yeah.
just that um, Dutuanam Dutua Pamanai doesn't come magically.
Yes. Yes. Must accept the life as it is, no, doctor? Yes.
No,
no,
no, there is no life.
No, yes, whatever is coming, that means whatever is seeing should be seen, hearing should be here, like that.
if there is no life, there is nothing to accept and no person to accept. So everything
Yeah.
gets cut off. That side, this side, every side
If there
gets
is
cut
no
off.
self, who is accepting or who is not accepting?
Just passing away, yes. All are coming and going, appearing and disappearing. Yes, yes.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I don't think any word is suitable. None of these words are true.
Yes, yes.
You
Birds
keep
are
saying.
only for community.
But I have to tell one thing.
Mm.
Any single word we say here is not true, and
Yes,
don't take them as
yes.
like literally as I told you,
Mm.
because if you say RN once I told to listen to songs, that even that sentence is wrong. Actually,
Yeah.
it is to do like 5 minute anapanasati thing. That is like that, just to
Yes,
calm down the mind
yes,
so
yes.
that the satipatthana can happen.
Yes. No, I don't
So
know.
you have to find your own way to do that. It's okay.
Yes.
If your mind gets so activated by something, don't do it.
Yes, that means, doctor, what Aranvans is telling is true.
I'm
Aranvans,
actually not telling you to watch the movies or watch the news or listen to songs. So I'm actually removing that part. I was telling that to challenge you to understand. It's that for deeper understanding, we are having this communication, but it doesn't seem to go that deeper because you take the words literally.
yes.
We have to be careful, very careful, because
Mm.
even when we try to say something, if you take the superficial meaning, you can't go far.
Yes,
There is always deeper meanings.
yes,
So do whatever possible for you. Do whatever comfortable for you.
yes.
Nothing is true.
Mm.
Yeah, I think the most difficult thing for all of us, Champa, is, I mean, to the extent whatever system has a self view,
Mm.
is that there is a default that we don't even touch. The default that we don't even go to is that the automatic acceptance that there is an I here.
Yes, yes. That is
So
what no.
because of that, only everything is being done by bypassing that level.
Yes,
And because of that, there is now a Champa who does the Dhamma, and there's a Champa who is not interested in the music. There's a Champa who is feeling very sympathetic towards Sri Lanka and all those people and this kind of thing. So whilst you are not acknowledging it like that, that is because it's almost deviously bypassing that.
yes,
And the mind is that's why I said the mind is very devious. It happens to all of us. It's something that is very difficult to, as even Asanti says, and I also said, I think 3 months ago, it's not easy. I mean, Aran will say Borukario and all that, but it's not easy. So the challenge is that mind sensor is another sensor. So
yes,
if the sound is also not true and the form is also not true, how can the combination of the form and the sound be true, which is the thought?
Yes.
So those need to be leave the translation alone.
Yes.
Take the time off. Don't have this weight in your mind that I have to do X amount of translations for the day. I have that thing has got accumulated, this talk has got
Right.
accumulated. Tomorrow he's going to be all over in Dharma Yatra, therefore I will have 3, not 2. All this is just these are
There is my problem. You know, I have some
yeah.
time schedule. That is my one of my problems with this work. That is one thing. You
Sorry,
are
I didn't hear it. You're pressured by it, is it?
yes, yes. What you said is correct because there's some kind of pressure in doing these things.
Yeah, so that pressure is not going to give you the space and the freedom
Yes.
for this system called Champa to actually contemplate Dhamma without that pressure. There is a mounting pressure underneath.
Sometimes, yes, sometimes I think to avoid this, like some pressure is coming towards because I have to do it. That thinking is then I must do it. I must do it. That is
No,
there.
I think I get it because there was a time that the having to do the talk. I mean, it's such a small thing in the grand equation of things, as R. Mansi says. I mean, people do so much in Sri Lanka, but then every system is not the same, right? But if some system is feeling the pressure of it, that means, for one thing, the self view is still there.
Yes.
Dr. Kokila, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as long as there is pressure, then I mean, if that is going to impinge on the proper reflection of the Dhamma,
Yes.
and then that
I think
system is
it's right.
still struggling to get that, then
Yes.
there is actually no point also in a way, because I mean, ultimately the greatest, what is it called, the greatest fulfillment of the obligation is also understanding and realizing the Dhamma, right?
Yes.
Because to be of the greatest help to anybody is to get out of the mind and be with the feel, and then lend towards the conversations, lend towards the discussions, and then help people. But if you are continuing to be in the mind, I mean, there are
Rangika,
people
you
who
got
can be
my
semi
I
in the
think
mind
I
and
think
semi in the
she
field.
can continue to do the one for the TV thing
yes.
for
Beautiful.
Indrani, because Indrani has to actually put it to the TV,
Yes.
and you can calm down on the ones you do here. But the thing is, I'm actually more into actually listening Dhamma and understanding Dhamma and trying to see what you got, not necessarily word to word translation.
Yes, yes. I think so, doctor. The memorizing and just discussing is better. I think this is giving me pressure. I can very correctly understand that.
Yeah. Just do Aranahan says Dhamma TV thing, which
Hmm.
you do usually.
Is that an English translation, Champa?
That means 2 to 3 small thing I am doing. No, that is not difficult. This
Hmm.
now translating the morning night on at a rate. No, Surangika. So
Yeah,
it
no, don't. I mean, yeah, don't do that because ultimately,
Yeah, because we
like
can
our
talk.
advanced.
We if we
can
just
talk.
we just need one word like cat, then we
Yes,
know what the, because sometimes we forget. But then
yes,
as soon as
Yeah,
Dr. Sakala said cat, then I could remember the cat thing, and then the
yes.
whole sermon comes out. That's
Okay.
like that. So
So
it
it's
doesn't.
so
like those little subtopics only, Champa.
yes. The
Those
subtopic.
little, yeah,
Yes. I'm
and
going to stop it from today. Yes, that is very much
But
troubling.
do the direct one given to you for the whatever the Indranis and
Yes.
helping Indrani, and because I think it's a massive work Indrani
Yes,
is doing
yes.
as well.
Miss Indran is one also doing now. So the pressure is very much like that is what.
Yeah, so we can drop our one. We don't have to like write.
yeah,
Ah,
you don't need to write anything actually.
okay,
I
okay.
mean,
I
But
yes,
main thing is
yeah,
to actually understand.
yes. Understanding, listening is
because
This dream will never be true, Champan.
No,
Yes,
because then when you're doing that the TV one only champa for the day,
yes,
then even your mind, I mean, the mind has to be used not to contemplate to a certain extent. So
yes,
then the mind is also relaxed.
yes.
The
Two,
mind is
two per
really
day. Two per day.
mind is
One for
yeah,
Indra, one for this POTV. 2 to 3 is my session. A little thing.
yeah. I mean, whatever the thing that you have to do, what I'm saying
Yes,
is, if you keep it to that one, then
yes,
at least the manasikara, the reflection can be done properly because that's the only one you're doing, no?
yes, yes.
So then, whilst you're translating or whilst you're doing whatever that thing,
Mm.
then you can spend more time actually deeply reflecting on
Because
those.
word to word translation is not the successful way.
Yes.
Mm.
Uh, No, I did it because we didn't have topics no those days. No, I can just take some few points, right? While listening, I can do that without uh, deep, long translations.
Because
Yes,
usually I miss the Arahanses ones given in everywhere, but I don't miss the 7 o'clock and the 5 o'clock.
yes, yes. I am also like that. The
Yeah,
far
so
away
we all
classes are
can
not.
still discuss it. We just have to remember the subtopic like the cat or whatever, and we
Yes.
can remember.
Okay. I'll do it from today.
Yeah,
Topic.
but remember the dream is not true, okay?
Yes, very true. Yes, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dharma friends. We'll
Thank you.
discuss tomorrow. I may be not able to come tomorrow.
Okay, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Surang,
Thank you very much.
Sakuntala,
Devansana, everyone.
everybody.
Devansana, everyone. Namaskaram.
Good morning. Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aran Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Wahanse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Eva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com, and today we're starting with page 159. We are now talking about concept of self. People get caught in the illusions created by the mind consciousness. We cannot stop seeing. Without the eye, you cannot see. So this is something that is created due to the eye and the ability to see. For a child who cannot identify the color red, red is not there. When the teacher teaches him or her about red, he does not actually see red. Whatever comes into his view, he calls red. But in reality, it is not red. Therefore, this is just a creation due to circumstances. It is different for some animals, such as a bull. Everything appears red to a bull. So here Aran is showing that what we think is a fixed reality, like red, is actually learned and labeled. The eye meets forms and vibrations, but the mind constructs meaning. A child's red is a borrowed word, but a bull's red is a completely different perception. In the same way, our sense of a self is also learned construction. We think that it is real because it appears continuous, but it's only arising from conditions. Now, everything depends on circumstances. And in that case, where are the colors? With various vibrational systems, new vibrational powers get created through reconstruction. For example, a cartoon is made with just one drawn picture on each page of a book with 100 pages, say, for the sake of simplicity. When the pages are rapidly moved, we see a running child. This clearly shows that this is just a creation constructed by fast-moving vibrations. In the same manner, the sparks in the eye make you see things as moving or flowing. When the particles on the outside becomes equal with the particles created on the inside, it becomes an object and appears real. But it's not real. It is something the mind creates due to the process discussed above. The sounds, colors, tastes, smells, and sensations created by varied degrees of vibrational powers explain the occurrence of the five aggregates. It's profound. This particular, if you can make sense of it, there are vibrational systems, and there's in that vibrational system, when it takes place at a very fast speed, the observer and the observed is created due to its power. and new vibrational powers get created. Just like the example of how a very simple cartoon can be created. When we were kids, we used to do that, like take 100-page book or whatever, and at the corner, the bottom right-hand corner, we would draw, in the first picture, we would draw a child standing. In the second one, we would move his leg a little forward. And in the next page, we will move the leg a little bit further forward. Like that, when we at a fast speed turn the pages, it looks like this child is running. So similarly, so that shows that there's no child running, but it's a creation constructed because of fast moving vibrations. In the same manner, sparks in the eye. If you can kind of see it in the eye of the Dhamma, the fast vibrations occurring in the retina, where the cones and rods are there. They're also vibrating at different speeds. So if a similar vibration is detected, we'll say outside, but there's no outside. That vibration becomes this vibration and the vision is created. And these vibrations happen so fast. So like all these visions are visions that are like short-lived, fast visions are stitched together because of the speed, because the disappearance couldn't be detected, and it feels like appearance is continuing and changing because the disappearance of the vibration the disappearance couldn't be detected. Therefore, these three-dimensional objects are created, the world is created due to the power with respect to it. The so-called self is created, my hand is created, my body. All that in the same image that we see. And because it's so fast, if you can't see it with penetrative insight, there's no denying, there's no accepting this as an illusion because it seems so real. If one hasn't listened to this Dhamma and doesn't have the slightest the idea about what kind of an illusion this is, that person, there's no way to comprehend the length, breadth, and width of this illusion. And this is the same with the sounds, smells, tastes, touches. It happens so fast. This three-dimensional, seemingly existing world and the seemingly existing self, with respect to that, in that same vibration is created, appeared, disappeared, and happened so fast there's no disappearance that could be clearly detected. Therefore, everything is appearing and changing and moving. And that's very profound if one can see this. This is the five aggregates, this is the dependent origination, this is the Four Noble Truths. There's nothing real, something the mind creates due to the process, this fast process. There's no independent object behind them. And understand, there's no me even seeing this. The so-called me is a product of all that. Understanding this begins to dissolve the illusion of the self. If you get blindfolded and imagine that you're holding a baby, even if you cannot see, you feel the softness, body temperature, shape and other sensations. Sometimes even better than the way you feel with your eyes open. What happens here is that if one base is not working, the other bases work together to create the feeling. Now you feel there is an object that is real, and then I'm also in existence. So you do not want to lose the feeling, the alive feeling, and want to keep it. Creating the feeling that things are real, which is done by the senses. But it is an illusion. Blindly you look for gratifying and satisfying things created by the 6 bases, and there is no real purpose in these transactions. So even when someone is blindfolded and, let's say, holding a baby, what could be felt is just a feeling. We can't even call it softness. When someone says softness, softness is also, by comparison, something is soft. Compared to a hard surface, this is soft. What is felt is a feeling. But since before being blindfolded, we had a body, we had hands, arms, palms, and we have an idea it's going to be a baby that will be held after being blindfolded. So this mental image is there. Idea that it's going to be a soft baby. It's a soft baby held with my arms. The whole mental picture of arms holding a baby is created, while essentially what is felt is just a feeling, we could say, on the skin of the palms, but that too, the palms too, is a mental image, label. The skin too is a label. So just a knowing, just a feeling is all there is. But the feeling becomes whole with the mental image. That's the whole experience, that 3-dimensional myself holding a baby. The baby becomes real, the so-called self become real. That is the illusion. How skillful we are at seeing this in the moment, that much we realize that this is an illusion. Even blindfolded, you feel the baby, not just the feeling as just the feeling it is. So basically the other senses are compensating for the lost sense to create the full experience. Therefore, that's more the reason to recognize it as a dependent reality, dependent origination rather than an independent one. The mind does its usual stitching that it's used to doing, puts pictures and claims and the information, thoughts. There are certain tablets made to satisfy hunger. In that case, you do not even have to eat. But people want the taste and satisfy the tongue. When the drinks were made in the past, we used pumpkins to extract the pulp and then added artificial pineapple taste to give the pineapple taste. People were in reality drinking pumpkin juice, but to them it tasted like pumpkin, so they thought they were drinking pumpkin juice. Now, in this regard, people were drinking a thought in their mind and not pineapple. To be able to realize the truth in the illusions created by the mind consciousness is referred to as wisdom or prajna. which leads to jnana in Buddhism. Wisdom is a very loosely defined word. We kind of try to avoid that word at any cost because it doesn't really make sense, because the way it's used in the word wisdom is used in regular context is to say someone has a lot of life experiences, therefore like a deep understanding about the life, whatever the case, or whatever the context in which the word wisdom is used, it implies the world that they believe in, an existing world. So we avoid that word at any cost, because prajna and jnana, we don't even have to translate it to English, because those words, two words, are unique. No other religion or philosophy or doctrine talks about those two words other than Buddhism. So why just translate it and dilute the meaning? Just use them as it is. That's the best. We use the word insight interchangeably for prajna and jnana. We can use higher insight for jnana just to give an understanding. But it's better to stick to these words. Sometimes it's better not to translate certain words. A merit refers to the ability to detect the illusory mind, and this is also awareness. Then that too also, it's actually a skill. The ability to detect the illusory mind is the skill, how skillful you are at it. With awareness, the thoughts are always detected. If the thought is smoothly flowing without disturbances, this is a very skillful deed. If there is no being or a self, it is similar to a corpse. The great wisdom, or the super wisdom, super awareness, is the realization that there is no existing self or being. You can achieve Nibbana via insight wisdom or penetrative insight and meditation. So this, again, just like holding the baby while you are being blindfolded, there's nothing to say that you're holding a baby except for the feeling. There are many situations like that. In fact, our whole life is something like that. There's this system at play. Something is taking place, some incidents are taking place. There's a commentator that's created through the thoughts. That's non-stop, incessant chatter, tells the whole story, and for the person to whom this world became real, he thinks that story is the real thing, when the story is a byproduct, or rather a distorted version. So similarly, in the example of the pineapple juice, where pumpkin pulp is used to create the pineapple, so-called pineapple juice, the pumpkin pulp and the artificial pineapple flavor is added to the pumpkin pulp to create the so-called pineapple juice. And the label says it's pineapple. In advertising, they show, an orchard of pineapple and being harvested and being crushed and making the pineapple juice. And thinking we're drinking pineapple juice, we drink pumpkin pulp. So where's the pineapple juice? That is the thought. We're drinking the thought. There's no pineapple juice in reality. Many things happen like that. The whole life is like that. The so-called whole life is like that. So the whole path is to realize this nature about every incident. realize, people are born, babies grow up, they grow up into adults, get married, make more babies, get sick, get old, die, and his baby or her baby becomes an adult, get married, make babies, and grow old and die. Similarly, mango seed gives rise to a mango plant. It grows, grows to become a huge mango tree. It bears flowers, it bears fruit, and the fruits fall on the ground. The seeds become another mango plant, and the older tree dies, and no one calls it the mango tree called Joe died, or there's no sense of self there. There's no individual identification, self-identifying view there. It's just nature. It's how things happen. It rains, then there are famines, there's drought, there's flash floods, there's volcanoes, there's tsunamis. Then there's spring, there's summer, there's winter, there's all sorts of changes, differences in the environment. Nobody says anything. When stuff like that happens to people, it's a huge problem. It gives rise to suffering. Similarly, people get sick, people have different diseases. They bear babies, they get sick. It's just a system at play. And when a mind is created and starts labeling everything, then mind gives rise to the suffering, because there's duality, there's good and bad, there's things that are supposed to be there, and then there's things that are not supposed to be there. So if there's a mind, there's suffering. That's why this Dhamma is so important, and that is, animals also have suffering, but they do not suffer to the extent humans suffer, because they don't have a sophisticated mind. There's suffering because there's fear of death. Their lives are much more vulnerable than ours in the jungle to predators, but if there's a threat, they just get out of the threat, and they eat, drink, and sleep, and go about with their days until there's another predator or danger. They're just vigilant, that's all. But for us, if something like that happens, if person kind of deceives us, or if we get to a heartbreak or whatever it is, that suffering is endless. It's kind of propagating. It breeds more suffering, because we have this sophisticated mind, which an animal doesn't have. And this sophisticated mind is the mind that is capable of understanding this profound Dhamma and realizing this profound Dhamma, and put an end to this suffering, put an end to this cycle of rebirths as well. So there's the good to it and the bad to it. And out of all these different vibrations, 31 planes and all that, this particular plane with this particular vibration is the rarest of all, which gives rise to this sophisticated mind, which is capable of understanding this profound Dhamma. So that is, and being that's what Buddha said, being born a human, rare is being born a human, rare is listening to the noble friend, rare is finding the noble friend, rare is listening to this Dhamma, rare is awakening to the moment. And we've been given that rare and beautiful opportunity And we have to. I mean, there's no person doing it, but if a message to be communicated, this is how we will have to communicate it. To have that effort and really understand and realize what's going on, how this world is created moment by moment. That is our duty. That is the purpose of being born a human, is to get to that internal transformation that becomes nirvana. Because as a human race, we've come a long way. We've evolved from hunter-gatherers to domesticating animals to cultivating food and building our own houses, inventing fire, the wheel. And with all that, the cognitive evolution, being able to speak, being able to communicate ideas that are not tangible. And we've become technology advanced. We've mastered tools, we've created computers and artificial intelligence to mimic the behaviors of the human mind. And that itself marks how much we have moved away from the nature. At the same time, on the other hand, we've become people who has endless desires and who kills animals, who gets into wars, and all these ruthless things people do to people, like non-stop. And that kind of so that kind of degradation, spiritual degradation, is also due to the advancement of that same mind. And it is only it is about time that we realize how we've been going in the wrong direction, and really try to understand what this mind is, how this mind is created moment to moment. And so and it's fortunate that we came across this Dhamma through Buddothpado Arya Mahanse, and so far, over a period of 5 years, Buddothpado Arya Mahanse has given about almost 10,000 or more discourses explaining how this mind is created. When everyone was talking about the mind and the qualities of the mind, the characteristics of the mind, how the mind works, and the diseases, disorders in the mind, the psychology and all that, Buddothpado Arya Mahanse came forward and said in the simplest terms that there is no such thing called the mind, which was controversial and profound, and which really makes sense, how this mind is not something that has been in continuous existence as an entity, but how this mind is created. The mind is created in the moment, in a thought, just like when raindrops fall from the sky to the ground. It continues to happen. We call that process the rain. When the water runs in a water flows in a stream, we call that flowing a stream or a river. But if you touch it, there's only water that you can touch. Similarly, there's flowing, all kinds of flowing of thoughts, but if you pay attention for a moment, what could be grasped is just a single thought. So the mind is that flowing of the thought, but in reality, how you can experience the mind is that single thought. And that single thought itself is not real. Why, when the label comes, whatever is in front of you in this moment, let's say a table, when the table is looked at, the label comes, it's a table. That label comes from the past, because that label is been given in the childhood to name that so-called seemingly appearing object, the image that appears for what we call the table. When you were a kid, that image was given the label table. With this table is a sound. It was detected through the ear. So detected through the ear, somebody pointed at the so-called image of the table, and that image got entangled with the sound. So that entanglement itself makes it feel like something's out there, some three-dimensional object is out there. So when we see the table right now, as we see, as that image is seen, still that package that was created as a child, getting the image of the table entangled with the label of the sound of the table, that whole package together gave rise to a different wave, because the image that's being looked at is a vibration of, it's a manifestation of vibration. That label that's given to call that image a table is also a vibration given through the ear, manifestation of vibration. So together, collectively, it creates a different vibration. Just like how to, if there are two pebbles dropped in a still pond a little far apart, the ripples that are created seemingly coming from the two pebbles, in the middle there's a different pattern that's created due to the interference of those two different waves. Just like that, when the image, which is a manifestation of vibration of a table, the sound of the table, label of the table, the sound table, which is also another manifestation of the vibrations, they all get together collectively. It's a different way, which is the mental object, which gets telepathized even now when you look at the so-called image of a table. So just from vibration to vibration, we live. There's no we living here. Also, it's just the experience is the vibration of the table now. Then I turn my head to the right and I see a bottle. Then the image is seeing, the label automatically comes in the lines. Then that's that vibration. And there's another thought, if that became real. There's another thought, this is the bottle my mother bought me when I was a kid, or my mother used to love me, or whatever. All those are different vibrations. So this whole experience of me talking, looking around, moving, going to the other room, whatever it is, talking to whoever, all that vibrations, and because they happen so fast, they're kind of stitched together. It feels like I exist because of the power of these vibrations. No vibration can come alive without the power giving rise to it. So these vibrations happening so fast give that idea of a continued self. I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Terasana Hashi. I pay my homage at Taren Mahase's feet. Terasana Sorry, what was actually I joined just now, so what were you discussing? Just if you can brief me.
This is kind of a continuation of the book I was reading today. So how it in a very beautiful way talked about how this experience of self is created. If you can continue on the same, or we can, if you have a question or something that you would like to bring up, we can discuss that too.
Sorry, there is a small. I couldn't hear you clearly. Yeah, sorry.
So this is what I was talking about, was how this experience of the self and the world is continuing due to vibrations. The book kind of discussed it in a nice angle.
Yes.
So since no one had joined from our regular Dhamma friends, so if you have something, we can talk along that, or if you have something that you would like to discuss about, we can do that too.
Yes, I think we can go on the same topic that you were sort of talking, because that is the core part of the thing that we have to understand, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Actually, we are what the feeling that we live is the result of a flow of thoughts, isn't it? Now, thoughts are the result of the collective action of the senses. As long as a person is breathing, that means the physical body is working, then the senses continuously work. And that means there will be different types of forms, or rupa you call it, the function of the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the skin, the tactile. So these continuously function non-stop until the breathing stops, until this physical body collapses. There is no way of selecting the sensor functions, just the pleasurable ones, just to have the pleasurable ones, and then get rid of the unpleasurable or unpleasant ones. So this is a continuous function, and it's a, I would say it's a nature of it's a law of the nature, and it non-stop functions. And then again, as a part of the nature's law, beyond the radiant mind level, these sensor functions will merge together instantly, with where you can't keep a time gap, and the thoughts are formed. So it's like now the example of the fork, tuning fork, which is given by R.N. Mahanse. The formation of the thought is similar to two tuning forks with different frequencies being vibrated, and the resultant sound is yet another different type of sound. So that is because the two sounds, two vibrations merge together and then gives rise to another type of vibration, which gives a completely different sound. So the thought formation is also something like that. And the thoughts again, now because the sensor activities are not under control of any body, any authority. The formation of the thoughts are also just spontaneous happening as a part of the mechanism. So these thoughts are the ones, because of the ignorance, which is taken as real. But in all these places, the speed is the vital factor. Because of the speed, you tend to feel, the system tend to feel that there is a light. Actually, you can't say whether there is a light because we don't know what is the nature of the so-called outside world. But due to the speed, then and there, light is created. And if that speed wasn't there, there wouldn't have been any light. Again, due to the speedy vibration of the eardrum, a sound is created. So if that speed wasn't there, or if the eardrum wasn't there, there won't be a sound. Similarly, if we apply that to the eye, if it doesn't happen speedily, and if there is no physical eyeball, there won't be any vision. Now, these things can be applied to the other 4 organs also. So the physical organ is there, and there is a speedy, very speedy vibration. The speed, of course, you can't give a number because it's so fast. So because of the speed, there is a sound created. So if you analyze this further, which we call sort of deep analyzing or vidarshana, you can see if the speed is excluded or the speed part is not there, there will not be anything. There won't be any sounds, pictures, there won't be any smells, tastes, or tactile feel like warm, cold, and hard and soft feeling. So speed is, as I said, it's a vital and essential factor, and the physical organ should be there. So collectively, there is a creation of a light or a creation of a shape. And similarly, there is a creation of sound. Now, if these are not true, if these are just illusions, which gives the impression that it's really there, then the resultant thought, which is the ultimate product of the collective action of these sensor functions, can't be true. Then if you take these thoughts, now thoughts are words. Basically, everything is a thought, whether it is a verb or a noun, whether all these, you use the words to describe that. So they are all thoughts. And when you realize that the thoughts are also illusions or just creation right now at this moment, then this whole created world collapses then and there. And when there is a thought which is taken as true or a really existing one, it won't stop from there. What happens is that as a part of this law, nature's law, the system tend to feel that it is really existing because there is a current or some form of power which is running underneath this. And that itself will lead to the vibration where some form of clinging or some form of attachment, likeness to maintain or have it. That is the self-feeling. So if the ultimate, the very last product is the self-feeling or the self-perception. And when you take this whole system, when you take this whole thing, you can very clearly see that from nothingness, step by step, but actually when I say step by step, you found it gives a sort of impression that there is some time gap. No, it's not. There is no time gap actually. It happens instantly and in a unbelievable speed, which gives you the impression that it's persisting or it's there. And the very last product is that self-feeling. So this is the whole story of what Lord Buddha tried to explain, and he found it himself with long sort of struggle and strategic and very difficult uh, time. He went through very much, I mean, very hardships, and ultimately he himself found the truth. He realized with the internal transformation. That is why we use the term Samma Sambuddha, because he did it without the help of any of the teachers or any guide. He followed some teachers right at the beginning, but then he found that that is not what he was looking for, because those pathways actually didn't provide any solution to this sorrow and the suffering of the life. So then he found that this is what is happening actually. The whole thing is an illusion, and then the senses create some form of world and gives rise to the feeling of real existence, and then there is a person who is enjoying these existing things. And now our noble friend is making it simpler, excluding the difficult Pali terms, and he's trying to explain it using the 4 practical steps, where you tend to realize at the end that there is no person or no permanent things, but these are all limited to the sensor functions of each living being. This is actually hard to convince because we have been believing what was created by the senses, and then we were taking it as truly existing, and then on those topics we had all sorts of defilements, clinging and aversions mainly. But under those 2 umbrellas, there are so many defilements. All are 100% is due to the feeling of self. So that is the main root of the tree actually. Even if you cut the tree at the level of the ground, that means without understanding and understanding the self-existence, how it happens, and how it can be sort of get rid of without realizing. It's like something like cutting the tree right from the ground level, and you are happy that you can't see a tree now, but with time, at some point, it will grow again. So what is important is actually uproot the whole thing and remove the root system also. That is what Lord Buddha has given one example. A palm tree, well, he says that a palm tree, you remove all the roots, but just replant the tree, the trunk and the leaves as it is. So from from external look, it looks like that tree is there, but the tree will not regrow because the root system has been completely removed. So this is what is happening to a person who has internal transformation and understanding of these facts. Will not accumulate or have any kind of defilements, but he will be interacting with the society or the world in the normal way. He will communicate and do his duties, perform his duties in the normal way. But like the tree which has no roots and which is not going to grow again, he will be communicating in the normal way. There is no difference to the outside world. So these are few of the things that I thought of talking. If you like to bring up any points in what I said, I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. There was Hashi.
Yeah, තෙරුවන් සරණ දක්ෂිතලා තෙරුවන් සරණ හැෂි තෙරුවන් සරණ Nonsense and all. Yeah, as you clearly mentioned, clearly talk, when someone transforms, someone has the transformation. It's like it's like a tree without its roots. So tree is there, tree in the sense the normal body functionalities. So, but the roots are not there. So that means it does not allow even though the trunk is there, trunk and the leaves are there, but it can't grow without without the roots. So yes, it's a nice example. So yeah, the challenge is the achieving the state of this internal transformation. So in this Dhamma is all about the nothingness or the understanding the reality. So what is the reality? Reality is the nothingness. Nothingness in the sense it's not the it's not that explaining something is not there. The tree is there. As Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the tree is there. But with the understanding, you get into a state where that you don't feel anything. That doesn't mean senses do not function. You become dumb and you become a state of coma. That is not the state as people think. Everything is there. Everything functions well. Senses are creating, but with the understanding only, you are not attached to those senses. You can stay away from. So even though I use this word you, absolutely what is happening is the getting away from the self. You is not there. We can't say you, me, or he, or these things, but for the purpose of explaining, we have to use it. But only thing, what happens is everything will be there without you, without the self. So how the way how we achieve that thing through the understanding only. So understanding that there is no self to perceive anything, that makes someone to lead to that particular state of internal transformation. So when people think, when we say there is a thing called internal transformation, so again, some might think, if you talk about internal transformation, there should be two places, internal and external. No, it is not the thing. That is also not true. So for the sake of explaining these things, we use those words. So because we can't express these things without using the existing vocabulary. But so the people might think there would be some kind of internal transformation means they might think it is like something happening inside the body. So inside the body. So that is not the thing. Actually, what happens is you understand that there is no so-called internal as well, or external and internal as well. That is the nothingness that someone understands. So in that state, we call it is a state that someone achieved as internal transformation. For that state, we call the state of Buddha. For there is no person who achieved the state of Buddha. There is no person who transforms internally. It is only a state. It is only a state. So if you assign a figure to that, that is also the part of the same, become as the part of the same misconception. So that's why Lord Buddha said to Upakajivo, someone who asked, "Who are you?" "I'm not a human." I'm not. The reply was like this: "I'm not a human. I'm not a god either. I'm Buddha." For that state, there was no such a word in that era. So for that particular state, he called it the Buddha state, where the internal transformation had occurred, but without a person. That state is Buddha. So there won't be a person behind that state. So that means everybody who internally transforms become into the same state. So that's why there would be no difference between those people who achieve that state. So and the other thing is, in order to do so, you need, only thing that you have to do is the understanding or realization. So that realization is self-convincing. That part is called internal transformation. In other words, then the state you achieve through this internal transformation is state of Buddha. So there is no person behind the state of Buddha. So it is a very this is something totally brand new kind of experience that we haven't felt it before. So that's why Lord Buddha said, "I'm preaching a Dhamma that has not been heard before." Dhamma in the sense the nothingness. The nothingness has to be felt. that state is felt. That is why it is called self-evident. So that Dhamma has not been felt before. That feeling was not there before. So we haven't ever experienced it. So the state is brand new. So that is the path that has been the path that has been revealed by Lord Buddha is the path that should be followed in order to achieve that state. So what then comes the problem how we should achieve. So first we have to at least for the knowledge we have to know what Buddha said, and we have to find out the correct angle where we should look at it, the Dhamma. Look at the Dhamma. Then of course, then you come to kind of understanding, yes, what Lord Buddha said was correct. And what is happening, then what will happen unknowingly, there would be some kind of a change that happening inside you. The change, kind of change, with internal change going to happen to you. Because you have been perceiving things and you have been taking the things as real. Even the self was real. But after listening, after realizing what will happen, you tend to feel that there is no such a thing called a conscious feel. The, so then you tend to feel something different from what you have felt earlier. That is the experience. That is the experience. It is self-evident. It is self-evident. So nobody can say now you feel that. Now you feel. So if something is felt, it is felt by self, no, ourselves. So this internal transformation is also a feeling. A feeling has to come internally. So how you should experience it through the understanding. So once you start understanding this gradually, the transformation will gradually occur. So it cannot be taken forcefully. So that's why Lord Buddha said, we have to let it happen. Let it happen. What you can only do is just try to get the wisdom through the understanding. How you understand, so how much you understand your thought, the mind, so that much you will be able to achieve the state of Buddha. So that is the path. That is the path. So it's a gradual process. That gradual process is called the path. That what you feel is ultimately what would be the goal? A state without a self. But we are starting from a state with a self. So in between, there is the path. Then during that period, you will feel that yourself is getting dissolved gradually. The state dissolving of the self, it is also a feel. So this Dhamma is talking all about a feel, not about words, not about activities, not about something you do physically, not about thinking, not about a knowledge. This Dhamma is all about a feeling of a self to feeling of non-self. So when you achieve that feeling of non-self, there is no person to feel that feeling as well. It is a certain state. For that state we call a state of Buddha state. So everybody who achieve that state will remain same in say so there would be no uh, individual nature for that. So as long as they live, so as Dr. Sakuntala said, the trunk is there, leaves are there without the roots. So we call it's Sariputta Thero, we call him Mugalan Thero and so on. But internally, their own roots are not there. So they have achieved the same state of Buddha, state of Arahatu. So state where the self does not exist. So I think so it cannot be achieved. So Lord Buddha said it cannot be achieved through the meditation, particularly through this concentration meditation. So through concentration meditation, what happens? A person is there, he is trying to get into a certain state of stillness. But even he achieved the stillness through the mind, the person would be there. Person is there. Person is the one who is achieving the stillness. But in contrast to what Lord Buddha clearly said, what Lord Buddha really said is a state where the no soul is found. That is the state of Arahat or Arahato Buddha. So yeah, and also it cannot be achieved through this concentration meditation. It has to come through the understanding only. You will, as you become thorough with this understanding, you tend to feel that you were in such a ignorance, and now you start to understand the reality of everything. That is the nothingness. Nothingness can be achieved only through this understanding. It is a state of understanding, but ultimately what will happen, you will understand that there is no person here, none soul Dhamma. So what that is that Dhamma had not been heard before. This is a brand new thing. We have to look this Dhamma in its unique perspective, otherwise we won't be able to grab that truth. So that's why the angle is so much stressed here. The way we look at this Dhamma should be different from the rest of the other things. So if you are capable enough to look from that perspective only, you will grab that truth. You will get this understanding. So under that understanding will lead you to the true transformation. So that is the internal transformation. So yes, Harshi, Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi Theruvan Saranai. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sakuntala, for your valuable inputs. And Dr. Sakuntala brought this nice metaphor about the tree, the coconut tree, the eradicating it, totally eradicating of the defilements or the so-called world and the so-called self, kind of remove from the root, so that it's not a temporary avoidance or suppression of
thoughts like how they do it in concentration meditation, and like you said, Dr. Ravi, the internal transformation. And even, if we compare it to again to concentration meditation, there's no internal transformation when you kind of get up from whatever the cross-legged position posture you are in, whatever regular day-to-day events that come your way, that concentration is gone, the defilements again appear. But this is not something like that. This is a total eradication and also internal transformation. And I mean, it's so how do you call it, so beautiful that not only Aryan Mahanse use the best of the best metaphors to kind of explain this Dhamma, and being very creative ways, very practical ways to explain this Dhamma, but also in English also. He redefined some of the terms too, so that this Dhamma make real sense, like such as super awareness. Awareness, we can have awareness about anything, where it's already assumed that this world exists, such as, when you get up and go towards the kitchen, you knock your foot on this table leg all the time. These kind of unfortunate accidents that happen because we are not aware of where we are going or where things are. So that's that belongs to the mundane plane, whereas awareness that there's no, the so-called external world is not real, the so-called self is not real. That is not an ordinary awareness. That belongs to the supermundane plane, and it's super awareness when it's fully realized. You don't fall for that illusion anymore, and so it's like a very beautiful thing, because all this time we've known and used the word enlightenment to say this thing, nibbana. But true enough, with this Western spirituality and all that the context in which they use it is, even they talk about enlightenment like, oh, I am enlightened, but there are certain defilements. I still get angry. In that context, they talk about enlightenment, and it's, in a way, it's funny and weird. If you're enlightened, how can you have, in the sense that we thought they meant it, how can you have defilements? But that called for the need for these terms to be kind of redefined in a better way, so that it doesn't confuse someone who's coming from these backgrounds. So, I mean, in that sense, we can't say the value of Aryan Mahanse, but it's just so unbelievable, like in different ways in which Aryan Mahanse, like he says, kind of sets the platform so someone who's genuinely seeking for the truth can get to that internal transformation. So, and these all these discussions we have about this internal transformation, nirvana, how the mind is created, all the same thing, but it's actually great to get together with all Dhamma friends and talk about this, discuss, so that we have, you would agree with me, Dr. Ravi, right? It has helped us tremendously too, right? As we talk about it, we contemplate about it, we get insights, and it makes the whole platform much better for seekers of truth, isn't it? Yeah, I think, well, yeah, that's all I wanted to share. I think we've come to the end of the session. If Dr. Sakuntala, you have any comments before we wrap up?
Uh, yeah, as you said, it's nice actually if we can sort of have a platform where more discussions are happening. But as we mentioned yesterday, we are just talking on some of the topics that we have been sort of we are more familiar with, isn't it? Because if there is a proper discussion, we will also be gaining many things. Not only the person who is asking the question, but we will also be gaining something. So anyway, I think we have been just discussing the basic facts that we talk every day in this forum. So I hope that will help somebody who is listening to this, even on the YouTube, the essence of what our noble friend is trying to convey to the world. So I think, Harshi, maybe we can conclude then if there is nothing else to say.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, very true. Yeah, if like in other discussions, people ask all sorts of questions, but here we have a very limited um, group here. So, yeah, if someone can come up with questions, it will kind of lead the discussion in different and subtle ways rather than just us repeating the same.
Yeah,
You know,
actually, there's some experiences how to sort of get the Dharma, how to get it explained by them. I think that sort of topic will be very interesting, isn't it?
yeah, so from time to time, we've been trying to kind of initiate that, but it kind of falls flat after some time. So, yeah, with the hope that someday some people it will be beneficial for people because we know, I know on YouTube about 80, 90, sometimes some videos have about 80, 90 views. So that's some people, some people get gaining something out of this. So, and
Yes.
yeah, so even on YouTube, even they listen, if you can ask questions and comment or whatever, then maybe we can answer them in the discussions. So that is like an open invitation. If you
Yes,
have,
yes, that is something that if they cannot participate right at that moment, if there are questions on the under the comments, even we can take up that for discussion. Yes, yes, true.
yeah. Then yeah, thank you, Dr. Sakuntala. Then let's wrap up and let's all pay homage to Aryan Mahansi at our feet. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansi. And let's meet again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai Dr. Sakuntala, Namali and Rebecca. Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Viva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com, and today we are starting with page 157. This is the discussion titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 29, 2023.
Aryan Mahanse, you are talking through common knowledge. Do you feel that you're alive? As long as you feel this way, a self is with you. How can I say that? After you took medication and recovered, you got the feeling, I am well now. Participant, yes, Aryan Mahanse. Then you got this feeling because of the notion of the self. I am well. Participant, I understand. Aryan Mahanse, underneath the language we use to communicate, there is this notion of a separate self. Along with it, defilements such as craving, aversion, and ignorance accompany the notion of self. Especially in Sri Lanka, if you ask somebody, he or she would say, "Oh no, I do not have those feelings." However, in this country, a girl cannot walk freely on the street at night. But in Western countries, she can. Nobody bothers her. If someone tries to abuse a girl, the consequences of that act can be severe and that person can end up in jail. The Dhamma lecturers are also like this. They pretend to be arahants when they're not. While keeping all defilements, here most people try to show as if they are saints. This is being honest. This is being dishonest. Underneath all these behaviors, a soul or a notion of an individual self exists. So this discussion comes from this mother and between the conversation between the mother and the Aryan Mahanse. So Aryan Mahanse asks if she has illness, and she says, "Yes, I have illness." And Aryan Mahanse asks, "Mother, with your age and these illnesses, it will be difficult if you get ordained because you will need care and treatment." And she says that she had breast cancer and now she's well because that cancer is gone. And apparently she does not live in Sri Lanka. And Aryan Mahanse asks how she can come to Sri Lanka, and Aryan Mahanse asks how she can come to Sri Lanka, and she says that she understands that these are just thoughts and that she has listened to the discourses continuously and realized that everything she is familiar with, that she learned in her career, Aryan Mahanse's preaching, such as vibrational powers and their rapid motion, quantum theory, and the fusion of the plus and the minus, and everything Aryan Mahanse talks about, she's familiar with those. And she started to compare the similarities between Dhamma Aryan Mahanse expounds and what she had learned. And she got the feeling that she's always living with the object and the subject. And when she knows that when thoughts are risen, that she thinks that she needs to escape the mind. So that is the reason for the discussion. And she wants to know where she stands among the three levels: true knowledge of awareness, practical experience through awareness, and super awareness. Satya Krutya Krutak. So Aranmahaji says that what she's experiencing is a natural shift that begins when a person deeply listens to the Dhamma. At first, there's curiosity and there's understanding. And finally, there's the urge to go beyond the mind itself. That her wish to be ordained arises from that longing to escape suffering. Yet, the Buddha's path is not only about robes and ordination. It is about being how the sense world and the mind create the illusion of a me. When you listen to the teachings about vibrations, plus, minus, opposing polarities coming together to create the rapid motion, the vibration, what you're noticing is that you're noticing that the Dhamma describes reality at its most basic level. At its pure level, the reality as it is, momentary occurrences, energy, and causes and effects. Just like quantum theory points to it in science. Objects and subjects arise together. There's no independent I apart from them. To escape the mind is to see through this illusion clearly. That is the beginning of true knowledge. So that is when this discussion comes to where Aranmahansi asks that you were sick, now you feel well. And she admits to that. And Aranmahansi asks if you feel well, and there should be a self underneath the language that we use to communicate, that the notion of the separate self is always there. So that is a clear example of how the so-called self is kind of woven into the thought, into the language, into the way we communicate. So, and even Dhamma has been kind of misrepresented and misinterpreted, and a lot of we know by our first-hand experience too. There's like a lot of monks who claim to be arahants, but they're not. Based on when we listen to them for a while, we see that the whole world has become real to them. So, which brings this whole discussion between this mother and the Aranmahansi to a very interesting place, interesting point. How this language is kind of woven into, how the notion of the self is woven into the language. What we talk using the language, that is kind of thoughts expounded aloud. So these thoughts, underlying thought, assumes the existence of a so-called self. That is why during Zoom discussions, when these mothers, they answer questions, especially Andolanatmaka, the controversial discourses, they talk as if there's a self. There's like, oh, we have to see the mind, we have to realize the truth, we have to see that there's no one behind an image. So when this kind of speech is present, it means that what is the essence of the Dharma? It is that everything that we think as existing, whether it's the so-called world or the so-called self, they come about in one thought, in the moment, as a
as a dependent origination, and that knowing or the feel that something's out there, and with respect to it, I am experiencing it, I'm seeing it, I'm listening to it, I'm smelling, tasting, all that happens in the same vibration, and the duality happens through the thought. And that is all there is, that system in which these thoughts come alive. In one thought, there's that duality of an external world and an internal world. That itself is the self. There's no other self. But when these mothers, these participants talk about as if somebody is here and that person is noticing this dharma, which means she hasn't still understood it properly. Now it makes it feel like there are two different people, and like it's totally wrong. The self is still there. There's a self who's observing this Dhamma, meaning that person hasn't properly understood the Dhamma. The wisdom of truth section is not fully understood. So that's why that is one way, one kind of a pitfall, one kind of a wrong way in which people talk, where the so-called self could be, or the notion of the separate self could be found underneath the language that they use to communicate. There are many situations like that because of this, because that the notion of the separate self could be found underneath the language we use to communicate. This characteristic is used many times to kind of identify the separate self in speech. And Narayan Mahansi is it's not so much of a skill to be able to identify it, because it's a feeling. You can just feel it. Like when you listen to these people, the way they talk, you can see that the way that the language is used, this person or this person is still believing in a separate self. So, and it is the skill. We have to be skillful at recognizing these things about our own selves, because of course we can detect it in other people. It's easier, but when it comes to turning that flashlight towards ourselves, that is the most difficult, because as we get into conversations, due to that speed, we kind of go on with the thought. We believe in the meaning of the thought, but to be mindful, to take a step back and really see the thought for the thought it is, not as something that has an inherited value, but as a mere thought, a manifestation of vibrations which doesn't have any inherited value. That kind of proves that even the mind sense is part of the system. And that the second karma sthana, the second meditation instruction in the practical approach, the practical programs that are conducted everywhere in the country these days, that is a bit of a difficult one to see, because when we think about, I am hurt because my mother said something hurtful, or my husband said something hurtful, or my wife said something hurtful, we really believe in that thought. We really believe that there is a self, there is a husband or a or a daughter or a son or a mother that hurt us, and then there's hurtful words. Every thought has a meaning, and we believe in that meaning. And if we kind of use penetrative contemplation here, where is a daughter? Where is a mother? Where is a husband? Except for name and form union, except for like image of, if it was the husband you hurt, who hurt your feelings. Husband is a mental image connected to a sound. Without the sound, that mental image could be recognized. Without the mental image, the sound couldn't be recognized. So there's nothing of any inherited value in there without that union, that is that entanglement that happened some time ago. So, and if we contemplate on these things also, this image or the sound, all of that are manifestations of vibration. So where is anything of any inherited value in a thought? When we say the president of the country is corrupt or whatever it is, these political talks that we so much like to get into and argue about and all that, there's no meaning in the words uttered or the thoughts that was used. The meaning that we try to communicate is not there in these thoughts or words. Whatever we try to say, even this Dhamma, yes, as an intermediary step, we use the language to communicate the Dhamma. But Buddha had said after you cross the river, you have to let go of the raft. You don't carry the raft. There's no point in carrying the raft, right? The purpose of the raft was to let us cross the river. After that, it doesn't serve any purpose, so you have to let go of the raft also. Similarly, we are using the words, we are using the thoughts, even in communicating Dhamma. But once it's fully realized, we talked about how penetrative contemplation and penetrative insight. The insight doesn't belong to the thought that is used. And by the insight, what it kind of proves is that the thought that is used to get at the insight itself is not true. It's devoid of any inherited value. So once the river is crossed, let go of Dhamma too. Let go of these labels too. These two are labels, mental images. So the second karmasthana is very important in that sense, to be able to let go of these thoughts, ideas, words, to know that they don't have any inherited value. However of an important thing we think it is communicating, however of a valuable thing we think it is communicating via this language or the words or sound, there's no inherited value in it. So if you let go of that, then you're kind of awakening to that existent feel. You're just stripped off of the experience. We can't even say you. Experience is now down to, first we started with that the so-called external world is not real. So all that name and form unions that we projected onto the so-called external world and thought that these thoughts exist in the outside. For an example, a coconut tree is a label given by the convention, and we think, and the coconut tree didn't call itself a coconut tree, we think coconut tree is out there. Coconut trees are not out there. Something is there. We can't even say something is there. Something appears in the moment as a manifestation of vibrations. And due to the convention, prior to this moment, we've labeled it as a coconut tree as kids or whatever, whenever we first learn this label. Now we think coconut tree is out there. A Tamil person would call it something else. A French person would call it something else. So out there is not a universal truth. What is out there is it depends on which language you speak. So it can't be a universal thing. It just changes with every person or every community. And even whatever you see to label as such, the experience of seeing is also limited by the capabilities of the sense faculties. Cats don't see a coconut tree, dogs don't see a coconut tree. Or even that shape, there's no guarantee that they see the same thing, because the ranges of vibrations that could be detected through their sense organs are different. So there's nothing to call truth. Whatever it appears in the moment, it feels like it's been existing for a while. That is because of the thoughts and the so-called memory. But there's no such thing. Everything appears in this moment. If we are talking about your experience in school in grade 5, now only you just visiting that experience. Prior to this moment, when I refer to that experience, you had no idea that you were in grade 5. Now we are kind of visiting that experience. So that so-called past is created right now. There was no existing past. There's no way for us to visit that past physically or whatever. The only way is mentally, through access. We can access it through a thought, just like what we did right now, without even having to leave the chair that we're sitting on. Meaning that past too is a thought in this moment. Same with the future. You can think about what you have to do tomorrow, around what you will be doing around noon tomorrow. You will be thinking about it right now without even having to leave the chair you're sitting on. And whatever the experience that we have right now, it too is not a universal experience or whatever. It's a very personal, individualized kind of experience. And when we say individual, it seems like there's a person here. But whatever our attention lands on, whatever thought we have, that is the world we have in this moment, in a thought. If there's a wall in front of you, if you're sitting at a table, then there's this idea: I'm sitting at a table. Table is the focal object right now. The attention is landing on the table, and table didn't call itself a table, and a bat cannot see the same table, same so-called table, not even the same shape. Not even bat can't even see the same self as what you think of you as yourself. It's not the same visual the bat would have. So very subjective kind of a world. It's very it's unique to the sense faculties one would have, and it will be based on the kind of perceptions that we have, the language. People speaking different languages would have different words. And the world is whatever the thought we have in the moment. In that thought, there's an idea. The table is out there, I'm right here. In one thought, this duality of an observer and an observed is embedded in that thought, that duality. But underlying that thought, as we discussed before, that thought is a manifestation of vibration made up of names and forms, which are also manifestations of vibration. So the duality is embedded in thought. But it's not just a thought. There's a sense that the table is out there. It feels like something alive, something plumb, something with some tangibility. And with respect to that, I am alive. I feel alive, like my image feels alive. So that feeling of something is out there, feeling existent feel, and the perception of self, the sense of self, both are in the same vibration. Due to speed, the table appears. Due to the extended speed, it feels like the table is out there, the existent field. Due to the extended vibration, in that same vibration, the table is you. There's no other special you. Same vibration continues to create the sense of self too. The sense of the existent field, due to continued vibration, feels like the sense of self. And because of that vibration, this whole world is created. So the more we continue to see this, like I mentioned before, for the mental fabrication, it is the thoughts and just the doing of the sense faculties as the works of the system. The sense of self is diminished slowly but surely. So what the journey is, the sense of self, which once was very heavy and which always had a reaction to anything and everything around the so-called self in the so-called world, that heavy density is slowly diminished. Now, as we walk the journey, as the truth is continued to see, that roughness of it, that density of it is slowly diminished, and it feels much lighter. There's no claiming of ownership to each and every incident and object and person now as it once was before. So that give rise to the peaceful, the calm and quiet and the tranquil kind of nature. So I see Randima and Dr. Sakuntala have joined. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai Harshi. Thank you so much for your valuable explanation. Is there anything specific we discussed today?
What I've been doing in the past couple of days is kind of discuss on the same topic that we did for Andoranatmaka Deshana. So maybe we can.
Okay. So we are discussing
Eightfold Noble Path. We discussed today in the
okay. Eightfold Noble Path. Yeah. So I think those days we just we knew. I mean, there is a thing called Eightfold Path, and we were sort of by hearting. You see, keep on memorizing these elements for our exams, and at the same time. With the concentration meditations, what we have been doing, we were sort of trying to you see physically and mentally we were sort of trying to protect these elements. So you see, and there was a kind of that. For example, if we take Samma Vacha, the words, the good words. So instead of bad words, instead of using any unwanted words, we were sort of trying to maintain good words. So there was actually a era where these elements, this Samma Ditti, Samma Vacha, Samma Kammanta, Samma Ajiva, Samma Vayama, Samma Sati, Samma Samadhi. So this word Samma had a issue because no one knew actually what is this Samma real meaning. So it was trying to sort of doing and trying to control the words, try to control the action, and try to control the thoughts, expecting fulfilling some paramita or perfections towards achieving Nibbana. Actually, to what extent, I mean, this can be done was another case because especially as normal ordinary person spending a normal life have you see working in office crowded by set of people. Sometimes we have to do jokes. There are some situations sometimes we have to lie also. Sometimes you see these things are coming up. So sometimes your boss want to prepare yourself a report and you have to do it according to his requirement. So sometimes the report you prepare may have cut by half after the first review. So these things happening. So then what happen is maintaining this eightfold path is really becoming extremely difficult one, and sometimes one may give up or feel like giving up all the jobs, and now you earn everything and better to go to some monastery, enter to some um, different you see form, I mean form of renunciation, and then you start keep watching the thought or have some concentration meditation. So this was the sort of you see practice which I have been doing. But I think it is the Buddothpado Vaharayan really shown up what's the practical way of doing this. Actually, everything starts with this Samma Ditti, that is the right vision. So, this right vision or the wrong vision is not just another form of a thinking. So, the right vision is a kind of a insight, internal transformation, the transformation into reality. So with that, it's a turnaround of the system, and that's a natural calmness in the system. Not automatically um, the system not get affected by these wants that and this. So that is the internal transformation. So with that, what happened? The Sammaditi there means automatically rest of the other eightfold path is automatically there. So then it will become less words because words not become meaningful. Then if there is a need to talk, it will talk. Unless otherwise, there is nothing to talk here. Even Dhamma also, it is nothing to talk because every word is not true. So therefore, it's more towards the insight silence. That's the this with the transformation with the true Dhamma. When it sees that it is only the present moment and the present moment is not real, when it feels it, it's more towards the insight silence. So then it is the insight samadhi. Insight samadhi that the world not becoming real. So everything is stress free in the sense sort of a natural form of liberation. So that is the one which needs to happen, because all this time this system was trapped in a greater speed. So it was the speed. That speed determine next want in the system. So you want something you want. Sometimes we see people sometimes give up their jobs, give up so many things, and but for them, Dhamma can become a thing. So a place in Dhamma, or some position in Dhamma, or some good praises on Dhamma. So, or maybe let's say some center or something, Dhamma center is there, then it feels that now it is that Dhamma place is has become under its control, like so. These are the things which is happening, because sometimes it is the power that need power that has shifted to another one. Actually, there is no reduction of power, so this that can happen. So that's why the real transformation is needed, because with the real transformation, only that craziness goes. Because otherwise, this is very lunatic, insane speed. Because for this speed, something is what? There is a glue. This mind power is like a glue, because it wants to have the power to generate the next power occurrence. So therefore keep on, you see, attaching to something. So something it want, maybe sometimes listening to them, sometimes it just listen for a particular voice, or because of that voice it gets some healing. So it start, I mean, if it is not listen, it's like it has not taken some pill or a drug. That can happen, because it is calm in that place. So sometimes some people might think they need to speak, or they need to, sometimes in Zoom also, sometimes some might think they want to be in the Zoom even though they talk or not. Otherwise, they can't come in from the YouTube and listen. You see, like Asu Maha Shravaka, like some feel some people have. So now all this is a myth. All this is a pitfall. So it's all good. Actually, to what extent the attachment, to what extent this power is the one which needs to be seen, because this glue must be seen. Otherwise, what will happen? One will enter this path to eliminate the defilements, eliminate, dissolve itself. But what if it forms like another organizational figure, or like people praise people, know people, you see people want that person to be top, otherwise people are upset, like a figurehead. So all this will hamper the path. This is a deviation of path. Actually, what needs to happen is silence is the best thing, because the transformation is the one which is happening. So Dhamma is available, and everyone, it is their duty to you see, to have the necessary effort and see this and liberate. But if the set of people finding somebody to be a leader, somebody to be guide them, somebody wants to be a figurehead in some place, or they want that, listen to that person frequently, right? That's another wrong direction, because there is nobody here for you to depend. This is, you have to understand what's happening here. Otherwise, in Buddha's time also we understand, early stage there were no rules. But later on, that the Sasana, that dispensation of Buddha, that Buddha Sasana was expanding. That is, that organization was expanding. So when it is expanding, the people management, because not everyone is maybe RA, different people, different backgrounds. So more rules needed. Because that can happen. So then what will happen? Other new people might disappointed when they see the Dhamma is not here. Instead, some set of activities and people competition one over the other, like and trying to maintain, show up, and those things people notice. So that's why if you have to say, just you have to communicate minimum this message only, and you are not the only person to do that also. Because if you have a transformation, definitely by listening that Dhamma, the next person would needs to get transformed. If that not happens means there is a problem issue of the person telling the Dhamma also. What I'm trying to say is, naturally, it is everyone becoming equal. That is, the next person who is listening also must able to tell this Dhamma next day. If you can't tell the Dhamma means you have done the Vidarshana. You haven't done the research. That's why you keep on listening to somebody. So, but there can be somebody who really do the Vidarshana and see this within and having the transformation. So, therefore, next day is for that person. So that's how this need to happen. Otherwise, especially with the complexity of the present day environment, what happens? Some people can come to see the face, see what this person doing, see what he's eat. Or sometimes they know this person is telling maybe correct thing. We can understand, but then they become another set of follower of that person. That is the wrong angle. There is nothing here because we understand sometimes there was a competition between the centers too. For this center, if someone goes from that center to a different center, somebody is unhappy and complain. So that is not the way. This is not just center or another follower base. This is the Dhamma. So tell the Dhamma, no need another you see contacts or any relationship or expectation that the same set of people will be here. Like those are very, very useless. So whatever we are doing, we have to understand. It should come from ourselves that there are no bigger plans. If you have the plan, only all these come because you have some mind image. You want that to be happen in that way. So, therefore, we have less time, not a huge time. Maybe now we have some years, but we never know the life expectation. And after 50, 60, sometimes people have some issues, mental issues, and so on. Therefore, we can't actually go by people either. Never go by a person. So for now, of course, I'm listening to so many people explanation, but only explanation I follow is the Buddothpado Aryan Hansa's explanation. All the other explanation are not, you see, we can't go by a person. So therefore, what is important is not people, not that so many telling so many things. what is needed is this pure part of this Dhamma, listen from the right person. So if the right person is the one which is having the transformation, so that is the only thing. All what we are doing, even in this Zooms also, encourage some other to listen to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. This is just give some inducement to somebody. Okay, there is some set of people are listening and they say this Dhamma, there is some kind of transformation. So then why not we also listen? So that must be the way to go. So therefore there must be some balancing is required and everything is temporary. So even this Zoom, if we have expectation that we are going to do this Zoom forever, like that is another drushti. All these are temporary. So in this time, if the feel comes, we have to tell something, we must tell, and nothing more than that. So that is the way to go, and no relationship, no links, no organizations to maintain, no duties. If you think like I have a duty to do that, then it is you are there. So this is very different. Something, this Buddha thing is a happening thing. Even though you are not there, somebody will do it. It will happen, but it doesn't mean someone needs to take it personally and form another doer in any kind of this. So we feel all the time the silent path is the best path, and whenever necessary, Aryan Mahanse tell us, okay, Randima, you tell. Then we tell. Otherwise, what we have to tell? It is the same thing what Aryan Mahanse tell, but we have to understand we can't tell that in the same way the Aryan Mahanse tell. So maybe it is asking us to tell because it is monitoring us. Actually, there is no outside is fine here. So therefore, what is important is in this real life, uh, how somehow you see this path opening to this clear path. So it is a happening thing, and there won't be any marks or any praise. So you see, those are not important. So I just want to add that, Arshi, I can see Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sakuntala is also joined. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Andima. So, can I know on what topic you are talking?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah.
Actually, we talk about the now this English Zoom is running in par with the Andolanaatmaka Deshana. So, so based on around that, you can talk. Eightfold path is the one which we are mainly focusing on. Yeah.
All right, right. Okay, I got it. Yes, yeah, the eightfold path. Yeah, actually, what I feel, what I realized so far is there won't be a path if you do not understand what this Dhamma is. I mean, it doesn't need to know completely or the understand completely, but you have to understand at least what the direction is, what the correct angle, what is the correct angle of this Dhamma. So otherwise we can't we can't even talk about this eightfold path and Samma Drishti, Samma Sankappa, correct vision, correct thought, correct activities, correct vocabulary, and so on. So, what does that correct over the? So, am I converting that into English? Samma Ditti means, is that the correct vision, or is that the right vision, or I don't know.
The common thing is right vision, but yeah.
Yeah, even though we put the phrase right, this is not the right actually. Right does the Samma means what I feel is Samma means realizing that there is no person here. So without a person, you if you can execute whatever the things you do, that is the Samma Kammanta, or the activity you perform without, if you able to perform the activities without a self, that point you will get in some correct action or the right action. So likewise, if you speak upwards, if you without a self in it, so that is samma vacha, or the correct vocabulary, or correct communication. Likewise, so then we have to find out how we go away from, get rid of the self. First, the first challenge is this: getting away from the self, staying. So first we have to know there is a self always behind everything. So that is the mundane path. So once you understand the Dhamma, so once you realize this is the correct direction to see this Dhamma, so that means itself will be helpful for you to get away from yourself or the soul. So that comes through the some Sakkaya Drushti. When you start seeing that there is no person here, there is no doer here. So at least for the knowledge, if you know that, that would be a huge step. So then you have to find out, then you have to analyze how Lord Buddha said that there is no person here. So in order to understand that thing, we have to understand this cause and effect Dhamma. So cause and effect Dhamma clearly explain how this self has been built up. So then if you understand the process or the mechanism, how the self got created, then it will lead to get away from that self itself. So that means there you need to know firsthand, you need to know that there is no self here, at least for the knowledge. Then you have to, after studying it, after realizing it, you will realize it for sure that there is no person here. So that should be the initial step if you hope to go along this eightfold path. So actually what is happening is understanding and realizing, uh, uh, then you go along this path. These things don't happen in that manner. It happens altogether. So there's so once you understand, once you realize there's no soul here, no doer here. So whatever the activity you perform in the day-to-day life, they those activities will be carried out without a self. So that itself become the first part, samma ajiva or samma kammanta, or whatever the activity. So we will say that if you are a professional, so you do some certain work in office or somewhere. So if you can perform, or if you can carry out uh, your those things without a self itself, that means that you are in that particular path. So likewise, this eightfold path gradually comes up, gradually aligns with your life, with the understanding. So you don't need to get another kind of effort to go along this eightfold path. What you can do is just understanding that there is no self here, no doer is here. Once you understand that, once you clearly feel that, once you start to clearly feel that, so that eventually push you towards that same direction of the eightfold path. So I think yes. So all about that, I think. As Randima said, so people are there. So even myself, sometimes when I explain certain things, I think that I realized that thing, and I have already realized that thing, and I try to explain those things. But that doesn't express the clear feel. That doesn't communicate the real feel to the other. That is true. But Ranima said was true, I think. So if you don't realize a particular part, if you want to communicate to someone else, tell someone else without realizing, without feeling it internally, so there would be some kind of a gap here. So that how much we try to communicate that message, that person won't take it, because he or she knows that I am telling only a knowledge. I am speaking only through a knowledge, not without a feel. So this is not someone. This is not a real thing. I mean, this should be happen. The frequency telepathization is the Dhamma. So that frequency should be telepathized to other persons, so other people. So otherwise they won't feel the exact feeling. So that's why. So other than Dhamma, there is nothing. There is nothing else. So Dhamma is everything. So Dhamma applies to that instance as well. So this instance as well. So if I tell something only using the knowledge, so the amount I can communicate will be less. So if I really feel what I am telling, so it will be easy for me to communicate to others. They will also feel more or less same. So that is true. So that's why Randima said, so when something is explained by Buddothpado and Mahansi, we feel it. But if the same thing has been explained by someone else, so there is some kind of a gap in it. So it happens into certain way. So because it is there also you can see the Dhamma. Telepathization has to occur in that instance as well. So I agree with what Randima said, and so only the question that I have is, maybe Harshi or Randima or someone can explain. So if so, can't you explain these things with the knowledge only? So there were certain instances in Buddha era also. Portila was there, and the followers of Portila had become had achieved the arahathood, but Portila couldn't. So then Portila could communicate this Dhamma with the knowledge only, without a kind of internal transformation. But anyhow, his followers became to arahathood. So how did it happen? So that is my question. So yeah, Terwasan Hamsi or Andima or Dr. Sakuntala,
Yes.
can you? Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi, actually, I'm not sure about that, but actually, I can say what I thought is like maybe when the Buddha tells the Dhamma to the
Mm-hmm.
Portila was in a high mind and he couldn't absorb, and his followers absorb because they were in a lower ego compared to
Mm-hmm.
Portila. Portila was thinking he is in Asanyatala. So he was maintaining a very high ego. Sometimes he would have thought now he is equal to the Buddha even. And
Yeah.
yeah, otherwise it's highly unlikely because you see this Dhamma as we understand very difficult to communicate the right Dhamma without the transformation. Because that's
Mm-hmm.
why you see, if you listen
Mm-hmm.
to Aryan Mahanse, what he said before 2-3 years back even is equal to today's sermons. Only thing is you have not understood at that time.
At that time, yeah.
Yeah. So, but if you now go and listen some Dhamma sermon long before, it is the
Mm-hmm.
same thing as taught.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why we, when we take every aspect, we can understand. Aryan Mahanse all the time has told one thing. But if we listen to some other speakers, we can see that is keep on changing. So that's based on maybe their level of understanding. So that understanding we never know like whether it is completed or not. But someone really transformed to some level will understand, okay, this person is still around the mind. So
Mm-hmm.
so that is the thing here. So that's why rather than going behind people,
Mm-hmm.
what is important is Dhamma. But at the same time, as you said, there is a high risk also here. Because let's see, there is a very good person. I mean, some person with wisdom. Guy
Mm.
come. For that guy, if Aryan Vahanse tell 10 minutes Dhamma, it would transform, and you see that transformation will happen. But
Mm.
when that person start listening to some mind-oriented talking person,
Mm.
sometimes it might leave this Dhamma and go. That is also possible. So
Mm.
that's why I think Aryan Vahanse every time tell the Dhamma only up to the point which one understand, and direct all the time the person to Aryan Vahansa, rather than trying to convince that you
Yeah.
are now in a position of transformation and what you tell is right, like then it is, then that carry a greater risk.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for this explanation. I think Sakuntala is also here with us. Edwan Sarana, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to
Therwan
add?
Saranai, Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, yes. Uh, I think what you two are discussing something very important actually, whether the knowledge alone can help to convince Dhamma to another person. I
Mm.
suppose a person who has knowledge is who is not internal, who hasn't got internal transformation but has a good knowledge, he will be like a carrier of the knowledge from the Aryan Mahansi or Lord Buddha to another person. Now, I think Potila may have directed his followers in some way after
Mm.
listening to Lord Buddha, but he didn't, as Randima said, that he had lots of drushtis or misconceptions within him, so he couldn't grasp it and he couldn't have his own change, but he could convey that knowledge to his followers. So the followers
Yes.
who had the different levels of wisdom or jnana, the levels that are described as Ugatitanna, Vipatitanna, and Neya, and even the Padaparama. So the people who had different levels of wisdom then and there would have grasped it, and so the latter part actually, that part is completely depending on the different persons level. So they will have, depending on their level of prajna, they would have grasped it and have the internal change. So it's very important, as you said, that the knowledge alone is not going to help, and automatically when there is internal conversion, I feel that even the words you use and the way that you explain and the flow, tone or whatever will automatically change, so that the person like Aryan Mahase who is listening to that explanation will realize, he will be able to identify, this person has really got the facts that I disclosed. So that is what I felt. I think these
Mm.
Ugatitanna, Vipatitanna, those explanations from Lord Buddha's time was given depending on this ability to grasp and have the internal conversion then and there, or with longer and longer explanations, which
Yeah.
labeled as Neya and even Padaparama, isn't it, Ravi?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, so I remember yesterday Mr. Jayatitsa was asking
Mm,
from Aryan Mahanse that he said that he feels like he's not yet prepared enough to
mm,
give
mm,
his message. So
mm,
in that case, how you think that you are you are capable of delivering the message. So other than if our advisor says now you are go and deliver this sermon, that's all right. So uh, can you by yourself select you to uh, conduct some kind of a sermon? So is it possible?
Yeah, what I feel, I don't know, you might agree. Now, sometimes in Zoom discussions or any other discussion, when somebody asks to explain something,
Mm-hmm.
do you feel now? I feel that the person will get the feel that is the Sandhitika type of thing, where
Mm-hmm.
some the fact that you can explain it, your ability, it is a sense or feel that the person gets, and then sometimes that sense or that feel is not there. You feel that there is you get stuck and I'm not capable. I don't know
Yeah.
whether I'm correct, but I felt that the individual system will feel whether you are ready or not. Am I
Yeah.
correct? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the point you raised is very good. That
Mm,
means you have to be honest to yourself. So
exactly. Yes.
if you really feel that this message is really communicated, so that means that uh, you can go ahead with it. So
Mm,
if you don't feel that someone does not comfortable enough, so then you can say, so you might go and ask Karen Master directly, or you might ask someone else, and you can get these things clarified and so on, isn't it? So
yes.
yeah,
Yes. Yes. I
yeah.
think honesty is very important.
Mm,
And for a question that you don't know, if you try to go round and sort of you call it beating the bush or whatever,
yeah.
uh, I mean, rather than understanding the exact point and answer, if you
Mm,
try to sort of give various answers around that topic, not being honest and not telling openly that I'm not quite certain about the answer to this, I think is
mm,
not correct, isn't it?
yeah,
Mm.
exactly. Okay, then, Randima, do you have anything? I think Harshi is not here.
Yeah,
So,
Harshi told me she left.
mm,
We
mm,
can continue, Dr. Ravi. Yes, and another thing, Dr. Ravi, in those days in Buddha's time, the
mm,
people really, I mean, at the beginning, if you take renounce themselves and you see came to the monasteries and
yeah.
started following, and whoever even like Visakha and those ones who somewhat liberated from the outside sect
Mm-hmm.
also came to Devuram Vihara or Jetavanarame and started listening Dhamma. But nowadays, due to these technologies, sometimes these discussions are there is high chance of this is going to different crowd as well. I mean,
Yeah.
anybody can see it and many can hear it, and so that's why in this kind of a era, I think advice of the Aryan Vahase is not that you must not tell them. You
Mm,
you tell, but at the same time, this is the end of your samsara also. So that is the first priority. No,
mm,
not the second one. So therefore, that's why this honesty is also very important. Silent is the best path. You just say if someone has a question, is a
mm,
desire for something, someone asking the Dhamma, then you can say, okay, this is the Dhamma, the
Mhm.
all what is needed part and tell and stop. But now even in this English Zoom, another problem is like no one comes and asks questions. So we
Yeah,
just keep on talking, and you see, that's why. So you
Yes,
also
Randima, I think,
understand.
yeah. Yes, what you are saying is correct. Actually, should have been a forum where questions are raised and very interactive session. That is how it
mm.
can be sent to the world, isn't it? Because we select some topic and we just go on talking. But there should be a lot of interaction, questions, and then only more and more details will come out, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah. We also certain things we explain, staying within our comfort zone.
Exactly.
So,
Yes.
if so, we don't even try to go beyond that. So,
Mm.
I think so if people raise different types of questions, so we also within ourselves also some kind of uh, uh, insight, meditative insight will develop, isn't it? So
Yeah, sometimes we tend to select the things that we are interested, isn't it? Because it may
that's
not be the
that's
same for
right.
the person who is listening. As you
Listening.
said, trying to be in the comfort zone and try to explain something that we are more familiar with.
Yes, I think Randima, time has
Yeah,
yeah.
Dr. Ravi. I think time has come to end, so we'll stop for today. We thank Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sakuntala, Harshi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Let's discuss tomorrow also. Teruvan Saranai,
Okay.
both of you.
Terus
Terwa
sana
Saranai,
terus
all of
sana
you. Terwa
Sakuntala,
Saranai.
terus sana Renal, terus sana everyone.
Terwa Saranai.
Theron Sarmayan answer. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubho and Theron Sarmayan. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 155. Why do we feel a separate self? You should understand that this self is a mere creation arising from sensual activity transmitted through vibrations. That is how a self or a being appears. It is not real. It is a creation of natural occurrences as described above. Realizing this mechanism is extraordinary. Observe how heat transforms into solid, then into liquid,
then into steam, and finally disappears. Likewise, the creation and destruction of planets follow this process. The same applies to our bodies, as appearances and disappearances occur through various vibrational forces. What is the purpose of trying to make things real when they're inherently impermanent? With the bliss of Nibbana, you can see, hear, touch, and smell without any burning sensation in the mind. You perceive everything without craving or attachment. So here Aryan Mahansi is guiding us to see that the self is not an independent existing entity. It's a product of the vibrational activity of our senses. Just as heat moves through phases, solid, liquid, steam, we know solid is the ice is in the solid state. And when we warm it up, it becomes liquid. If you continue to boil it, it becomes steams. It becomes gas. Similarly, our perception of self and the world flows through constant vibrations. Nothing truly exists in a permanent state. When you realize this, the intensity with which you cling to me or mine fades. Nibbana allows you to engage with the world fully, but without the mental fire of attachment or aversion. The mind experiences clarity and freedom, untouched by illusions of permanence. The worlds and thoughts created by vibrational energies cannot be found anywhere. They arise and vanish. An infant begins life with a radiant, pure mind. As the child experiences the world through these senses, sparks of perception create a feeling that these things exist. This occurs naturally according to the principles of consciousness or chitta niyamaya. Everything becomes real only through thought. Thoughts appear and disappear. Birth, death, and all experiences follow the same pattern. These patterns explain the creation of the notion of an individual self. Observing how this self arises is the only way to truly experience Dhamma. Iti rupang samudayo. When the illusory nature of the self is recognized, the value assigned to unreal objects, me, mine, and ego collapses. All creations of vibrational energies, including words, self, soul, they become meaningless, and defilements have no place in the mind. So this experience of the world and the so-called self, they cannot be found anywhere else. They rise and vanish. The child, whoever starts the life with a radiant mind, and as he experiences this world through these sense faculties, through these senses, it's instantaneous sparks of perception that creates the feeling that these things exist. This is the chitta niyama, principles of consciousness. And the belief of the self-identifying view, Sakkaya Ditthi, gives rise to the idea these thoughts are real. These things are real in this so-called world. So when these things are real, we get attached to these things, and changes in these things, changes in the states, damage done to them, whatever changes happen in these objects of this so-called world can bring happiness, sad, birth, death, all kinds of experiences. And this is how this notion of the self is created. So the only thing we can do is to observe how this self comes into existence. How this itirupang samudaya, how this form is formed. And by which what we recognize and realize is the illusory nature of this so-called self. If the so-called self is illusory and it's just a mental construct, the value that's been attributed to these objects in the so-called world, they also slowly get diminished. They become meaningless. They don't hold any inherited value. They have no place in the mind. So the point here is that our sense of self is constructed moment by moment. Even as infants, when we start with the pure mind, with the development of the sensory experiences, it kind of sparked the illusion of existence. Each thought and perception reinforces the sense of I and mine, the so-called self. By observing this process, we begin to see the mind's mechanism at work, how the ego is generated and sustained. As you understand this, the attachments dissolve. What would you attach to? What would the system be attached to anymore? The world you thought existed separately, along with your personal identity, loses its grip. The defilements that arise from clinging, craving, anger, ignorance, they no longer can take root. If you reach this level, survival and non-survival become the same. You live your life walking, talking, sleeping, without holding on to a separate self. You truly lose yourself in yourself. Mata mama නැති වෙන හැටි. You lose yourself in yourself.